The year is 2043. The biodome engines hum as you huddle for warmth in the fire that you've lit beneath the rubble of the old mechabots. Your radio scanner plays the familiar tune, Vosh Rad, and but a moment later you hear a voice so raspy it's nearly unrecognizable compared to what it used to sound like, and it goes a little something like, "Howdy!" Except all raspy. "Howdy! How y'all doing?" Yeah, there you go. Get it in, folks. Sorry, my brand manager told me I have to fit in a few more folksy Midwest and Southern aphorisms to increase my marketability. I'll probably be getting cat ears sometime before first quarter 2021 to really expand the demographic, you know. If I could get into K-pop, I could theoretically be unstoppable. So we have, you know, there's a lot to look into when it comes to you know, market division. Yeah, no, they're fucking insane. Holy shit, we have so goddamn much to go over. I'm not joking, people. We actually have an insane amount of content to go over. This stream is almost certainly going to go long. We've got a lot to go through. So, get ready, people. We're fucking going, okay? News happens fast. And I wanted to stream yesterday, but yesterday, as it so happened, and I forgot because I'm a bad person, yesterday was my anniversary with Hyena, 4 years. So instead of stream, which I was gonna do, and read donos from the previous stream because I laughed myself into a headache, I didn't, and we hung out, you know? And some cool things happened. We got a new knife set, which was really, really cool. You know, like really nice, like Damascus steel Japanese knives with you know, cherry wood handles. Cherry wood, right? It doesn't really matter. But they're really nice knives. Show it? No. Yeah, they're all katanas. And we've needed new knives for a while. The knives we've been... Chestnut, thank you. The knives that we've been using up until this point were basically just, like, slabs of sheet metal duct taped to the handle. So now we have some real knives, and it's phenomenal. Show baby... later. Also, for the first time in years, I actually was able to get toasted a little bit. We were walking around and, you know, sampling the bodegas in Seattle, and we got and we came across this wine place, and I got wine. And normally, I can't drink. I'm alcohol intolerant. Even a tiny bit of alcohol instantly makes me nauseous. But that wine didn't do it. So, so we gave it a shot, and I was able to get slightly tipsy. Look at that, folks. Amazing, you know? Incredible. I think that having the open window is fucking with my light balance, so give me 1 second to close the blind. Oh my god, that's so much better. In fact, this is almost too bright now. I don't understand how light balancing works at all. There we go. That's so much better. Whew. Okay. All right. We've got so much to talk about. Now, because we have so much to talk about, I'm going to do things a little differently than normal. Terribly sorry, but donations from 2 streams ago are gonna have to be read in a little bit. I'll try to get to them soon. In the meantime, we gotta just fucking go for it, people. Are you fucking ready? Are you fucking ready? Okay? It'll all get got. It'll all get got, okay? All right, people. All right, keep it together. First off, how's the presidential election doing? Oh, God. Whew. Welcome back. Let's go. 10.5! 10.5 lead. Look at that. Whoo, baby. 10.5. If you average out the polls, pretty fantastic. Good number. You know, good big number, big round, good number. Yeah. Oh god, that's nice to look at. Oh. What does it mean though? Guys, what does this mean? Come on, chat. I want to see it. Absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Go out and vote in November. Or actually, go out and vote now, because a lot of states are already allowing for early voting. Yeah, okay, so, ooh, look at those Biden. When was the last time we even had a single poll that showed Trump in the lead? It's not even on the page. It's just all... Oh, man, the whole world is riding with Biden. That's crazy. All right, get him out of there. Get the forecast updated 29 minutes ago. What do we got? 13 to 87. Look at that, people. Whew. What was it last time we looked? 15 to 85? I remember, you know, I'm old. I remember way back in the day when it was 28 to 72. That was like less than a month ago. But now we're here. God, that looks good. Yeah, when was it? 28 to 72. Yeah, right about here. Yeah, that was no, that was about a month ago. Great to look at. And then as for the U.S. Senate, we've actually slanted slightly further in our favor. It's 70 to 30 now. It used to be 66 to 34. So we've slanted a little bit there, which is fantastic. Senate control will be very important. And as for the House, we're still probably going to win the House. It'd be very, very unlikely that we don't win the House. How about 2016? I swear Hillary's polls look the same or better, at least on 538. Nope, not even close. Now, keep in mind, if it's a 1% chance Trump wins, that could still be a win for Trump. It doesn't mean that the models are wrong, even if Trump wins. We go to the 2016 election forecast. Here are the proportional chances, though keep in mind this was at the time of the election rather than 3 weeks before it. And if we take a look at the popular vote shares, look how close they were. Right before the election, there was a 3.6, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, 3.6 percentage difference. At this point in time, this is today's October 14th, it was a 6.3. Yeah, there's Johnson down there. 6.3. But we're at 10.5. The difference is significant. But remember, it means nothing, folks. You have to go out and vote. We have so much to talk about. We cannot waste any more time on this. Nate said in a podcast that if the polls are off by the same margins of favor as Trump as in 2016, Biden would still win. Yeah. For sure. Happy to hear that, dog bite moth. All right, people, we can't waste any more time. Amy Coney Barrett. Did I see Pelosi snap at Wolf Blitzer? Yes, and I'm going to take a look at it soon. Conan, monkey. Yeah, Amy the Barbarian. You know how it is. My friends, if you're anything at all like me, you've been treating the Amy Coney Barrett, nomination process with sort of a resignated, resigned? Just, we're not really following it that hard, in large part because it seems like it's inevitable and terrible, and there's not much we can do about it. But I think it's important we understand the depth of this woman's potential threat to the United States of America. Now, currently, and yesterday as well, the confirmation hearings have been taking place with Amy Coney Barrett, and for the most part, this is fairly dry, cut-by-numbers stuff. There, you have your standard Republicans getting on their hands and knees to just absolutely lick her the fuck out. You have Democrats, sort of petulantly offering passive-aggressive criticism without substantively challenging the underlying intellectual tendencies of fascism. But every once in a while, good clips come up, and let's take a look at those good clips, okay? I want you guys to know what we're dealing with here, because it's not good. It's actually really fucking bad. Are you ready for the Klob clip, are you? Well, hey, look what's getting started first.
Consider Justice Scalia one of the most conservative judges in our nation's history as a mentor. You've criticized the decision written by Justice Roberts upholding the Affordable Care Act. In a 2015 NPR interview, you praised the dissent by Justice Scalia in another Affordable Care Act case, saying the dissent had the better of the legal argument. You signed your name to a public statement featured in an ad that called for an end to what the ad called the barbaric legacy of Roe v. Wade, which ran on the anniversary of the 1973 Supreme Court decision. You wrote your own dissent disagreeing with longstanding court rulings on gun safety, expressing your legal opinion that some felons should get guns, and you once discussed a dissent in the marriage equality case asking whether it was really the Supreme Court's job to make that decision. So to me, these tracks lead us to one place, and that is that you will have the polar opposite judicial philosophy of Justice Ginsburg. And to me, that would change the balance of this court, which is already 5-4 and known as very conservative when you look back through history, to 6-3. 6-3. And that would have great repercussions for the American people.
Now, that's kind of a summary point, but it's true if you look at Choose Your Amy, by the way. If you look back through Barrett's history as a judge, you will find that she has essentially taken the wrong stance on effectively every issue. It's actually extraordinary. Now, there's something I want to discuss really quickly before we get further into these clips, and I need to be very serious here for a moment. Are there any law students in chat? Any lawyers, law students, anybody in that profession? If there are, and I know there are, statistically speaking, how many of you were taught about the mythical thing called originalism, or perhaps textualism? Have you heard of these things? Have you ever heard these terms? Okay. These are fantasy terms. You can find them in books of fairy tales. If you go to law school, you will be taught that there is a real thing called, it can be called originalism, it can be literalism, it can be textualism. The fundamental idea is, I am completely and totally unaffected by partisan biases, and I merely read the word of the Constitution as it is written. First of all, the purpose of a Supreme Court justice is to interpret the Constitution. If you could just read the text, then there would be no need for interpretation. You can't interpret in an unbiased way. It's called an interpretation. If there was such a thing as textualism, then the job of the SCOTUS would literally just be to read out the Constitution, and that's it. When you interpret, what you do is you use your knowledge, your legal theory, to try to ascertain the relevance a given constitutional segment has to a given case. And that process is, by definition, a subjective one. Find me two Supreme Court justices in all of history that have had exactly the same take on exactly the same issue. Yeah, their excuse for originalism is that they interpret the original intent of the Founding Fathers. That's subjective! What do you mean, interpret the original intent? First of all, you can amend the Constitution. The Founding Fathers are dead. They knew they would die, and they knew they were dumb, so they made the document living. You can edit it. You can change it. Slavery used to be legal. Now, it's still legal, but under different circumstances. What progress we've made. The original intent of the Founding Fathers were to make the Constitution interpretable and modular to future generations. There is no objective take here. Let me tell you, and this is advice that I would give for anyone, by the way, anyone. If a newscaster, if a politician, if a political commentator, or if a Supreme Court justice tell you they are unbiased, they are lying. And there are two possible outcomes. Either they trust that you are stupid enough that you will not know what their bias is, or they believe your bias will align with theirs, and thus, to you, it will seem unbiased. There is no such thing as unbiased legal interpretation. Judicial discretion is the name of the fucking game when it comes to the legal system. That's the whole fucking reason we have to... Why would we have judges and justices if we were just, this is what the law means, actually? So I just need to be perfectly clear here. When a person says they're an originalist or they interpret the will of the founding fathers, whatever, what this means functionally is that they're a massive piece of shit who will use that sort of pseudo-legal justification as a way of dismissing civil rights activism. That's it. That's it. Just to be perfectly clear, okay? It's a dog whistle for I'm anti-civil rights. Just to be perfectly clear here, okay? It just means they're a reactionary. It doesn't mean they're any more authentic in their interpretation of the Constitution. It doesn't mean that they're any better when it comes to reading legal documents. It doesn't mean that their founding intent is any more aligned with that of the founding fathers, which, by the way, is not the job of the Supreme Court. Interpreting you're a justice. Your job is to interpret the Constitution, not the fucking founding fathers. George Washington wasn't a Supreme Court justice. That's not their job. This is your job. Quit shuffling it off into the perceived biases of men who died 200 years ago. Okay? Who the fuck cares about them? They're dead. I piss on their graves. I imagine their graves are actually quite well guarded. I metaphorically do. I don't care about these people. Okay? And honestly, fuck the Constitution, too. Did you know the word poggers doesn't appear once in the U.S. Constitution? This is not a document that represents the will of its population. But, yeah, I know. But in all seriousness, it gets a lot worse. I'm not kidding. That's not clickbait. Get it through them clips, baby!
Roe is not a super... Allen from Harvard said, Roe is not a super precedent because calls for its overruling have never ceased, but that doesn't mean that Roe should be overruled. It just means that it doesn't fall on the small handful of cases like Marbury versus Madison and Brown versus the board that no one questions anymore.
Is United States for Virginia military, is that super precedent?
Senator Klobuchar, if you continue to ask questions about super precedents that aren't on the list of the super precedents that I discussed in the article that are well acknowledged in the constitutional law literature, every time you ask the question, I will have to say that I can't grade it.
Okay. Well, I am then left with looking at the tracks of your record and where it leads the American people. And I think it leads us to a place that's going to have severe repercussions for them.
So to be clear, Amy Coney Barrett is not saying that she will vote to revoke Roe v. Wade if given the chance. She's just written articles about how the barbaric legacy of Roe v. Wade leaves a trail of bloodied fetuses in the wake of every, expectant mother. And also that that Roe v. Wade does not establish a super precedent that would prevent it from being overturned in a future case. So she won't say that's what she wants to do. She'll just say that's what she wants to do, but using different language. Listen to this.
Is it illegal to intimidate voters at the polls?
Senator Klobuchar, I can't characterize the facts in a hypothetical situation, and I can't...
Hold on. She is a justice. She can't interpret the facts in a hypothetical situation. That is her fucking job. If you can't entertain hypotheticals as a fucking Supreme Court justice, you are not qualified for the job. That is literally your fucking job. You ever heard that? I hear that, by the way, from the conservatives that I debate. You know, that's like Sargon tier shit. Like, I don't do hypothetical. Because what they know, hypotheticals are an exercise at isolating given ideological variables so you can better understand a subject. Conservatives hate hypotheticals because they're a tool that you can use to understand things. I remember there was a philosopher some 200 years ago who actually attributed the intellectual development post-Enlightenment to humanity's increasing ability to recognize the importance of hypotheticals as a concept. Like this is up there with like discovering fire for early man.
Apply the law to a hypothetical set of facts. I can only decide cases as they come to me, litigated by parties on a full record after fully engaging precedent, talking to colleagues, writing an opinion. And so I can't answer questions like that.
Okay, well, I'll make it easier. 18 USC 594 outlaws anyone who intimidates, threatens, coerces, or attempts to intimidate, threaten, or coerce any other person for the purpose of interfering with the right of such other person to vote. This is a law that has been on the books for decades. Judge Barrett.
So voter intimidation is by definition illegal. It literally says voter intimidate, like to intimidate or to attempt to intimidate a voter is illegal. That's a crime. So for Barrett to refuse to answer that question in a time where President Trump is encouraging his followers to be poll watchers at voting stations across the country is pretty telling, I would say.
Constitution give the President of the United States the authority to unilaterally delay a general election under any circumstances. Does federal law?
Well, Senator, if that question ever came before me, I would need to hear arguments from the litigants and read briefs and consult with my law clerks and talk to my colleagues and go through the opinion writing process. So, you know, if I give off-the-cuff answers, then I would be basically a legal pundit. And I don't think we want judges to be legal pundits. I think we want judges to approach cases thoughtfully and with an open mind.
So the actual answer is yes. It is the president does not have the power to unilaterally delay the election. That power is designated to Congress. That's just a factual question. You can actually learn that one in a book. It's a question with a right and a wrong answer. Keep in mind, there are people in chat right now who are saying no justice in a hearing would answer questions hypothetically. She isn't being asked to adjudicate hypothetical cases. She's being asked factual questions with yes or no answers. If she was asked, is murder illegal? And she was like, murder is by definition illegal. Murder is a legal term that is illegal. No, the president does not have the ability to unilaterally delay the election. Interesting, though, that she would refuse to answer that question given the state of the current presidential election and what Trump seems to be planning on doing. Everything about her as a judge is designed to be a Trojan horse for Christian fundamentalism. She's, an easy package to sell as a concept. She's cute. She's kind of mom-esque, American voters like that. She comes off very measured in how she answers things. She doesn't come off like a crazy lunatic, it's true. But everything that she's done, everything that she's said is indicative of such a strong underlying sinister political motive. But you don't have to take it just from the confirmation hearing. Judge Amy Coney Barrett, President Trump's nominee for the U.S. Supreme Court, has reportedly ruled in favor of corporations over people in 3 out of 4 cases during her time as a federal appeals judge. An analysis released last week by watchdog group Accountable.us found that Barrett ruled in favor of corporations in 76% of 55 cases she heard during her time on the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals. The group found Barrett sided with corporate interests in 42 of the cases and people in 11, while 2 rulings were found to be neutral. Listen to this one. In one case, the report said that Barrett ruled protections against age discrimination for employees do not extend to job applicants. Let me read that for you again. She ruled protections against age discrimination for employees do not extend to job applicants. Quick legal refresher, age discrimination fits under the same category as racial discrimination in the sense that to do so is to violate an American citizen's protected class, nationality, ethnicity, age, race, these kind of things, So to say that it doesn't apply to job applicants means she has legally ruled as a judge in a federal court circuit that the equivalent of an employer cannot discriminate against their black employees, but if you're black and you show up with a job application, they can say fuck off, darky. And that's legal. That's literally the legal interpretation of what she's saying. That those protections don't extend to you as a job applicant. I cannot, so I admit I'm not a lawyer. I cannot fathom any legal defense for this interpretation. That is insane to me. That is insane to me. I can't believe it. But hey, you know, another case saw Barrett rule in favor of a major pharmaceutical company after a woman who was forced to undergo a hysterectomy after having a faulty intrauterine birth control device implanted. So the company implanted a faulty device, intrauterine? Oh my God, intrauterine. I can't believe I didn't. There we go. Intrauterine. I was reading intrao. There we go. The company implanted a broken machine into her body, which forced her to undergo a hysterectomy. And Barrett found this was a case where she should rule in favor of the pharmaceutical company. The report noted Barrett had refused to hear a case concerning racial segregation. On that, another judge had said legalized the separate but equal doctrine. Her entire legal career is I mean, probably about as far right, possibly more far right than Scalia's. And she is just being, I have to remind you guys, it feels like lib shit to go over this again, but she is just being shoved into the court at the last possible second because this is Trump's last chance at, long-lasting relevance. The election's probably going to be a fucking farce. He said that he wants to have a Supreme Court judge in there quickly because they will need the Supreme Court to rule on electoral disputes when it comes to tossing out ballots. This is such an unbelievably transparent sham. And unfortunately, there's basically nothing we can do about it at all. I can't imagine any way in which the hearings could be delayed to the point where she isn't appointed. She's going to be in there for 30 years, folks. And there's really nothing we can do about it unless we want to go the full nuclear option, pack the court down the line. But I thought it was important we all recognize just how fucking bad she is. Oh, and I had these clips too because they're very funny. Also, very, very important. Remember Lindsey Graham? He's the senator who was crying on Hannity's show a little while ago about not getting enough fundraising to defeat Jamie Harrison. This is at a Senate confirmation hearing.
Let's go to Citizens United. To my good friend, Senator Whitehouse, me and you are going to come closer and closer about regulating money because I don't know what's going on out there, but I can tell you there's a lot of money being raised in this campaign. I'd like to know where the hell some of it's coming from. But that's not your problem.
Now, I know this is but a Senate confirmation hearing, and this bears no relevance whatsoever to my Senate race, but do you ever wonder where all this dark money is coming from that keeps being delivered to the fine, dark-skinned gentleman running against me? I must admit, I am more than a little concerned about this financial aid, this, one might call it, affirmative action my opponent seems to be receiving. If you think the race-baiting jokes are bad, just...
This Board of Education super precedent is that you're not aware of any effort to go back to the good old days of segregation by a legislative body. Is that correct?
There we go. And that was from the same hearing, by the way. Good old days of segregation. These people can't keep their... I keep saying this. Nobody believes me when I say it. But if it was legislatively possible, the Republican Party would vote to legalize slavery. If it was done state by state, some of the states in this country would go back to slavery. Undeniably. Absolutely. Unquestionably. Absolutely. Obviously a joke. I don't think that was a joke. I've listened to a lot of Lindsey Graham because he's a very funny man and perhaps not in the way that he's hoping for. I don't think that was a joke. I don't think those are the types of jokes that guy makes. I think he just wanted to say good old because it happened in the past and it just kind of meshed together a little bit too conveniently there. Unironically, can we hear it one more time? Yeah, sure, go for it, folks. It's really funny.
Brown versus Board of Education super precedent is that you're not aware of any effort to go back to the good old days of segregation by a legislative body. Is that correct?
There we go. Nice. It's just a joke, you know. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. Except, you know, a ton of people were going to listen to that and unironically support. It's just a joke, you know. Yeah, it's just a voluntary transaction of labor. There you go. I doubt we would ever go back to full-on legal slavery, but it would basically be slavery with extra steps. Dude, the United States of America is not far off from it, honestly. People talk about slavery being abolished. Motherfucker, we use prisoners like slaves. You know the new Jim Crow dealio, that book? It's a great book. Seriously. Much in the same way that police are derivative from slave patrols, they fill the same basic economic, social, and political function that slave patrols did back in the day. Nowadays, we just use prison populations the same way we used to use slaves. Pretty easy, you know? Oh, so slavery is illegal now. Cool, well then we'll have people sharecrop, and they'll make basically nothing from it, and we'll get basically the same benefits we got from slavery. And, oh, look at that, sharecropping's not viable anymore. Okay, well, what if we implement the drug war right at the same time black people are legally getting first-class citizenship? And, oh, look at that. Just looks like it's all black people getting jailed. Oh, it's crazy. And Nixon didn't intend that when he specifically targeted populations and drugs that would maximize the amount of black people and hippies in jail. You know, that's crazy. Oh, well, they're prisoners. I mean, using prison labor for essentially free, it's not slavery. I mean, they are, you know, trapped by the state with no say whatsoever in how they get to live their lives, and you do exploit their labor and then sell it to private corporations so that they can make your, you know, your, make your goods a little bit cheaper, and the state gets some kickbacks, and you can use them to fight fires, even though they have no adequate training or protection, and they can die out there, and nobody will miss them. You know, it's just, it's not a big deal. You know. Vosh, is this legit? Amy Coney Barrett confirmation Supreme Court N-word. Amy Coney Barrett ruled using the N-word does not make a work environment hostile. Yes! Yeah, I remember this. Now, mind you, so wait, hold on. I don't want to throw water on the parade here. Technically, this is a fair legal ruling because she says that you need more evidence to prove the workplace was hostile. But in the context of this court case, I would say this is a terrible ruling. So the additional context needed would probably be the person being called the N-word was black, or it was being used in a racially derogatory way. Because I don't think if a black dude in a workplace says the N-word on his own, just because he's using it, that's enough to make a workplace hostile. Like if I'm working with a black guy and he's like, man, these N-words ain't shit, or something, I don't know. I don't think that'd make the workplace hostile. However, that was not what happened here. You know, in the ruling, Miss Barrett said while she found the use of the word abhorrent, the plaintiff in the case had not made a strong enough case that harassment was occurring. How much information is actually contained here? Hold on. They're not, this article doesn't have like any information on the circumstances of the case, so it's hard for me to say. As a general rule, if this was being brought to a court case, I'm pretty sure it's probably a hostile workplace environment. Yeah. What are we looking at? Oh shit!
Freedom. What are the 5 freedoms of the First Amendment?
Speech, religion, press, assembly, speech, press, religion, assembly. I don't know. What am I missing?
Redress or protest.
Okay.
Her husband wasn't there for her to ask what the 5th one was. Oof. You know, this is a subject for another time, but given the fact that she's basically said that she, like, asks her husband for permission for everything, like he guides her, is it... Here's a hot question to you guys, okay? Should it be allowed to appoint a high-level politician or like a judicial appointment or anything like that if you're not really appointing them, you're just kind of appointing and platforming the values of another unelected, unappointed person who happens to, like, sleep with her? It's kind of a weird one, isn't it, when you think about it? Yeah, it's really, really weird when you think about it. You can get some. I generally feel the same way about very religious people too. Not gonna lie, you're sounding a little conspiratorial calling her a Trojan horse. How? She's absolutely a Trojan horse for Christian fundamentalism. That's undeniable. But when it comes to like the judicial, I guess, autonomy of a Supreme Court appointment, I would really, really like it if I could trust their opinions to come from them because they're the one who's scrutinized and has the legal expertise, and not from other people around them. Christian fundamentalists are, to use the technical term, fucking insane. This was the same argument people used against JFK because he was Catholic. Do you think it can be true that an argument can be incorrect in one case but then correct in another case? Like, do you think that's possible? You think it might be more likely that like a cult-like Christian fundamentalist who clearly defers to her husband on a ton of matters might be more deferent to the husband than JFK was to the fucking Pope, you know? Like, let's be real here. Every president is, in some way or another, beholden to American religious fundamentalism. That's pretty much just an inextricable part of American political culture, okay? Even if you're Democrat, all of these presidential candidates have to simp a little bit for this. The evangelicals only vote for Republicans, but even if you're not Republican, even if you're just a Democrat, there's still like a really, really, really strong political weight there. She's explicitly said she does what her husband says. Massive difference. Yeah, of course. Just remember, folks, listen, I'm here for progressivism, but don't go girl bossing your way into defending far-right political hacks as they get appointed to the Supreme Court justice. Oh, here we go. Man, how many clips are there? These people.
By the United States or any state on account of race. 15th Amendment. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of race. For an originalist and a textualist, that is clear text as I see it. But when asked whether or not the president has any authority to unilaterally deny that right to vote for a person based on race or even gender, are you saying you can't answer that question?
Senator, I just referenced the 14th and 15th Amendments, the same one that you just repeated back to me, that do prohibit discrimination on the basis of race in voting. So as I said, I don't know how else I can say it, the Constitution contains provisions that prohibit discrimination on the basis of race in voting.
But whether a president can unilaterally deny, you're not going to answer yes or no.
Well, Senator, you've asked a couple different questions about what the president might be able to unilaterally do, and I think that I really can't say anything more than I'm not going to answer hypotheticals.
She will not say anything that could conceivably come back against Trump in the future. Anything. Should the president be allowed to, say 20 years ago, go to an island and have sex with children? Is that legal to rape children on a billionaire island? Well, I'm not going to answer any hypotheticals. I don't know if that is or is not legal. You know, it could be either way. I don't know. Like, she won't say anything that could possibly impugn Trump.
It strains originalism. If the clear wording of the Constitution establishes a right and you will not acknowledge it.
Well, Senator, it would strain the canons of conduct, which don't permit me to offer off-the-cuff reactions or any opinions outside of the judicial decision-making process.
So keep in mind, she's not being asked for interpretation or opinion, just the factual letter of the law that currently exists. It's not an interpretation thing. Law answers this question. It's already there. It's presently there. But she knows Trump might fuck with it in the future, so she can't say anything.
It would strain Article 3, which prevents me from deciding legal issues outside the context of cases and controversies.
This isn't a legal issue. It's a yes/no question. Can you imagine this bitch on like a fucking test? You know, like in college or something. Like answering yes or no on this question: is murder illegal? Would strain my legal responsibility. Like I like she's so clearly incapable of saying anything that could come back around to impugn Trump. Rule 63, Michael Tracy. Oh shit, yeah, we do get Michael Tracy vibes, don't we? Here, like fucking like little weasel who can't answer questions because they don't want to upset the base they're grifting to. Yeah. My rad-led parents dismiss all of this by saying we should just hope for the best from her. Oh yeah, well of course. liberals just see this and they look at girl boss, you know? Like, a lot of liberals are just gonna look at her and they're gonna be like, that's a strong woman. Isn't this the same Senate confirmation hearing where Ted Cruz described birth control as an abortion device? That happened, right? I don't have a clip for that, but that happened, right? Dude, they are 100% coming for your birth control. Folks, here's my suggestion to you guys now, okay? All right, are you ready for it? Never have sex again, okay? That's the most okay? Perfect abstinence. It's time to practice for the communist utopia. Don't ever fuck again. It doesn't matter, even if you both have vaginas, even if you both have penises, don't fuck again. Because you will get pregnant. One of you will get pregnant. It's going to happen. We are entering a period of hyperfertility in this country, okay? Listen, it's going to be like fucking Catholic Ireland circa 1927, okay? We are going to be just anytime, if you look, we're going to need to segregate the kids into boys and girls middle schools because even looking at each other for too long is going to start fertilizing eggs, okay? You guys, okay, just be careful. Be careful. Now, please, end this tortured segment, okay? Please, God. Holy shit. Am I covering the town halls? Yeah. Are they running currently? I think I was going to go over them after they were finished being recorded, because I think I'm like, I think they're like right now. Does anyone know if they're when are the town halls running? Talk about the Biden emails. I don't know anything about the Biden emails. Does anyone know about the Biden emails? Is there anything useful or relevant in there at all, or is it just a complete fucking waste of time? They're tomorrow night. Then why would anyone mention it today? Fuck you. Not more emails. Yeah. Oh no. It's bullshit emails. Yeah, of course. It's the Rudy Giuliani disinfo thing. I gotcha. All right, folks. Are you ready for a slight departure from our traditional programming? All right, people. I'm going to confess to you, much as the case for almost every relevant musician, I have no idea what a Billie Eilish is. I'm still not entirely sure. They seem to be well liked, you know? But there was recently some drama, and I thought I'd talk about it. I saw Billie at the DNC thing, and I didn't know anything. I didn't know what Billie's gender identity was because they wore super baggy clothing, and they looked depressed. I had no idea. They seemed cool. Like, I don't know. They seemed cool. But anyway, just the other day, I saw this, and somehow this one tweet turned into a fucking trending topic on Twitter, okay? And it's Billie Eilish, and I beg of you, I know you're all horny because you haven't had sex in the 3 minutes since I said you guys can't have sex anymore, so try not to horny post for this, okay? It's very antithetical to what I'm trying to go for here. You can horny post later. This is not the time to horny post, okay? But anyway, here she is, having a body and being outside. As you can see, judging from the light, we can tell that she's outside. And judging from the fact that her physical form is opaque, we can assume light is not passing through it, so we know she physically exists in the material world. And yeah, anyway, somebody made fun of how she looks, and this spawned a bunch of people making fun of that person, but the tabloids apparently make fun of her as well. And anyway, so there's a person, okay? And I just wanted to talk about this for a second. Do you guys know the origin story of Vosh? Do you even know? You know, it didn't used to always be fucking election coverage and socialism and race and crime and all that crap, you know? It used to be just honest to God old feminism. That used to be the shit that really got me. You know, the male feminists. Whatever the case is, it was the male feminism that ended up planting the seeds for me doing what I'm doing today, because my first argument with Destiny like 6 years ago was over, I think, like Anita Sarkeesian and like shit Reddit says, which was all like feminist oriented stuff. But we can get back to my roots here, and I just wanted to talk for a second about this. Okay, so this is a person. Some people are saying she looks ugly, and there are a lot of people who are saying, well, to counter the people saying that she's ugly, I will say she's actually very pretty, and that's fine. I think she looks quite nice too, but that's not really the important issue here. The important issue is, and please forgive me for the libbery here, okay? I know it feels so lib shitty to say, but if you have to be able to listen to this, otherwise we're getting a little bit too far from our roots here, okay? People treat women really fucking weird. People treat women so fucking weird, dude. It's so fucking... Listen, I've been into gaming my whole life, okay? Always, okay? And early on in my life, I was weird with women too. I think it's kind of natural for, like, 12-year-old boys to be kind of weird around girls. I like, it's influenced by society as well, but there's sort of a natural uneasiness as you get used to puberty or whatever. But I feel like a lot of people never leave that phase, you know? A lot of people just, they can be like, okay, 14, they're weird about girls. And then like 19 and you're weird about girls? Like, okay. All right. The issue is, I hate to blame gaming culture for this, you know? I really do, because I like games, and there are good people who play games, but man, have you guys ever played, like, Halo, or Call of Duty, or Counter-Strike with the mic? You know, you have to have the mic, and a girl says something. Every time you hear a feminine voice in any voiced program online, you know what's going to happen. Girl, show me your fucking titties right now. You fucking suck at this game. You fucking loser. Are you simping, bro? Are you simping for that girl, bro? No, dude, I'm just playing with her. She's in my... Are you simping for that, bro? No, I'm just playing with her. Show me your pussy. Like, the shit is fucking insane. And it's every time. And it's even in other like in Overwatch, for example. Overwatch has a lot of women like Overwatch because it's sparkly and pretty, and girls' tiny brains can latch onto the bright colors. They can't appreciate the sophisticated, high IQ gameplay of Gears of War Online. But anyway, dude, it's the same. There are so many like little ways that we like destroy girls' confidence, and I don't mean this in some fucking pussy ass like we need to be nice to all girls. I just mean like let's not be terrible people to other people for no reason. A lot of it's with comedy too, you know? With comedy, everyone says girls aren't funny. You know what? Here's my hot take. I do think on average men are funnier than women. It's not because women aren't funny. It's because we fucking brutalize women who try to be funny. We destroy women who try to be funny, so they stop trying. In middle school and high school, if girls try to make like jokes or they try to be jovial or class clowns or any of the things that like assist a person in getting to be funnier, you know, you have to practice that shit. Nobody just becomes funny. I know I made plenty of cringy fucking jokes back when I was in middle and high school. You know, you have to work at that. When guys do it, you know, you can get made fun of, sure, but there's not like this brutal fucking condemnation. Yeah. But when girls do it, either they get ruthlessly mocked, ignored, or they get called flirts. Girls will be called sluts for making jokes because it's assumed the only reason they would ever make jokes is to attract attention and cock, you know? Which is funny because most of the reason guys make jokes in high school is in the hopes of getting laid. Vainly. So I don't know what that double standard means, but but there are so many things we do to like fuck this over. Why do girls not like games that much? At least relative to men. It's getting better. It is getting better. But why, you know? Well, it's not because girls and computers don't mix. Girls were actually disproportionately represented back in the early days of computer development, you know? Not pussy ass, I can no scope in Call of Duty, but like building the fundamental blocks of how computer logic allows us to now literally like building the path you now drag your ass along, leaving a skid mark, you know? But so why with the girls? Well, historically, the reason girls didn't get that much into computer shit is because it started getting marketed to boys. Go look at all the commercials ye back in the 90s and early 2000s about video games and everything computer related. These were not gender neutral commercials, dude. These were like these commercials were like, you know, like Dennis with spiked hair, frosted tips, and sunglasses, skateboards through a window, and like fucking throws an early like Apple computer at you, and it explodes. And in the explosion, you see like Sonic the Hedgehog duking it out with Halo Master Chief or whatever. These were very, very heavily coded commercials. And girls who did this shit got made fun of because it was boyish and, you know, like, wouldn't you rather play with a doll, whatever. And we get this whole problem wraps around now, and now we got the fucking appearance thing, like with Billster, Bilbo over here, you know? And it's like, yeah, okay, so to be perfectly clear, okay, there are some people who make fun of my appearance. I also have like a really huge hate base, like a hate fan base, like a really, really big one, you know? So it's kind of expected they would default to those attacks because they're mad that all my ideas are good and they're stupid and they can't understand them. It's, you know, that's how it goes typically. But for the most part, nobody really makes fun of how I look. Like, generally speaking, I don't get denied respect for how I look, you know? I'm chilling. I can come on here looking like shit. I put no makeup on before any stream. I haven't trimmed my beard in probably a month. I don't care. My camera's at a downward angle. It looks fine. I don't care. I wear the same 4 shirts. I wear gray sweatpants, and nobody gives me shit. Nobody gives me shit. Nobody gives me shit. I can be completely secure in looking like whatever. Have you? Maybe you guys don't. See, because I'm an industry insider. I've talked to girls who, yeah, people call me a Chad just for, well, they call me a Chad for my confidence, not my looks, and I'll take that badge if you want to give that to me. Sure, I'll take it. I'll wear it on my lapel. But I've talked to girls who work in the industry, you know, streamers, of course, and there's this constant underlying anxiety. Not just girls, femmes, anyone who's femme. There's constant underlying anxiety about your appearance. If you're too attractive and you're a female or femme streamer or whatever, you get made fun of for being a slut, for trying too hard, all this crap, you know? And if you're femme or and you don't, you know, and you have like a blemish or you're a little chubby or whatever, you get ruthlessly mocked, you know? People get made, if you're a girl, you get made fun of your appearance for fucking anything. Does everyone remember the Pokimane Leafy drama? Pokimane is like I mean, again, I really don't think the actual attractiveness here is relevant to the dignity a person deserves. But I think that like Pokimane is a perfectly fine. I know that, yeah, Leafy making fun of anyone's appearance. I know, but like this is what Pokimane looks like. You know, it's good. It's Pokimane. You know, great. Okay, I think. But Pokimane, to me, like when I think of Pokimane, I don't think anything relating to Pokimane's appearance. I think that, you know, she's like pleasant looking, I guess, if my opinion matters. But people still make fun of her, like a lot, but it's in both directions. They make fun of her for being a whore who cakes on a ton of makeup to be a slut to get donos, and people make fun of her for being ugly. And there's the fact of the matter is there really is no golden ratio here. There's no, like, you know, there's no perfect proportion of trying too hard and not trying enough if you're a femme online. And it's just it's really dumb. And the only reason I'm saying all of this to collect my woke virtue signaling points, the only reason I'm pointing this out is because, let's be real, okay? Oh, check that. Hold on. Some Billie lore, and it got famous at 17. Imagine getting famous at 17. I'm a fucking idiot, and I'm semi-famous at 26. Yeah. Oh, yeah. People were like counting down Billie Eilish turning 18. I remember that. You do that. They do that with every celebrity. I remember the Kate and Olsen twins getting the countdown to 18. I remember that shit too. Yeah. There were entire boards dedicated to it back in like the, well, I don't remember when they turned 18. My timeline might be a bit off here, but I remember there were like internet boards dedicated to it back 10 years ago or something like that. And it was like, only 4 more days till, hypothetically, if I came across them, I could rape them and it wouldn't be statutory rape, just regular rape. Like that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Okay, that's maybe extra creepy. That happens to every single underage female celebrity. Every single one. Every single one. I'm not kidding. Every single one. There are people who track till 18. It happens to every single one. Yeah. But whatever the case is, you know, it's all really dumb. But let's be real. The point of this isn't like to say, oh, what a queen, Billie Eilish. I don't know who the fuck Billie Eilish is. I don't care. The thing that actually matters here is how fucking pathetic the men who obsess over this are, because it is so obviously reflective of insecurity. It is fucking insane to me. You know what I mean? They'll never know it too. Like, they'll never reflect on that. So they'll always think that they're just like the, you know, like the vigilante Joker. You think I'm crazy? Well, she's not even a size 2. I don't know how big a size 2 is. I don't actually know. But they'll always think they're like crazy truth tellers who are just sticking it to the man and showing it how it is. But in reality, they are like very desperately insecure people. Have you ever met a guy like that who was happy with their life? Is there ever been a person who's happy with their life and then goes on Overwatch voice chat to shit talk women, or who goes on Twitter to make fun of people for being size 4? It never happens. You're projecting so fucking hard. You are broadcasting your insecurities to the world. You're projecting them onto a screen the size of a fucking skyscraper's wall. It is crazy. And, you know, the lesson here, if there is any lesson to be derived from this aimless rant, is obsessing over other people's bodies kind of makes you a fucking cuck, because your eyeballs are being cucked by their bodies. Okay, you need to chill. Don't allow yourself to be cucked like that. Just fucking chill. If you actually want like a good lesson on how to like balance the body shit or whatever, you know, as a person who used to be really into fitness, people who are just at the gym and like work out all the time and have basically physically flawless bodies, these people don't give a fuck if other people are chubby, okay? If you go to the gym and you talk to the one guy in his mid-30s who has like a office job but still somehow looks like a model underneath the suit, this person isn't fucking obsessing over other people. No, this guy's just getting his reps in, okay? Fucking chill. Jesus. Now, mind you, even if you're super fit, I don't think that gives you a right to be shitty to other people about how they look, but whatever the case may be, it's just a really like pathetic trait, you know? I have never been in a voice chat in a game and heard a guy go, "Oh, make me a sandwich, you fucking femoid," and I thought, damn, you know, wow, that guy's got a life I want to live, you know? Damn, that guy, what that guy's got going on, that's what I want, you know? I've never felt that, I gotta say. Maybe that's my lack of perspective, okay? You know, maybe that's me being weak, you know? Maybe if I was a stronger man, an alpha male, I would see people on Twitter screaming about fat rolls for celebrities that they've never met and think, yeah, what a fucking champion of Western virtue. But alas, I am not. I am but a beta male who thinks that's actually really fucking weird behavior. I don't know. Okay. Amazing. Look, this is such BS. What are we looking at here? Teen accused in fatal protest shootings will not face gun charges in Illinois. Prosecutors. Oh, is he not even getting nailed for the illegal gun ownership? Will not face gun charge in Illinois. Where the AR-15 style weapon he was charged to use and killed 2 men. Was purchased, stored, and used in Wisconsin. Turned up no evidence the 17-year-old physically possessed the weapon in Illinois. Wait, what? Turned up no evidence the 17-year-old physically possessed the weapon in Illinois, according to a news release from the office of Lake County State's Attorney Mike. Oh, that's interesting. They didn't see it. I see. I get it now. Provides no evidence. You know, did you know that if you close your eyes, you're actually incapable of processing a lot of physical evidence? It's actually really wild. The Antioch teen, however, still faces a gun charge in Wisconsin. Okay. As Kenosha County prosecutors have charged him with possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18, a misdemeanor. So the videos and pictures that we have are ones where he is in Wisconsin, but in Illinois they don't have it, which means that. So wait, I need to understand the logic here. So you know for a fact that that's a gun that he brought over to Wisconsin, and he started in Illinois. So how could he not have had the gun in Illinois? Do they think like his dad carried the gun up to the border in Illinois and then tossed the gun over to him across the Wisconsin border? You know, and then he had the gun. You know, He obtained it in Wisconsin. Is that true? Is there evidence that he obtained it in Wisconsin? Oh, did another militia guy give the gun in Wisconsin? Okay, I'd heard a contradict. Okay. If that's the case, then this is a perfectly reasonable legal ruling. As long as the Wisconsin charge goes through. I had heard that he was giving it to him before the state line, and then they moved as a group across it. But okay. So the gun wasn't registered to him? No. There's no proof he didn't get it in Wisconsin. That's what a prosecutor would have to prove. Yeah. Like I said, I thought there was evidence that he had, but you know, when you're immune to coronavirus, oh no, what are you guys giving me? What are you giving me? What are you jokesters showing to me now? What is this?
Simply put, it's a choice between a socialist nightmare and the American dream.
Holy shit.
Simply put.
Even after he cleared his throat, Jesus Christ. I think he still has corona. His doctor said that he apparently did 2 consecutive negative reads, but the test that he used is notoriously unreliable for the stage of coronavirus that he's in, and he's only taking these tests being administered by his personal doctor, the one who we already know is a fucking liar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he still has corona. If you look at the Herman Cain timeline, there is some bouncy ass shit going on over there. He's literally killing himself. I don't know. Listen, either he's lying about not having corona or he lied about having corona in the first place. There's only 2 possible outcomes here. Whatever the case may be. It's not good, folks. It's not good. Anyway, let's not waste any more time. There's way the fuck too much to get to. After this, I'll consider possibly going over some donuts. We'll see. What is this link? Herman Cain timeline? Yeah, Alpha Omega. I want to talk about the Golden Dawn thing. Show us your shirt. It looks cute. Yeah, it's the girl's shirt. See? It's a girl. It says girls on it. Well, it says girls 3 times, actually. You know, that's how it works. Yeah, this is the Herman Cain timeline. Coronavirus really comes back to get you, you know? The coronavirus fucking slams you from behind. What are you going to do, folks? What are you going to do? Where do you get your shirts? If you type !girls in chat, you can find out that answer. All right, people. Get ready for some cringe shit. Oh, it's going to be so cringe. Are you ready for it? Are you ready to cringe? I don't know if you are. I don't know if you're ready personally. I think maybe you might be. Maybe you might be on the fence about it, possibly. But it's going to happen anyway. People, you know how I keep saying the Republican Party is a criminal organization? I don't know what else to say about this, people. California Republican Party admits it placed misleading ballot boxes around the state. Please, I'm sorry. Allow me to practice my Tim Pool impression as I read this article for you. Government officials say the receptacles are illegal and could lead to election fraud, but the party says it will continue the practice. The California Republican Party has admitted responsibility for placing more than 50 deceptively labeled official drop boxes for mail-in ballots in Los Angeles, Fresno, and Orange counties, an action the state officials said was illegal and could lead to election fraud. The dark gray metal boxes have been propping up over the past 2 weeks near churches, gun shops, and Republican Party offices, mostly in conservative areas of a deep blue state, affixed with a white paper label identifying them as either an official ballot drop-off box or a ballot drop box. To the average voter, they are virtually indistinguishable from drop-off sites sanctioned by the state, which are governed by strict regulations intended to prevent the partisan manipulation of ballots. Now, let's... This is actually genius for a number of reasons. By genius, I mean, of course, nefarious. But so they are placing these in conservative areas so that conservatives have more ballot boxes to drop off at. So then they can later use the ballot harvesting allowances in California to drop off those ballots at the real ballot box. So some people are saying this means they're going to throw out these votes. I don't think that's the case here. I think they're doing the other sneaky thing, which is if you're black, if you're a liberal, you got to wait 3 hours, 10 hours in line to get your vote cast. If you're, however, some dumb fuck Republican outside Orange County, you have, this is a ballot box. You just put it in there, and then the Republican Party officials will just bring it over to the polling place later. And then you do the opposite in other places. You restrict boxes. See, this is the reason why election fraud is illegal. I know, crazy. Election fraud illegal? I know, but the if you can just put ballot boxes anywhere, you can do anything. You can do anything. You can massively influence the ability for people to vote easily, the likelihood that a vote actually makes its way to the ballot box. I mean, we can continue. To the average voter, they are virtually indistinguishable from drop-off sites sanctioned by the state, which are governed by strict regulations intended to prevent the partisan manipulation of ballots. The actions of the largely marginalized state party come at a moment when Republicans and Democrats are engaged in a bitter national struggle over voting rights, with Trump's allies accusing Democrats in Minnesota and elsewhere of undermining the integrity of the electoral process by expanding absentee voting and other measures to increase ballot access. On Monday, California's Secretary of State Alex Padilla and Attorney General Xavier Becerra sent a cease and desist order to the state and county level Republican parties, ordering them to remove the boxes. They also urged voters who might have unknowingly dropped off their ballots in the receptacles to sign up with the state's voter tracking website to ensure their vote is counted. You all should be doing that, by the way, if your state has a voter tracking website. Misleading voters is wrong, regardless of who's doing it, Mr. Padilla said in a conference call with reporters, adding that the boxes are not permitted by state law. Mr. Becerra called the boxes fake, adding it was illegal to tamper with a citizen's vote. He warned that anyone engaging in this activity could be subject to criminal prosecution or civil action. And here's my hot question for you guys. Why the fuck does it say could be subject to criminal prosecution? Why the could be? They're doing something that is on the books illegal. They've admitted to it. There is absolutely no question of their involvement, and they have admitted that they're going to keep doing it. Why? Why? This is insane. If these people were Democrats, they are. I know it's the state of California. I don't fucking care. The Republican Party never gets held accountable for any of the shit they do. Every time there's actual electoral fraud in America over the past 40, 50, 60 years, it's the Republican Party. Every time. Black folk, poor folk, they do it every single fucking time. And nothing ever comes of it. Nothing ever comes of it. You know, the Democrats are so squeaky clean on this that Project Veritas has to bribe people $10,000 to fake a story about electoral manipulation in a district where Ilhan Omar won by a massive majority anyway. They have to fake it. They have to pay money to manufacture a story. Whereas for us, the Republican Party engages in this behavior relentlessly, openly, proudly, and they are never held accountable for it. Why? Why? Hector Barajas, a spokesman for the California Republican Party, said the party would continue to distribute the boxes without adding any label identifying them explicitly as Republican ballot drops. How can you do this? It's illegal. They just said, why aren't they being arrested right now? Why are there not no-knock raids being conducted on Republican Party offices in California? Why? Is it really that important that the police be sniffing fucking weed trails from downtown Los Angeles over to the house of some 17-year-old black kid? Like, is that like a preferable use of their time? They've admitted to this crime. Why are they not being arrested for it? This is clear electoral interference. What is the point of laws about electoral interference if getting arrested for violating them is a maybe issue, and you don't operate quickly enough to prevent them from doing the shit they're doing? Mr. Barajas, who disclosed that Republicans were responsible for the boxes only after being bombarded by questions by reporters on Monday, said the party's actions were legal because the state law did not restrict ballot harvesting, a practice that allows a third party to collect voters' completed ballots. I'm sure the audience I have right now is smart enough to understand why this is not a valid excuse, but ballot harvesting is the same thing as ballot collection, which is when you consent to having another person collect your ballots to deliver them to a ballot box. Not when you make a fake ballot box without informing anybody and just let people pile their votes into it. That's not how that works. Like, literally, like, they're just admitting to committing a crime, and then when asked about it, they provide a defense that should not stump even a fucking, like, a fourth grader. Is Tulsi stupid or COINTELPRO? I'm sorry. You get mad at me if you want. I think Tulsi is either a conservative or a Russian accent. I'm sorry. If we want to side with Hillary on this one, I'm sorry. I fucking hate Tulsi, okay? Everything Tulsi has ever done has been a mechanism for undermining America's faith in the legitimacy of their democracy, which is exactly what RT tries to do nonstop, okay? I don't care. She is Putin, as a matter of fact, okay? I'll stand by it. Mr. Trump and his supporters have decried the practices as corrupt when ballots have been accused of collecting bundles of ballots, which is legal in 26 states, but subject to verification requirements. So again, ballot collection is when you collect bundles of ballots legally with the affirmation of the people you were delivering them for, not fake ballot box. There is nothing in any of the laws or regulations cited in that advisory that indicate private organization drop boxes are not permitted, said Mr. Barajas, who blamed Democrats for blocking anti-harvesting legislation. So this is like a neener kind of thing, like, you're allowed to do this legal thing? Well, we're allowed to do this illegal thing then. Yeah. Libs-owned. Unironically, libs-owned, by the way, if they don't get arrested for this. The way Democrats wrote the law, if we wanted to use a Santa bag, we could. A locked heavy box seems a lot safer. You need to inform people their ballots are getting collected. I can't continue reading this article. It's infuriating for me. The only way America can continue to exist is if the Republican Party is completely obliterated. They are so comfortable brazenly lying and getting away with it. They can't function in a democracy. They are absolutely incapable of working in the interest of the American electorate. They can't do it. They are the most relentlessly dishonest, bad faith political organization in the history of this country at this point in time. They are measurably worse now than they were under Reagan, under Nixon. They have only gotten worse with time. They will only continue to get worse with time. They treat truth as an option. They treat the law as a suggestion. The Republican Party is a criminal organization. I hold them in the same regard I would hold a terrorist group or a fucking white nationalist militia. They are legitimized only through their power and not through their actual, legitimacy. And that's it. The war between again, socialists in the past have been clear on this. Very, very clear on this. It's important for socialists, us, to preserve bourgeois democracy as our opponent. We don't want to be fighting against tyrannical fascists or colonialists or monarchists because that's not a battle we're as good with. Under bourgeois democracy, we can appeal to the interests of the proletariat by citing economic democracy as an improvement to our current system. It's a much easier optical war for us to win. We don't want to be trying to argue for socialism in a country where it's just despotic religious fundamentalist rule. The Republican Party is an existential threat to the world. The Democratic Party is really, really, really bad. I cannot stress that enough. But holy shit, we are talking leagues apart. I'm with Chomsky on this one. There has never been a greater gap between these two parties. There has never in history been a greater gap between these two parties. I cannot believe we can even argue this when we are at a point where one of our political parties treats truth as a suggestion, as a completely subjective and equally legitimate interpretation of reality as any other truth, as any other information. Yeah, just the climate change denial on its own would be enough to affirm the danger of the Republican Party. Another voter fraud story. USPS special agents raided home of QAnon-aligned mail carrier who allegedly hoarded and threw out several bags of undelivered mail. Yeah, I read about this. I wasn't going to comment on it that extensively because it looks like it was just one lunatic in a position where he was able to engage in electoral fraud rather than the literal Republican Party of the state of California. But yeah, What is this? Law and Crime? A Dan Abram. What site is this? I don't know what site this is, but I did hear about this from other sources. Yeah. Yeah. USPS agents raided Turush's home on Sunday and confiscated 8 large garbage bags of suspected undelivered mail that he allegedly placed on the curb to be thrown in the garbage. What a fucking idiot. Wait, this guy seriously thought 8 large garbage bags of ballots wouldn't be found missing and wouldn't be tracked to him, and then he thought to throw it away rather than shredding or burning it? Are you kidding? Wait, what a fucking idiot. I mean, QAnon supporter, it already fits, but what a fucking moron. What yeah, dude, after I engaged in fucking felony voter fraud, let me just hold literal mountains of evidence at my house waiting for a pickup truck to carry it away. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad he's a fucking moron. I guess it makes it a little easier. If they weren't even damaged, then they can they just take the ballots again? Or because they've been tampered with, they're like tainted and they can't? I don't know. The individual, Sean Trosh, and his social media activity is rife with far-right QAnon-aligned references to satanic pedophiles, memes that say the media is covering up child sex trafficking, reporting on staged race riots instead, Pizzagate, and more. God, this country is fucked. This country is so completely fucked, dude. There are QAnoners in government. Holy shit. The article says they'll redeliver the mail. Oh, that's nice. He didn't even destroy it. They just get to redeliver it. That's fucking rad. Absolutely. Yeah. There's also Scientologists in government too. Oh, QAnon is way more dangerous than Scientology. QAnon is a neo-Nazi death cult. Like, we need to be perfectly clear about that. Scientology is lunatic shit. I'm not denying that, but QAnon is way worse. And it's crazy that we're at a point in time where we have to argue which cult we would rather our elected representatives adhere to, you know? Guys, yes, Georgia. Okay, Georgia flipped. Georgia may have flipped, but the odds are still basically 50-50. It doesn't meaningfully change the likelihood of Georgia winning or losing. Holy shit, calm down. What is Pizzagate? Pizzagate is a whole set of conspiracy theories that Pizzagate and QAnon kind of mean the same thing now. I don't think anyone's a QAnoner who doesn't believe in Pizzagate. Pizzagate kind of evolved into QAnon. But Pizzagate was basically the idea that, like, that prominent Democrats were using this pizza place as their basement as like a place to rape kids, because that's where multi-billionaires do their child sex trafficking, in the basement of commercial pizza places. Like when Hillary Clinton rapes children, which I'm sure, you know, from time to time, she has a sky palace she goes to, okay? There's a sky tram that takes her up to a sky palace above a permanent cloud formation somewhere over the Atlantic, and there's a golden gate that she has to pass. Like, a pizza parlor basement? Come on. Come on. Yeah, come on. Some guy went and tried to shoot up the pizza place in question? Yeah, for sure. Have you seen horny Trump? Trump is always horny. That's my president. They probably would actually believe that. Well, yeah, sure. It's not any less crazy in what they actually believe. Oh, speaking of Sky Palace, really quickly before we get to the next segment, which will come in just a second, there's actually a really cool. I finally caught up in One Piece. Took me long enough. I mean, it's the longest thing ever written, basically. So I guess it took me a normal amount of time. But I found a really cool fucking figure. Jimbai is my favorite Deuterino. Look at this figure. This is sick as shit. I want to get this. Oh yeah, maybe Homestuck is more? Nah, I'm pretty sure One Piece is way longer than Homestuck. I'd have to see. Based on word count, it's probably Homestuck. Based on panels, it's probably One Piece. Anyway, I like Jimbai a lot, so I want to get Jimbai. Look at him. Big boy. Big fucking boy. Big boy. What are the figurines behind me? Oh, that's Saitama, Garo, and a little frog. Not really a figure, but anyway, folks, as much as I'd love to sit on my laurels here, I'm afraid we actually have a little bit more content to look at. Just a little bit more content to look at. Can we watch Trump coming out? You mean Trump the bi icon? Show Frog? We'll show Frog later. Yes, I've watched or I hate or haven't read it. All right. Did you see the Rising video which got disliked bomb? Oh no, wait, which Rising video? Oh, no, 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 no. Hold on. I'm a vengeful spirit. All right, what do we got? The Hill posts like a video every hour, so when did this come out? Does anyone know which Rising video we're talking about? Rising. Let me scroll down a bit, and then I'll search for Rising. Could Donald Trump's SCOTUS pick decide the 2020 election?
All right,
Is this it? This isn't super dislike bomb.
wild news this morning. 13 members of an
Panel reacts, militia charged with trying to kidnap Michigan governor. Oh, shit. From October 9th. Oh, no. Wait, what happened here? Oh, God. 1 second. Wait, Vosh here? There's another one that got this like bomb?
news this morning.
Oh, wait. Okay, you just gave me the same video. Thank you. It just showed up as a blue link because you timestamped it to 1 second in. Hold on. Let me pee real quickly, and then I guess we'll bite into this video, huh? I love doing the video reviews, dude. That's the OG Vosh channel content, okay? There's also a video I want to get into from John Doyle. You know, we've got a lot of time today, and I'm probably gonna play Bloodborne tomorrow. So what if we just did every politics today? Wouldn't that be cool? 1K doesn't really count as dislike bomb. Well, no, but it's like a 2-to-1 ratio. That's a pretty heavy dislike ratio. Unless it was like bombed externally. I have some videos that have a really low like to dislike ratio, but that's usually because it got linked to from another video and very rarely from my own fans. What if we just did donos today? Yeah, I know you'd like that, wouldn't you, Sake? We'll take a mid-stream break for donos shortly, but until then, hold on. Chill. Take the camera with me? Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? My bathroom's a mess right now. You guys, listen, this is like the height of degeneracy, but you know when you like finish a toilet paper roll or something and the trash is full, so you're just like, and you like set it on top of the sink, the little cardboard tube, you know, and you just leave it there, but then you shoulder bump it later and it goes on the ground. We're like 3 toilet paper cardboard tubes into that right now. This is a problem I could fix in like 2 minutes, probably less than 2 minutes, but yeah, you guys know what I'm on about. Don't out us like this. Yeah. I did wash hands, you know. Okay, fucking focus. Shh. All right, people, listen. Panel reacts, militia charged with trying to kidnap Michigan governor. Now, I know what you're thinking. In this news cycle, isn't 5 days old a little bit too long to be focusing on a domestic terrorist plot to kidnap and kill a governor of the United States of America? To which the answer is, honestly, yeah. The way things are moving right now, yeah. You know what? That's like old news 2 days after, but it's got a lot of dislikes. I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. Hold on.
Anti-government militia were charged in a plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan. Whitmer gave a speech shortly after the charges were announced where she denounced President Trump for not condemning far-right hate groups.
True.
Just last week, the President of the United States stood before the American people and refused to condemn white supremacists and hate groups like these 2 Michigan militia groups. Stand.
Okay. I'm not a sign language expert, but are the facial expressions a necessary component of ASL, or is she just having fun with it? They are? Okay, they are. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. I actually wanted to know. Okay.
Stand back and stand by, he told them.
Well, she is extremely
Stand
expressive.
back and
so
stand by. Hate groups heard
she's
the president's
extremely
words
expressive.
not
Holy
as
shit.
a rebuke, but as a rallying cry, as a call to action.
Then I guess
When
she's
our
good at her
leaders
job.
Speak, their words matter. They carry weight. When our leaders meet with, encourage, or fraternize with domestic terrorists, they legitimize their actions, and they are complicit.
That is totally true, by the way. Oh shit, we've got like a big panel here. Hello. Anyway, yeah, that's totally true. The Republicans have long normalized violent retribution against their political opponents with the language that they use, from Sarah Palin marking out political opponents with target signs on a map to Donald Trump saying, you know, somebody needs to do something about these people. What was the politician that Donald Trump said, these Second Amendment people, they need to deal with you, or something like that? For quite a while, the Republican Party has been very insistent. It was Hillary Clinton? Yeah. Very insistent on normalizing the idea of fucking killing us. So yeah, let's go into it.
Reporter Jonathan Easley and principal at the Raven Group, Eduardo Rodriguez. They join us now to discuss. Gents, it's good to see you this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Jonathan, let's start with you here on this, all these happenings in Michigan. Obviously, this comes, 25 days ahead of the election. I mean, it's obviously, a very nefarious, crazy kind of plot. These are some real anarchist extremists. I was just looking to...
Hey, anarchist extremists. There we go. I knew it right off the bat, too. Remember, guys, the one person he's referring to here was an ANCAP. He posted memes on Facebook about killing commies. This dude was not a fucking anarchist.
Ringleader hates Trump, calls him a tyrant. He's like one of the original 1990s right-wing anti-government militia guys.
Okay, right-wing. Okay, wait. So is he saying anarchy is right-wing? Wait. Okay, I move past it. I don't know. There's a lot to unpack here.
Do you think this is going to have an impact on the state? What do you think?
Well, I mean, Governor Whitmer certainly is trying to make it a political issue. It's pretty amazing to see her go up and speak about this in the hours after it became public, blaming President Trump for...
How could they make this a political issue? It was a fucking kidnapping of a governor. What are you talking about? What? How could you make this a I don't really like the way the governor tried to politicize, a domestic terrorist group trying to kill her, an elected representative. That's pretty crazy to me. What are you talking about? What?
For stoking this sort of this plot against her. Michigan is obviously a battleground. We're seeing Joe Biden pull away in some of these Midwest and Rust Belt states. It's I've talked to Republicans who think Michigan is already a lost cause, but it's pretty dispiriting, really, to see how quickly things like this became political. Because I mean, it's an astonishing story. I mean, just reading that affidavit, it's
there we go.
Quite scary. I mean, we saw.
I've had the screen scratch for like 3 streams now. Sorry.
We saw sort of a blow up earlier, shortly after the pandemic took hold, with protesters out there at the state capitol. Some of them armed. Protesting some of the shutdown that's going on in that. So, yeah, I mean, we're 25 days out from an election. It's going to be political. Trump's...
What is it? This is the ultimate fucking virtue signal of dumb fucks. This guy is a political pundit. I assume he's on a panel on a political show. What the fuck does he mean? It's going to be this is all political. Everything that's happening is political. This is all this is virtue signaling. Guys, keep in mind, this is virtue signaling. When people say, this is to keep it political, what they're actually saying is, I don't like the politics you're demonstrating here, but I'm too much of a chicken shit coward to actually express disagreement with what you're saying, so I'm just going to disagree with the principle of you acknowledging that it's political by its nature. It's cowardice, and it's intellectually dishonest. This guy doesn't actually fucking believe there's any such thing as an apolitical kidnapping attempt on a governor from political extremists, is there? He can't actually fucking... There's no way he actually believes that.
Trump's trying to fight back here, but, it's Michigan looks like it's pulling away from him anyway, I think.
Yeah, well, and Gretchen Whitmer, much more popular in the state of Michigan than President Trump is at this point. Of course, he responded on Twitter. He said, this is a little bit lengthy, but I'm going to read it for you guys.
I'm sorry. Is Crystal Ball wearing a leather dress shirt? I'm sorry. I'm not insulting. I'm just admiring the drip. I think that's a leather dress shirt. I didn't even notice that. All right, I respect it.
Governor Whitmer of Michigan has done a terrible job. She locked down her state for everyone except her husband's boating activities. The federal government provided tremendous help to the great people of Michigan. My Justice Department and federal law enforcement announced today that they foiled a dangerous plot against the governor of Michigan. Rather than say thank you, she calls me a white supremacist, while Biden and Democrats refuse to condemn Antifa, anarchists, looters, and mobs that burn down Democrat-run cities. I do not tolerate any extreme violence. Defending all Americans, even those who oppose and attack me, is what I will always do as your president. Governor Whitmer, open up your state, open up your schools, and open up your churches.
Do you think dumb fuck on the right over here is going to criticize Donald Trump for politicizing this issue by bringing up Antifa and all that crap when it's completely irrelevant? Because the whole Trump normalizes violence thing is directly relevant to what happened to Governor Whitmer, but Trump then going, what about Antifa? That's completely fucking irrelevant. So I wonder, is he gonna criticize him for that behavior as well?
Eduardo, what do you think of all this?
Yeah, I applaud Governor Whitmer because she's done what so many have wanted leaders to do: call President Trump out for the racial division and the hatred he has stoked. He has, since Charlottesville in Virginia, he has refused to condemn white supremacy. He has refused to stand with the people who are protesting for civil and human rights. Instead, he decides to say that there are good people on both sides. And you cannot equate people who are going to the governor's, to the footsteps of the governor's mansion or the state capitol armed, as they did in Michigan and in other states, when he's tweeting out, take back Michigan or free Michigan.
So I Eduardo, I let you say your piece, but we got to be clear here, man.
Wait, hold on, wait. Sagar has a word to say. You let the other guy talk uninterrupted, but hold on, whoa. I have to admit, when it came to which guy would be right-leaning, which guy would be left-leaning, I expected the guy with, like, the hipster stash and the denim shirt to be the left-leaning one, and the older guy in the suit to be the right-leaning one, like if I had to sort of assign that. But you know what? That's my fault for stereotyping clothing, and I am growing as a human being for having my expectations challenged.
Like, these people it looks like they hate Trump just as much as they hate Governor. Like I said, these are OG anti-government people. There's no indication whatsoever that they're white supremacists.
You don't really know that, Sagan.
Well, no, there's literally video of the organizer saying it, so I do know it, actually.
I don't, you know what, the level of hatred and white supremacy, the different factions that have been stoked against both government and people of color in this country, that is at the core of what Donald Trump has done to this country.
I'm pretty sure you could look at the guys who were arrested and look at their Facebook feeds, and they were posting like pro Kyle Rittenhouse, like anti-BLM shit. They may be generally anti-government, but you know who else is anti-Trump and also anti-Dems? Neo-Nazis. Neo-Nazis think that Trump is cucked by Israel, but also think that BLM is destroying the white race or whatever. That doesn't mean they're not white supremacists. Yeah, posted QAnon stuff as well. Yeah.
Breaking in Virginia at this hour, we're waiting to hear if the courts will be forced to respond after a
What the fuck? Chill!
This has nothing to do
Holy
with
shit! Okay, we're back. Why the fuck did that video player just start? Jesus Christ. Okay, we're back. Chill.
Both government and people of color in this country, that is at the core of what Donald Trump has done to this country since day one.
But this has nothing to do with white supremacy. That's the point that I'm making here. I mean,
QAnon, pro Kyle Rittenhouse, anti-BLM. I mean, you could hypothetically construct a person who would want to murder a Democratic governor while also wanting to kill communists and destroy BLM, and also is pro QAnon, who isn't a white supremacist. but you'd have to thread a really tight line, and it really doesn't seem as likely as some alternative conclusions you can come to here.
I mean, look, you can say liberate Michigan, anti-government, okay, like fine.
How many people did you actually see on the footsteps? How many people of color armed with guns? Had you seen anyone of color with rifles at the state capitol? Then maybe we could have a conversation about that. But the racism, the anti-Semitism, all these factors against people of color in this country have pictures of white men with guns. I don't see people of color standing up to take back the state of Michigan or any other state.
Jonathan, let me get you in here. I mean, I think one of the things that we've tracked here on this show is how incredibly fraught and tense and on edge this country is. And so I think a lot of people, when they saw this plot revealed, it confirmed for them just what a scary place we're in. I mean, you have something like I saw polled, like 70% of Americans are fearful of violence after the election results. You have majorities of Biden supporters and plurality of Trump supporters who say that they won't accept the results effectively. If their candidate doesn't win, they won't believe that it's a legitimate election.
The difference being that one of the people saying he won't accept the results of a loss is the president of the United States. I don't give a fuck about first of all, I need a source on Biden supporters saying that. Trump supporters have been saying that this whole thing is a coup since day one. But again, the principal issue here is that it's the Republican Party that is openly announcing their intent at a coup. That's the kind of fundamental issue here, you know? People get mad whenever their political candidate loses pretty much every time. That just seems to be how things work. But I would still need a source in the idea that Biden supporters... Yeah, Biden has literally said he would support the results if he lost, like, you know, unequivocally. Trump can't do that.
You know, how are you, as we come down to Election Day and this incredibly tense and fraught period of time, how are you thinking about those numbers and what we may witness after Election Day?
No, I mean, this is a huge issue right now. I mean, early on in the pandemic, you had really, you know, smart people that study the, you know, socioeconomic landscape warning about social cohesion being torn apart. I mean, a lot of times it feels like the country's being ripped apart at the seams with these political divisions and whoever you want to blame for it. I mean, but President Trump...
whoever you want to blame for just these, like, rifts that just kind of appeared, dude. Like, how dude, this division just came up. Like, I don't know. It's, you know, I don't really know what happened there. So whoever did it, I don't know.
Trump is partly responsible. Social media is partly responsible. The political polarization that's going on, you know, not just in Washington, but across the country. It's just like, it's off the charts. And I mean, I think a lot of people are sort of bracing for, you know, no matter who wins, you can expect that about half the country is going to be upset, and there's going to be protests in the streets, and, you know, anyone really knows.
The fundamental difference, that is true, of course, no matter who wins, half the country will be upset, except it's actually 30% of the country will be upset if Trump loses, because the Republican Party is smaller than the Democrat Party, and we should win any time because our popular vote always trends in favor of the Democrats. But yeah, the main difference is if Trump loses, his fans will get really mad and commit a wave of terrorist attacks across the country. Let's not delude ourselves. Hate crime has skyrocketed after 2016. We know what's going to happen if Trump loses. These people are going to talk about how George Soros and Hillary Clinton and Obama conspired to use the virgin blood of the children they raped to form a amalgam of bone and blood that marched over to the fucking polling boxes and used eldritch magic to rip from them the Republican votes. They're going to invent some crazy shit, and mosques are going to be burned, synagogues are going to be shot, black neighborhoods are going to have patrols of Trump supporters driving through them in trucks, wielding guns. We know what's going to happen, okay? We all know what's going to happen. And the difference is, if Trump wins, the exact same thing will happen. The burnt mosques, the shot synagogues, the rows of domestic terrorists running through black neighborhoods, the exact same thing will happen. Either they're angry and lash out, or they're empowered and they lash out. That's the only possible outcome here. There is no world in which fucking Biden supporters lose their shit and start committing hate crimes.
Knows whether they're going to be better or worse depending on who wins. But people
and Jonathan, one of the things that I know you've been covering as well is some of the ballot issues, the complications. We've talked about the naked ballots in Pennsylvania, the potential legal challenges, just the unusual landscape of this election, given that it's occurring during a pandemic, and given that you have a disproportionate number of Republicans who plan to vote on Election Day in person and of Democrats who plan to vote by mail. Lay on some of that for us as well.
Oh, yeah. Give us your
we're
analysis.
Effectively running an election year experiment right now with voting. A lot of these states have moved very quickly to get out some of these mail-in absentee ballots. There's states that have a long history of doing this that have been very successful in getting these ballots out, making sure that that voters follow all the protocols and counting them quickly. There are other states that are moving very quickly to do this and don't necessarily have the experience or expertise to get up on this. So, I mean, that's another, obviously, a real fear is...
Based on what? What evidence is there that states are trying to roll out more mail-in voting, don't have the facilities to... Hey, if you cared about them having the facilities to handle this properly, you would have issues with Trump's handling of the USPS. So the main factor here, which contributes to electoral uncertainty, the real experiment, is coronavirus.
Breaking in Virginia at this hour. We're waiting to hear if the courts will be forced to respond.
You're getting muted. Goodbye. I forgot what I was going to say.
Questions over rejected ballots in some of these states that might be very close, states that Trump won by only thousands of votes in 2016. What if there are a large number of rejected ballots and they lean toward one party, toward one racial group even? I mean, this is really, stuff that it's people that could have people doubting the outcome of the election.
Yeah, weird how there's one party in particular who keeps signaling that they're going to delegitimize mail-in ballots and challenge legally mail-in balloting as an institution, of constantly fraudulently accused mail-in ballots of being illegitimate ways of...
On November 3rd.
Yeah, I think that's right. Eduardo, what do you make of that? Because we also saw like Hillary Clinton. She came out and said that Biden should not accept the defeat under any circumstances until everything is counted with mail-in ballots and more. Could lead to like a Florida 2000 situation. If you're privy to how are the Democrats thinking about how this election is going to turn out, challenging ballots and so much more?
You thought the scars from the 2000 ballot count were bad enough, and then we see what happened again in 2016, the popular vote versus the electoral vote. I think Hillary Clinton's right. This is an unprecedented time. Both sides agree it's an...
Guys, should you count all the ballots before deciding the winner? Experts remain divided.
Unprecedented time. I mean, we see that with the historic number of mail-in ballots that have been requested, the amazing number, over 1 million votes already cast. I don't even know what the number is now, but every day people are voting already. This is no longer about election day, it's about election season. So we absolutely have to wait until every vote is counted. So the rhetoric of yesteryear, when we just accept the results on election day, that's no longer going to be the case. We have to wait and see how many votes are counted and not rush, as Al Gore did, quickly to concede that night back in 2000. Instead, he should have waited until every vote was counted. Of course, that was ultimately decided by the Secretary of State of Florida and the Supreme Court. So we'll leave that for another conversation.
Nice meme. All right. So the governor kidnapping attempt was non-political, and it is apparently an issue of dispute whether or not we should count all the votes. Okay. Nice. Good. High IQ engagement, as always. The comments? Yes. How crazy to make kidnapping a politician a political issue. Domestic terrorists should not be labeled a militia. It's laughable to say the governor is making this political. 10 out of 10 sign language lady. Okay, that's definitely true. Is this guy seriously blaming Whitmer for making it political when they were literally politically motivated terrorists? Clutching at pearls moment. Best sign language interpreter of all time. Okay, I'm here for it. Domestic terrorist is the proper name. Read deeper into the story. The founder of the Wolverine Watchmen, Pete Musico, is a MAGA guy. Whoa. The people who did the terrorist attack on a Democrat were far right, or were planning to? That's crazy. Y'all need to get your audio figured out? Oh, okay, well, yes. Yeah. All right, people. I've got a carrot and a stick for you, okay? Are you ready for it? We're going to do something we haven't done in a long time, baby. Long time. We're going to do donations, but after donations, we're going to... We're going... do some of my man, John Doyle. It's been a long time debunking the stupidest liberal yard sign, heck off commie. I think it's important to get back to your roots every once in a while, you know. And I'm still mad at him for briefly having more subs than me. So we'll, you know, we have to get at him for this, okay? Oh, Doyle is fucking crazy now. Yeah, Doyle went from being like the Ben Shapiro-esque 17-year-old conservative who wears a suit to homeroom to being like, I feel like he's bordering like PaleoCon now. So we can have fun with that. Yeah. Would Doyle debate you? Maybe. I don't know. Double baby. Whoa. What is this thing? What is that foot? Hello. Whoa. They're trying to kill each other. They're trying to kill each other. Ba, 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 ba. Baby battle. Ah. Who will win? POV.
Artemis kills pigeon. Here, take him.
Okay. Here. Can we trade?
No, both.
Both? Okay, wait, hold on. Why is she always crying? She has like an eye issue, but she's fine. It doesn't hurt her. Here. Oh. They're both just like quietly purring. Oh, nope, violence.
I'm gonna go down. Let him out
when you're done. No! Go, be free. Go! Look at all his belly. Wah. Okay, let me set him out. Goodbye, we love you. He is so heavy now. He's like 13 and a half pounds. I can't hold him in one hand anymore. Donos from yesterday. Yeah, that's what we're starting with, of course. They're all listed sequentially here. All right. Trevor Allen, thank you for the $5. Ego 47 Das Mathaldu, thank you both very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. J Willie G and 18 reviewer, thank you very much for the tier 1 subs. And Bookworm AF, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that, comrade. Hoi hoi. Three places at taunts. And Crimson Kaiser, thank you very, very much for the tier 1 subs. Good luck with the voting, or I'm glad that you did, comrade. We all got to vote. Everyone, get out there and vote. This means nothing. Born into existence with the incredibly kind $10. Why has revolution become state communism? What goes wrong? Thanks, love you, dude. I think it's a matter of ensuring the proper civic society and material conditions before a revolution. But it gets tough. Thank you. Do you think divorce laws need changing? Yeah, Frank Edwards, they seem fairly antiquated. I'm sure there are ways to touch it up. Joel C, thanks the $10. Hello to you too. Bento Bun with the $10. Happy to have you here for the stream, but you actually donated that to me 2 days ago, so happy to have you there for that stream. Amari XD and Some Rogue, thank you both very much for the $5. Charlie Bean with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. The Fat Rapper with the $5. Thank you. Really appreciate that, comrade. Very, very kind to me. Lazy Gates, Tim Pool is still in the works. We're still getting there. Somnio Static with the incredibly kind 25 bucks. I just want to live my life without hearing about Caleb Maupin anymore. Tanky's out. Oh, but he's such a fun lol cow. Pessimist J. James, thank you both very much for the $5. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $10. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, one of these days we'll debate somebody on Xenu. Musica thanks the $2. Snow Fenson with the tier 1 sub. I have not played any Wolfenstein games, but I might one day on stream. And Sake with the incredibly kind $10. Can VDS and conservatism be listed in the DSM-6? Also, Kyle did another brainlet segment opposing QAnon's Facebook ban. Well, yeah, Kyle's kind of like a super pro free speech guy, meaning no TOS or whatever, right? So I guess that's kind of on brand. Yeah, maybe. Musica, thank you very much for the 3 $2 donations. Really appreciate that. Didn't Harris say 10K student loan forgiveness? I believe so. Harris there are some good policies on the ticket there. Bill Burr is a talentless hack whose only joke is about how outrage culture is outrageous. His accent is kind of funny, though. I think Bill Burr has some good bits, Hellion Fire, you know, somewhere. Scum Jones Simon, Hellion Fire again, and Blank Page, thank you very, very much for the incredibly kind $5. Enjoy your vote for Howie, comrade. Really appreciate that. We're not going to overthrow capitalism in the next 10 years. Well, not with that attitude. We're not going to overthrow capitalism in 10 years. Capitalism is a global, interconnected economic system. There is no way on earth that gets overthrown in 10 years. But we can lay the foundations for a better society today. We have that power, at least. Sake with a very kind $10. Also in before we see a parody Bernie or Bust podcast hosted by a Jordan Klepper type. Yeah, maybe. We're going to get there. And with the $20, my man, thank you. Even if you believe all the acquiescences aren't real until they've signed into law or executive orders like I do, Trump doesn't equal Biden just because of harm read. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, even if Biden is lying about every single thing he's ever said about making the world a better place, Trump is telling the truth when he tells you it's going to make it worse. That's all you need to know. James Mitchell and Lee Farini, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Yes, I've heard about Trump's negative COVID test. We'll see how that plays out. Trevor R, yeah, not much to be done about it. Kyle and I are cool now. Gyro and Erato is your muse. Thank you both very, very much for the $5. I'm a massive doomer, and yet I'm voting for Biden because I'm trans and I don't want to immediately die. Yeah, if Trump wins a second term, all trans people will immediately die. That's why Blair White is the way she is. She's very depressed. It's very sad. Zerthimon with the 666, thank you very much. Remember when Sam Harris did the same shit to Noam years ago? Never thought Virgil Texas would go almost full Sam Harris. Well, there's a kind of horseshoe theory in dumbfuck populism. No, they mean Sam Harris. They're referring to Sam Harris here. Sam Cedar has always been principled about voting for harm reduction. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like idiot populism, there is a kind of horseshoe theory that I unironically believe in. Lisa Brown with the $5. There is some value in Chapo Trap House as a radicalization pipeline for leftism. I think I was recommending your channel from Chapo clips. There is value in Chapo for that, but honestly, man, I would rather have libs than I would have doomer burnout Chapo ex-Bernie bros who think that it's impossible to do any good and would rather shit talk people from Twitter than actually like affect change. I would rather have passionate liberals than useless leftists any day of the week. As far as I'm concerned, for the purposes of the revolution, you're only as good as you are useful. I mean, that applies to all of us, you know? I would rather have an incredibly passionate, dedicated liberal than I would just kind of a bitchy, doomer leftist, you know? Boss, shill for yourself. How could I forget, folks? While I'm reading these donos, we're shortly going to get to what I assume is going to be a fucking insane video. So on the way towards that, please, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe. Really, it means a lot to me. I try every single day to make number go higher. I used to play World of Warcraft a lot. That used to be my big thing. So I am addicted to number go high. I need it to go higher. I don't think you understand. I need this. And only you can make that happen if you subscribe. You'll get quality content delivered straight to your inbox. Day in and day out. Very, very funny. Very good memes. Seriously, and I mean it with the good memes. If you watched the debate that I had with that loony client, anti-climate science denier guy, you'll know that it's nothing. It's a chuckle factory over here. Nothing but the deepest and girthiest guffaws. You know how it is. Yeah, you guys know. Yeah, Alden's law of thermodynamics. It fucking. Oh God. That was good, though. Would I ever consider playing New Vegas on stream? Maybe. It's not my favorite genre of games, but I'm not principally opposed to it. Okay. Lisa Brown with $5. Oh, yeah, thank you. Flemmy with the incredibly kind $20. Only the best of my teachers have influenced my reasoning and quality of my critical thinking as much as you have. Thank you for expanding my horizon further. No problem, man. I mean, I'm just trying to do to other people what other people were able to do to me. And yeah, sometimes that's all you can really do, right? My old Destiny days. But I learned, and we're here. Avi with a very kind tier 4 sub. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I love you too, buddy. Panga Valley with the $5. I loved my segment on Tim Pool the other day too. Lisa Brown with the $5. Yep. Anarchism, go burr. True. DeGero with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. My piss name ran out, so I have to make sure it doesn't happen again till January. Stay strong, comrade. Keep it together, and we will overcome this. We will overcome the white names together. Modern Day Debate with the $2. I missed this yesterday or 2 days ago, man. Hit that like button. We will hit that like button next time, James. I love you, man. I'm glad I was able to make you laugh. You're a cool dude. Geeky Trout with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Johnny Be Good with the tier 1 sub. What is this? Thank you, comrade. What? Go away. Jeez. Thank you, comrade. It's true. It is true. What you just showed me is true. Ad hoc Amiro with a very kind $15. Love the feistiness against people hurting our left project. If when you talk to Tim Pool, I believe in you. Don't look past him even if he's a dipshit piece. I show the James clip. Okay, I'll show the James clip in just a second. I will say this, folks. I think that the debate that I had 2 nights ago, the one with that crazy climate change denier guy, actually marked a pretty good development in me, I think personally. Because one of my issues is, I know it may be hard to believe, but I actually have a lot of trouble being mean to people that I pity. I pity people who I think are kind of dumb. I tend to pity old people because they're like, when I'm debating them, they're like, you know, they're up against a youngster, you know? But I was really fucking mean to that guy, and I think this shows growth to me because that guy deserved every fucking bit of it, you know? And I think it means that if I do get to talk with Tim Pool, I'm not going to have much trouble there. Here we go. This is what you guys missed out on.
Said, is all Balthazar 228? Thanks for your question. Said, is Oliver familiar with Alden's number in the context of CO2 and climate change?
No.
Gotcha. Arthur Santoro, thank you for your question. Says, Oliver, what are your thoughts on Alden's number? Okay, Go Walls is says.
Listen, it's my paper. I haven't published it yet, okay? It's in the works.
So many Alden's numbers. It says, Gawal says, does Oliver agree with Alden's theory of thermodynamics? And L Just says, is Oliver familiar with Alden's number? No more Alden's number. Nico Samarino says, Oliver, have you heard of Alden's climate theory? And I don't know. I don't get it. It's like it's got to be that Bosch told. I'm sorry, but it's a little hard to believe that's a coincidence. But Greg Barrett said, Bosch, where is the missing carbon going?
What? Okay. Oh, he got so mad. Okay. All right, chill out, everyone. Chill. Dakinu, thanks the tier 2 sub. No, you're a rat. Matt Volby with the incredibly kind $10. I don't understand socialists who don't vote. Marx is famous for critique of systems of power, and these people give up their most effective way to pressure corrupt systems. Vote, don't revolt. Well, what they're normally say is that, like, I don't vote. I do direct action. Oh, what direct action do you do? I post on Twitter. That's it. Lefties online have no idea what direct action means. They have no fucking clue. They use it as a thought terminating cliche to sort of broadly refer to things they think they should be doing. I'm really sorry, my dude. Direct action is great, but unless we have an actual union base in this country, direct action is never going to win the revolution, ever. Fucking feeding homeless people is good for its own sake. It's good, and it does bring over some people, but that is not... Yeah, volunteer work is good. Yeah, it's all good. You're not gonna win the fucking war with this shit, okay? My God, use the tools you're given. Let's run through a few more donations. We're still on yesterday's donations. If this stream has to run long, I'm here for it. That's life. Robin the Goddess, Soul, Constantine Man, and the Camo Backpack, thank you so goddamn much. I really, really, really appreciate that, comrade. The Steins Gate trans character does not detransition. That's completely incorrect. It does have a single transphobic joke, though. Still a 10 out of 10 show. You will never get me to watch Steins Gate for a fourth time, or attempt to watch it for a fourth time, but duly noted, comrade. Thank you. That Indian dude, thank you for the 5 Australian. Gotcha, comrade. What are you gonna do? Sake with a very kind $10. I just hit diamond as a Scion 1 trick. If you ever want proof our ancestors were butt-fucking apes not from Europe, I now have days worth of proof. Dude, Scion is the best fucking character. Scion and Ilawi are the best characters in all of League of Legends. Easy. You have good taste. Ian Latero de Costa, Gregory Lazarino, and Maple Space. Thank you very, very much for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that. You know, I'm kind of a nihilist / materialist for my scientific studies but TY for critiquing both parties equally bad. Used to be that before watching you. Dude, it's totally cool. I used to be that too. You guys don't get to see a lot of my political transformation because it happened before I started the stream or over the process of me streaming. And maybe sometimes I would change my mind on issues before speaking on them publicly. But I used to be a both parties bad kind of shitter as well. It's just a matter of, you know, adjusting your beliefs in the face of new evidence. We're going to run through a few more donations, and then we are going to do the John Doyle clip, okay? Avery Alex with the incredibly kind $10. You and June helped pull me out of the right and the burn your bus mindset, but I still feel guilty about my past. Is that normal? Do you have any tips to get over it? No, don't feel guilty about the past. The past doesn't exist anymore. The only place in which the past exists is in the radio, light, and sound waves that are being beamed off into space light years away that show you in the past years ago because the light hasn't reached them yet. It's not happening. You're you. If you feel bad about things you've done to people, then you can ameliorate that with new, better things. But don't feel guilty about what you did, or what you were. Like that. It's just counterproductive. Don't worry about it. Nobody's perfect. There's no human who hasn't fucked up in the past. Darwinian Realism, thank you for the offer. A little not so keen on tag team debates at the moment, though. Brandon Chase, the very kind $10. Thank you, comrade. Happy 18th birthday 2 days later. Sorry. Happy 18th birthday, comrade. Seriously, that's fucking awesome. Trenton Viberg with $2. Is Sake a celeb? Interview Sake after Biden wins. Sake is a Vosh.gg resident celebrity. I'm not sure if he has any celebrity status outside of that, but it very well may be that he could. It could be maybe he's a well-known stock trading billionaire with a Jewish ancestry that, you know, and that a lot of people have some really wacky ideas about. Who knows? Nil on Discord. I love you too. And PosChamp, thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. You do get sim points, comrade. Well done. Carlo with the 20 Australian dollars. Do you think people like Tim Pool and Ruben are straight up naked grifters, or they actually believe the garbage they spout? I can't tell anymore. I'm just leaning towards it doesn't matter. The best thing that you can do is not call them. I think the best thing that you can do, honestly, is I've been thinking about this actually. In a utilitarian sense, if you're only trying to convince their audiences and not convince them themselves, there's no difference in whether or not they're sincere or a grifter. Like, as a content creator, and I don't think calling conservatives grifters changes the minds of their audience because their audience agrees with them. You know, if you call Tim Pool dumb, then a person who likes their content can say, oh, they think it's dumb. Why is it dumb? They can think about that. But if they call it a grifter, that's not really a method by which you challenge the expectations of the audience. So I don't think it's useful accusing these people of being grifters. I've been thinking about it because I wonder about that too. Now, do I think these people are grifters? Probably, yeah. But it's functionally, yeah, it's Alden's grift. It's functionally irrelevant when it comes to how to deal with these people. Just a few more. Harry Nguyen with a very kind $5. Thank you for voting for Biden and for the $5, comrade. I'm really glad you went forward with it, and I'm glad you felt comfortable with the decision. Atomic Crow with the $2. True Ray Gunner Gaming, thank you for the $5. Brit Mouse with the $5. Thank you very much. That's true. Nobody has their shit together anymore. Very, very, very true. Sergey Unhomo, 69 with $5. Thank you. Thoughts on Asian men and black women still being widely considered the least sexually attractive out of all groups? Should sexual racism be given more attention? Yeah, of course. Asian men aren't considered masculine and black women aren't considered feminine. Whereas there's a fuck ton of fetishization of black men and Asian women because they're respectively considered hyper-masculine and hyper-feminine. Gender abolitionism is the solution here, but as for short-term solutions, you know, there are a lot of things that you can do. But yeah, no, it's a real thing for sure. Absolutely deserves to be talked about. And Sake with a very kind $10. Make sure you ask him whether he's culturally or ethnically a Nazi. Fucking weirdo. Yeah, Ian Laterret, Georgia's now tipped over to blue. And Kabocha with a very kind $5. Somehow my new album got published in a huge metal publication. What the fuck? I made this shit in my bedroom. Be proud of me, comrade. We're all proud of you, Kabocha. Nicely done. Seriously, that's fantastic. Federal Boob Inspector. Nice. Adorno, thank you both very much for the $2. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Oliver Janique is fucking crazy. Vontux, the $5. True. Max Sains with the incredibly kind $10. Vosh, earlier you said solar cycles take thousands of years. They actually take 11 years or so to complete. I think you mean Milankovitch cycles, which is the variations in Earth's orbital tilt. Yes, that is what I meant. I don't confess to being especially well learned on the climate science issue, but I think I knew enough there to... I had fun. The Atheist Brony with the $5. You're free to email me if you want to have a conversation, but I'm afraid I can't make any promises. I've been really, really busy lately, especially with the coming election. That's enough of that. There are still plenty of donations to go for here. Advosh, is it possible that dark skin is just unattractive? No. There is no objective beauty standard there. There are people who find black, dark-skinned people very attractive, and if you want the ultimate defeater for that argument, Africans and Pacific Islanders and Southeast Asians, when they first encountered European light-skinned people, do you think they all got to their knees and thought like, oh my god, what beautiful people, amazing, we need to suck their dicks instead? No, they thought we looked fucking weird, pasty dorks. They didn't think that shit. European people thought light skin was prettiest, and non-European people thought every culture thought their own skin tone was the best shit. The only reason there's a global trend towards skin lightening right now, the only reason, is because our cultural imperialism has allowed the Western beauty standard to supplant pretty much everywhere else, but there are parts of the world where it hasn't really taken place. There are parts of Africa and the Pacific and Southeast Asia where white beauty standards aren't as prominent, and in those places, they aren't simping for fucking fair-skinned people who look like me. They're simping for their own fucking general skin tone, you know? But yeah, there's no objective beauty thing there, you know? Hold on. If there is any objective beauty, the closest thing we have to it is probably facial symmetry. That's probably the only standard that seems to have been considered uniformly attractive in pretty much every culture and every time period. The idea of facial symmetry. But that's not a racially specific thing. There's no race that has a different type of facial symmetry. That just seems to be like a thing our eyes like, you know? Yeah. Yeah, big honkers. Yes, that's the root there. All right, people, let's dive deep. Let's get into some loony shit, okay? What is this? Look at this hot take. Thank you.
It's elections.
Shut up. All right, people. Listen, I know a lot of you are new followers. I know a lot of you subbed today. All of you did. In fact, I'm exploding right now. I'm blowing up. You're all new followers, viewers. Hello. How amazing. So you don't know, back in the day, I used to do videos on a couple of other YouTubers. One of them was a guy named John Doyle. Hey, look at that. John Doyle's got a video. This guy's gotten increasingly crazy far right with time. I thought it would be fun to take a look, you know? Debunking the stupidest liberal yard sign, heck off commie. Now, I am trespassing right now. As a commie, I'm not supposed to be here. But, you know, property laws are dumb anyway. So let's hop on in and see what we see.
It's election season.
True.
We're going all in for President Trump. The MAGA hat does not come off. It's the only chance that we have to save our country. And we're officially beginning the HOC election coverage series, which means that we're going to start going through the whole list of videos that I brainstormed for you guys. Everything from what happens if Joe
got up, high energy start. Okay.
Biden wins to exposing their plan to steal the election. Everything that you need.
Wait. Biden's plan to steal the election? Okay, he's doing that in another video, I guess. We'll see. Okay, the Biden's plan.
No, but I'd figured that we would start by debunking this ridiculous sign. I've been seeing this sign everywhere.
What?
I'm sure that you probably have as well. And it makes a series of claims that are designed not only to virtue signal, but to pander to the...
Okay, hold off. Wait, first of all, okay, I'm sure we're going to get through the points on the sign, but first of all, the only purpose of a yard sign is virtue signaling. That's the only purpose of a yard sign. That's the only thing it can do. It's a sign. If you have a Trump 2020 sign, you're virtue signaling. You're signaling your perceived virtue in being a supporter of Trump. Likewise with BLM, likewise with Biden. That's what signs are. Holy fuck. Right-leaning people just abuse the fuck out of the term virtue signaling. It's insane. You're virtue signaling by making this video. I'm virtue signaling by responding to it. We are publicly indicating we hold a series of values. You profit from the video you publish, and I'm going to profit from this one. It's such a dumb... The only time I think virtue signaling is like a dumb thing to do, or like it's a legitimate criticism, is if a person is meaningly invoking a bunch of terms or ideas in an attempt to get the audience on their side when it bears no relevance to the actual subject. Yeah, your MAGA hat is virtue signaling. What do you think your hat is? Okay, come on.
Lowest common denominator in society.
Oh.
Isn't it great that we all get to vote? So we will go over why this sign is a scam, why the...
Do you not want everyone to be able to vote?
The people who display it are uneducated, and why the sign itself is completely absurd. So do stay tuned.
Oh shit, we're still on it, baby. Listen, I used to make fun of this. This is just a bop to me now, okay? Yeah.
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. Firstly, I would like to give a very...
Yeah. POV, you're a black guy who crossed by on the same side of the sidewalk. All right, sorry.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. Firstly, I would like to give a very warm welcome to everyone who is new here. We've been growing up.
This is what I need to do. I need the little subscribe thingy button. I hate editing my videos, though. I need that shit, though.
A lot recently, so everyone be sure to welcome the new viewers in the comments. Very simply put, we believe in American exceptionalism. We believe that America should be put first. We believe that the American family should be put first. And we believe that the best way to begin to accomplish those things is to better ourselves, to make ourselves more disciplined. So, you know, that's what we're about.
That's the problem with America. It needs to be more disciplined. It's kind of weird. That's not what I tend to go for when I think of like solutions to the political, you know, geopolitical status of a global superpower. But, you know, that's...
But we're happy to have you here. But anyways, we will get onto this yard sign now. We first have to point out how much of a privilege it actually is to be able to display a political yard sign in 2020. Like how much of a privilege it is to be able to express your beliefs, not have your sign stolen, not have your car keyed, not have a passive-aggressive post written about you on nextdoor.com. Really, it is a great privilege that they have. And the reason that they have...
You are so fucking fragile. Wait, you got one thing. Wait, do you have any idea how many BLM signs get trashed? There were literally videos of a big BLM mural on the street getting red paint poured all over it. Like, not only do you guys deface, like, left-leaning signs and shit, you make mockeries of them and then make money from the theater that you make out of destroying them. Holy fuck, you are very fragile, John Doyle.
Have it is because they're actually willing to go out of their way to silence or even harm you for disagreeing with them. And the reason for that, more broadly speaking, is because liberalism is rooted in selfishness. To refuse to acknowledge any ideas other than your own as legitimate or worthy of respect is a symptom of selfishness. And
liberalism is actually explicitly the idea that prioritizes the marketplace of ideas and the free discussion of different opinions. Liberalism is actually, I disagree with liberalism. I think there are ideas that shouldn't be discussed and tolerated, you know? I think that fascism, for example, maybe we can be a little bit more cross about that. But liberalism is actually literally the value that is about that. You know, if you disagree with that, then that's cool, but
this should come as no surprise to us. Like when you study the philosophy of liberalism, you'll find that it is about liberating the individual from everything, from culture, from neighborhoods, from language, from morality, religion, literally.
What? Liberating it from neighborhoods? What the fuck does this mean? Liberalism generally prioritizes individualism. Wait, I thought conservatives were the ones who were pro-individualism. Does this mean you're a collectivist, John Doyle? Wait, I can't keep the narrative straight in my head. So, wait, are liberals hyper-collectivist commies, or are they hyper-individualists who are destroying neighborhoods? I don't even know. Is this like a 3-layered dog whistle? I genuinely don't know. I think he's just trying to say shit that sounds scary, yeah.
Everything until he's this absolutely autonomous unit who's only concerned with himself. And resultantly, people who are attracted to this philosophy tend to be pretty selfish. And that should not surprise us. Remember, these are the people who say things like, stop having kids. Having kids is terrorism. I hate.
No, I'm sorry. This is so dumb. I have to. Okay. So liberalism as an ideology, for all of its flaws, is what made America what it is. Liberalism is about selfishness and individualism, but isn't that what capitalism venerates, which you're in favor of? Also, scientists saying we should have less kids doesn't have anything to do with liberalism. You can choose to or not to. That's just a scientist's opinion. What?
People, we need a new plague. Kill all the men, kill all the Trump supporters. What? But then they'll also evangelically support wearing masks, support these narratives. What it's really about, they don't care about.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to be pausing this a lot because this kid's a fucking lunatic. You guys do know, man, this kid really lost his shit. Like, he's fucking crazy now. But the underlying tendency here is fear-mongering. That's always the goal. When they go off in these screeds. He's already made mutually contradictory statements, but the goal here is that every conservative must at all times believe their society is under threat, that you are constantly under attack from within and from without, you know, basic fascist shit. And the best way to keep the population in that state of mind is to make them fearful and terrified of their neighbors, of their country, of foreigners, of everyone. So that's why you get all this vague fear-mongering. When I fearmonger, it's usually very specific things I think will actually happen that will really influence you. Like certain laws being passed, or the threat of a Trump coup in the election. I think that's legitimate, because I can specifically describe what I think is going to happen. It's real. It's a real thing.
Humanity. They don't care about me or you simply because we're human beings. No, really what they care about is just feeding their own egos by presenting themselves as virtuous, with virtue being defined by whatever the screen people are telling them on that day.
Liberalism is when people are dumb and evil. Liberalism is when people are selfish and kill babies, and when they hate you and they want to destroy the West. We good?
That's what it's all about, like, especially when they display these signs in the front yards. What's funny, too, is the people who are making and selling these signs, they don't seem to be genuinely concerned with the cause. Because if you go to the website, which is called Signs of Justice, cringe, they're selling them for $10.
What? What is cringe about this? Oh, I forgot. So I'm pretty sure John Doyle is on the TradCon neo-Nazi pipeline. I don't know where he is on it exactly. So even the idea of equality and justice at this point, something conservatives used to pretend that they liked, is now going to be something he'll call cringe, you know?
$10 each, but you have to order a minimum of 10. So you have to spend at least $100 on signs that probably cost $2 to make. And then it's another $150 per sign if you want the metal stakes included, which probably cost 50 cents to make, right? So somebody's making absolute bank off allowing liberals to feel good about themselves in their all-white neighborhoods.
All white neighborhoods. That's interesting considering the fact that disproportionately white people voted for Trump and people of color vote for Biden. Also, you're describing capitalism. This is everything in capitalism. Like, you need the Trump administration has made tens of millions of dollars from selling their overpriced gear, which you're wearing on your head, to virtue signal. How much did that hat cost? How much do you think it cost to make in a factory in China?
So we'll go through the sign now. It makes 7 claims which supposedly reflect the beliefs of the household. And you'll notice too, with all of them, they're bumper stickers. They don't have any nuance to them at all. They are designed to frame these issues not as...
It's a fucking yard sign. No shit. This yard sign, these bumper sticker points, they don't go into detail enough. What the fuck do you... It's a fucking yard sign, of course. What do you want it to be? Like, it needs to have, like, citations at the bottom? Actually, that'd be kind of a funny yard sign, you know? It'd be Black Lives Matter and then, like, 18 asterisks, and it would be, like, a giant collection of literature cited with QR codes, so you could, like, look it up on your phone and shit. That'd be pretty funny.
Political issues, but moral issues, and to communicate that this house is on
moral issues or political issues.
On the right side of history, but the problem is that they're all basically political issues because politics is literally the science of how we should structure society.
What?
So if you're making any claim or suggestion about the concerns of the society, you know, technically speaking.
Well, what these stupid liberals don't know is when they put a Black Lives Matter sign on their lawn, that's a political statement. What?
That's a political claim. But they don't want to frame it that way. They would prefer to frame these issues as moral issues because it allows them to simultaneously...
Political issues are more... They're the same issues. Moral issues are political. Political issues are moral. All of these are more... When we talk about welfare, it's the morality of supporting the poor. When we talk about abortion, it's the morality of terminating a zygote or a fetus. These are all political and moral issues. Politics legislates moral. Law is literally codified morality. Law is our attempt to create rules based around our moral beliefs and what people should be doing with their life. Like, this is... Okay. So, we're in for a wacky one, people. We're 4 minutes in.
Avoid debate and secrete a little dopamine, feel good about themselves. So the first thing that it says is, we believe Black Lives Matter. Okay, I do too, in that I believe Black Lives Matter.
Get ready for it, people. As in, they matter, but what doesn't matter is this movement. All right.
Just like the lives of other people, but I do not believe Black Lives Matter. I do not believe the movement. The movement was built upon lies. Virtually every claim made by Black Lives Matter is a lie. Virtually every example which they cite as evidence of racism is a lie. I did 2 very in-depth videos on this topic, which I will link in the description. I think I'll actually do that with a...
I looked at both of these videos on my off time. They were a bit longer than the videos I'd like to go over over on my channel. They were as bad as you can imagine. As far as I'm concerned, the systemic racism issue is completely settled. Every conservative took their shot at trying to debunk it. I've debunked conservatives debunking it like 18 times. This was about as dumb as the rest of them.
A lot of these claims so that the new people can go back and watch some of the older content because it's all good. I'm humble, but it's all good. But this sign, it just proves the point that Black Lives Matter is nothing more than a brilliant rhetorical strategy from a radically left, openly racist, domestic terrorist organization.
Well, okay, hold on. You flash the titles on the screen for 4 seconds in a deliberate effort to keep people from thinking about it. Okay.
More than a brilliant rhetorical strategy from...
So all titles of organizations are rhetorical strategies. Every movement, every company, everything that has a title is titled in an effort to deliver some kind of information. That's how that works.
From a radically left.
Yes. Yeah, oh, yeah. The Black Lives Matter organization is pretty fucking far left. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Openly racist.
Black Lives Matter co-founder appears to label white people defects. Sure, let's take a look. Black Lives Matter co-founder white people defects. This is a Reddit? Is this it? Pinterest? Wait, where did he get this from? Black Lives Matter co-founder appears to label... It's Reddit. Why is Reddit the... Is it this one? The Toronto Sun? Ah, here we go. The Toronto Sun. There we go. There we go. A co-founder of Black Lives Matter Toronto. Oh, that's interesting. So we went from Black Lives Matter co-founder to actually a co-founder of one specific city of Black Lives Matter. Interesting. I see. Okay, that's left that one out of the title. Must not have had room for it. Hey. Argued that white people are recessive genetic defects and purportedly mused about how the race could be wiped out, according to a post on what appears to be her Facebook page. Wait, a post on what appears to be her Facebook page? Wait, how legitimate is this? Wait, purportedly mused what appears to be her Facebook page? Wait, what the fuck is this? Where's the Facebook page? Is it this video link that's not loading? Yeah, BLM Toronto isn't associated with BLM America. Interesting. Nice. Okay, so the video won't load. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a... Do you know how hard in this video made 2 days ago, John Doyle would have had to dig to find that article from 3 years ago that I had to type in every word of the title to get a link for, that didn't even have the video active to prove the claims they're making? All right. Okay, so I don't care about this.
Domestic terrorist organization.
Domestic terrorist. Up to 95% of 2020 U.S. riots are linked to Black Lives Matter. Oh, well, that's not what the word domestic terrorist means. So, okay. Happy to clarify that one.
Because they can do literally...
You could have said the same thing back during the Civil Rights Movement, by the way. Oh, and John Doyle would have called Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a domestic terrorist, by the way. 100%, yeah. That's not what terrorism means, though. I know words have no meaning to you, but...
Whatever they want, whether that's burning cities down, inspiring...
Burning cities down, post a picture of one building. I think right-leaning people actually genuinely believe that cities have been burnt down, rather than like a couple of highly publicized cases of arson that have damaged a couple of like city blocks altogether in total over the past 3 months. They actually think whole cities have burnt down. I have never heard a conservative say BLM has burnt down several blocks or burnt buildings down. I only ever hear cities. They only say cities. I genuinely don't know. I have no idea what they think the extent of the damage is.
The murder of white people,
murder of white people. Wait, what?
They can do literally whatever they want, whether that's burning cities down, inspiring the murder of white people.
Inspiring the murder of white people. Okay. Wait. So all the black people that are killed by far-right militias, or you have your Ahmaud Arbery cases or all that crap, that doesn't matter. Inspiration isn't the same as direct speech. There was no crime here. But a black guy who kills white guy, that's BLM inspired? It's weird.
People, the murder of police officers.
Oh, by the way, I just want to say, the goal of this rhetorical tactic, I'll say really quickly, just so we can like sort of put a bow on this. The goal of this particular video style, it's the same thing that Steven Crowder does. When idiots or cowards know their points are bad, what they tend to do is they tend to machine gun out talking points, quickly flash article headlines with no sources at you, and the assumption that nobody would actually take the effort to go through every dumb fuck claim they're making. Because that's a convincing argument to them. A convincing argument to me is slowly built, evidence case. A convincing argument to them is rapid firing as many talking points as possible. It's called a Gish Gallop. It's admittedly a very effective strategy for convincing people, assuming those people aren't too skeptical as to your intentions. But yeah, anyway, when people make videos like this, it's in the hopes that people like me don't look over them, which is why I have so much fun looking over them.
Literally whatever they want. And if you criticize inspiring the murder of white people, the murder of police officers...
Inspiring the murder of police officers. How is the inspiring? How exactly is an organization responsible, a decentralized organization or a movement that's only loosely tied to the same named organization, responsible for, with tens of millions of people participating in the protests, a couple of people engaging in acts of violence against police officers? Is there any actual evidence here that this person was inspired by BLM? The Dallas shooter didn't even like BLM? Let's see. 5 Dallas officers killed. Here we go. Mika Xavier Johnson fired upon a group of police. Okay, here we go. This was 2016. Wow, we're really digging back for a little while. Was an Army Reserve Afghan war veteran, angry over police shootings of black men. Said he wanted to kill white people. Yikes. Is there anything here that indicates that he was or was not inspired by Black Lives Matter? Motive. Here we go. Being distrustful of the police. He was upset about Black Lives Matter. His interest in black nationalist groups. Ah, there we go. Black nationalist orgs such as the New Black Panther Party, Nation of Islam, and Black Writers Liberation Army, all listed as hate groups. Yep. He was a black separatist. This wasn't BLM. BLM doesn't advocate for black separatism or anything even close to these things. So yeah, not BLM. In fact, explicitly disavowed. Do you think that John Doyle is aware of the mental gymnastics of saying that BLM and the SPLC are on the same side, but BLM would also support groups the SPLC would call hate groups? Do you think there's a little bit of a, but they're all black, so they're the same to John Doyle, you know? Yeah, it's all the same. Dark skin, a lot of melanin, you know?
Literally whatever they want. And if you criticize them, well, what is it? Do you not think that Black Lives Matter? It's a great strategy.
Well, no, usually if you criticize them, it's, what, are you racist? To which the answer is usually yes.
If you criticize them, they can just hide behind the name, and the NPCs will fall in line. But anyways, the next one might actually be my favorite. The next one says simply...
So wait, that didn't debunk Black Lives Matter. Wait, does he think debunking means I disagree? So he claimed he would debunk this sign, but saying I don't like Black Lives Matter isn't the same as saying you've debunked Black Lives Matter. Maybe you would have to watch the 50 minutes of video he put out debunking systemic racism to fully get the picture.
That no human is illegal. And what that means is that you can immigrate to their property and demand housing, education, food, and healthcare. And
no, not their property, to their country. Not their property, their country. So there's a big difference there.
They will be more than happy to give it to you, since it's impossible to trespass since no...
Oh my God, he's actually going to do the letting people immigrate to your country is the same thing as letting people into your house thing, isn't he? He's actually going to do the, like, 4 IQ NPC argument, isn't he? Like, okay, you believe illegal immigrants should be granted clemency? Well, you should let 87 Somalian refugees into your house then. I'm ready for it. Give it to me. Oh, give it to me right in my face, John.
No human being is illegal because borders are just made up lines. But the problem with that is that it's trying to disprove something within a framework that requires the existence of the concept that allows it to exist. And what I mean by that is saying no human is illegal is an acknowledgement of the fact that certain things are legal and other things are not legal. And
well, he's got me on that one.
Those are categorized by the government of our civilization. And since the government has the power to enforce the laws, it really doesn't matter what you personally think. The government is going to theoretically enforce the laws of the society. So you can whine all you want, but at the end of the day, the government has power and you don't, which...
Wait, this is actually stupider than the thing I thought he was going to do. His argument is that he's debunking this because, no human is illegal. Well, actually they are. That's the law. What? Legal implies law, and the law exists, libtard. Well, yeah, John, I'll help you out with this one. When they say no human is legal, what they're actually saying is it shouldn't be a crime to immigrate to this country. That's the, see, you have to put a little bit of thought into it, but they aren't literally saying the concept of legality doesn't exist. They're saying they want the people to be able to immigrate. I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean to John Doyle. That's a totally understandable flub if you're autistic or 4. And as an autistic person, I can say that. Just a quick reminder to my angry chatters. I'm happy to help out you know, in any further confusion, which I imagine will arise at multiple points in this video from this point forward.
Which means that illegally crossing the border into our country, or even into any country on the planet, really, is not a good idea, because what you're doing is illegal as defined by the people and resultantly the government of that country. And since they have the power, they can decide that. If you wanted to make a slightly better argument, you could say, well, you know, there's no really such thing as legal or illegal. We're all equal, so everything's just arbitrary. That would actually be a more...
He actually doesn't... He's actually like playing the dumbest semantics game in the fucking universe. Holy shit.
More logically...
Notice how, by the way, for the first point, he was like, well, I believe Black Lives Matter, but actually there's a lot of underlying sinister political intent here that I will disavow. But for this one, he's like, humans aren't illegal? Well, the law exists, and that's what that means, so, you know?
Consistent argument to make. But again, when legality and civility are erased, all that's left is power.
Wait,
and if the
who said civility? Wait, civility? What? That's not what that means.
Power says that you're not allowed in, then you're not allowed in. And at that point, you have no one to complain to except yourself, maybe your cats, God, assuming you believe in him. So yes, human beings can be illegal if they are somewhere that they're not legally permitted to be. And if you disagree with this, I'll see you at dinner tomorrow. You know, I'm going to set up the HOC compound on your property, in your backyard, because no human being is illegal.
That was actually much stupider than I expected it to be. I actually, there was a bar, and I expected him to just conflate the difference between the responsibilities of the state and the responsibilities of individual human beings, private citizens. But he didn't go that route. It was actually dumber than that.
Also, I did a video debunking all these immigration arguments that they like to make.
40 minutes. I can't go over all the... Let's just assume this is dumb, okay? I've had a lot of talks with conservatives about immigration. Every single time, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Is this guy really going to be better? If he wants to debate, I don't know. I mean, he can come on if he wants. It's never good.
That's in the description too. So anyways, next one is love. And this is supposed to mean that there's no difference between types of relationships. They're all the same because love.
But have you considered that the love between a 12-year-old girl and a 40-year-old man is bad? I'm ready for it. That's my guess. I'm putting the money in the pachinko machine. Let's go.
It's just love. And what frustrates me the most about this one is that these people think that all of a sudden everyone just woke up one morning and was like, wait a minute, they just love each other? Well, yeah, go for it, which is not at all what happened, because LGBT rights are a political issue. And like all political issues, they are advanced through brute strategy and willpower, which is exactly what happened with this. This plan was laid out in the 1980s and 1990s by organizations such as the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force.
What the fuck
they
are
wrote
we
about this in a book released in...
Oh, this is far-right signaling. He's saying that the silent majority of America doesn't actually believe in gay rights, that these were actually muscled in by extremely aggressive gay activist groups that supplanted human nature and God's will, ruining our country with their, you know, with their legislative prowess. I think that's what he's going with this. Some far-right people do that. It's true. Right now, at the moment, there are court justices on the Supreme Court who don't believe gay marriage should be the law of the land, you know, or should be legal.
1989, titled After the Ball, How America Will Conquer Its Fear and Hatred of Gays in the 1990s. They said that in any campaign to win over the public, gays must be portrayed as victims in need of protection so that straights will be inclined by reflex to adopt the role of the protector. They said that the public should be persuaded that gays are victims of circumstance, that they no more choose their sexual orientation than they did height, skin color, talent.
What does this have to do with the sign saying love is love? This is this is a campaign for civil rights. Yeah, obviously. If you want to win a civil rights battle, you're working against the system. You have to try pretty hard. Yeah? What does this have to do with the sign?
Etc., and that they should be portrayed as the victims of prejudice in society. I mean, like, look at the title of the book. It pretends that Americans hated gay people.
Dude, in the 1980s, how do you feel Americans thought about gay people? Wait, what is it? Dude, and this book perpetuated this ridiculous lie that Americans didn't like gays back in the 80s. What are you talking about? Whenever the AIDS crisis, Reagan didn't mention a whole fucking presidency. A fuck ton of people died. They thought it was God's justice against gay people. What are we talking about right now? Yeah, gay people were being killed constantly. Like, yeah, what are we going on about right now? And they were still hated into the 90s, by the way. It's continued. Only over the past decade has acceptance of gay people really reached kind of like a mainstream point, you know? Like, what does this have to do with the sign?
We were afraid of them. No, but we thought that it would be a slip.
Oh, here we go. He's anti-gay marriage. My man.
Slippery slope, and we were correct. And now a couple decades later, your son is learning to question his gender identity in his kindergarten class.
Yep, we're doing it. We're doing the full fucking alt-right shit. Yeah, gay marriage was a slippery slope, and now the Jews or whatever are making your kids gay transes. Yeah, sorry, my dude. It was a slippery slope towards consent and reality. I'm sorry you couldn't keep the wool over everyone's eyes forever. Human sexuality and gender identity is complicated. We won, you lost. Eat dick. That's something you're into, John. It's the snowflakery from these people, like, if we let gay marriage, they'll make other advances to make people's lives better and accurately describe our lived experiences, and we can't have that. Like, I'm sorry, my dude. I know it's rough. Rough losing constantly.
And leftists always get really triggered by this. They're like,
whoa, me?
No, well, that's just a conspiracy theory. No, not a theory. It's all publicly available information. I would be happy to educate you on why you believe what you believe, but I'm not going to apologize to you for...
Wait. What is he talking about? It's a conspiracy theory that gay activists tried to normalize gay people? What does he think I think is a conspiracy theory? What I will say is the conspiracy theory, though, is the idea that, notice how he didn't actually say how the slippery slope was a bad thing? Because he can't make that argument. He said, well, we allowed the acceptance of gay people, and now they're teaching kids about the transes or whatever. But he didn't actually make an argument about why that's bad. All he needs to do is signal that it's part of some nefarious conspiracy, which it's not, of course, yeah. It's been a long-standing effort from good people to win out over bad people like you. But yeah, it's an effort. We gotta try hard to do that, for sure, yeah. Eat shit, I guess. Keep losing.
Resisting the propaganda campaign because I have higher impulse control than you do.
Propaganda campaign, except one that's backed by the massive majority of scientific and social organizations. But he won't make that argument. He'll signal that it's bad, but he won't actually make that argument. Remember back early in the days when I did John Doyle and he talked like just some kind of like principled conservative? Like, I'm not a bigot, and now he's anti-gay marriage. Not just anti-gay marriage, anti-like gay normalization.
They infiltrated...
Oh, did you see it? He's not mad. Wait, hold on.
Propaganda campaign because I have higher impulse control than you do. They infiltrated the American Psychiatric Association.
Infiltrated the American Psychiatric Association, as opposed to the American Psychiatric Association agreeing with them. I actually know about what he's describing here, and it is a conspiracy theory. I learned this because I debate Nazis. The conspiracy is that the American Psychiatric Association was bullied into changing their medical consensus on something because one time a bunch of gay activists protested in their lobby, as if that's how it works. Oh yeah, dude. Let me just quickly spend years and years faking medical consensus from tens of thousands of psychiatrists and compile them into a completely falsified document because one time our lobby had some angry gay people in it. Oh yeah, that's how it works. So what he's describing here actually is a conspiracy theory. God, I wish he would have debated me back in the day. But I guess I'm a lot better at debate now, so it'd be more fun if we did it now. John, what's up, my dude? Your videos are shit. We should talk sometime.
Because they thought that changing the way that it regarded homosexuality through political pressuring would make it easier to change the way that it was regarded by the public. And they were correct. The public perception on same-sex marriage has literally inverted in the last few decades.
Oh, hurts to lose this hard, doesn't it? Look at it. It's like, now everyone believes that they're equal. Now everyone treats them good. Why can't it go back to the way it was?
And it was because of a very successful political strategy by these activists.
That is literally how civil rights activism works. Yes, congratulations on figuring that out. Civil rights are generally achieved by civil rights activists employing strategies to push civil rights. You got me on that one.
Not because, oh, we're just smarter now. We're just more inclusive now. No, it's because they capitalized on how stupid and predisposed to virtue signaling you are. So congratulations.
What does that mean, predisposed to virtue? Again, they don't know what that word means.
But to address the sign directly, love is love. That's not true. There are different types of love, and the love between a man and a woman is unique because it can create life. That's the
Damn. We're getting into the Tradcon arguments. Okay, cool. What about love between a man and a woman where one of them is infertile? What about love between man and women when they're old, when they're both like 80? Is that not love anymore because they can't create life? What about love between man and women when neither of them are interested in having children? What about love between man and woman where one or both of them have had their tubes tied / Vans deferens snippied? What about that one? I like the PewDiePie inclusion too. It's very fitting for the demographic he's trying to go after here. Is that not love? Also, if the love between what about the love between a trans woman and a trans man? They're hypothetically capable of bearing children, depending on how far along they are into their transition and a bunch of other categories. They're capable of producing children. Does their love equal the love of two cisgender men and women? How does that work exactly? Is the only metric for love your biological function to reproduce? Kind of interesting that a person who claims to believe in the divine light of God would reduce love and love's importance down to a fucking biological process.
The bottom line. That's why we elevate it to the status of marriage. And whether
No, it's not. There are plenty of other cultures that have marriages between non-men and women historically. This is literally an appeal to tradition, by the way. Well, that's why we did it, so...
You look at it from a religious perspective, where
nobody gives a fuck about your religious perspective, bro. We're talking about law and ethics, not fairy tales. Sorry.
Man and woman are to become unified through love and to create life, or, you know, a more evolutionary Rick and Morty, oh, well, love is just a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed, burp type perspective. You know, love, romantic love, is rooted in the potential to create human life. And
this is so obviously provably false. Like I like the 18 questions I just asked him rhetorically, I'd ask him at a debate. Like he is giving the chemical argument. But the point in the Rick and Morty episode was that Rick was wrong, and that he's a cynical asshole who's so jaded from his experiences with women that he doesn't he has to believe that love isn't a real thing because it's the only way he can maintain his self-image. I mean, that's the kind of the point of the show. I don't know. It's
metaphysically speaking, love is an action. It's about commitment.
Love is an action? Okay, this kid's like 18. I can't listen to this kid talk about what love is, okay? Love is when your mommy gets you a PS5 for Christmas. Love is when Jessica leaves 2 Valentines in your notebook instead of 1, when the class makes everyone give everyone else one. Like, okay.
If you love someone, it means that you give everything that you have to that person, all your effort, and that requires commitment to that person, because if you're not committed to that person, if there's other people, that means that you're not giving that one person all of your effort, because you're, you know, balancing it out, you're distributing it.
So love can only be monogamous, heterosexual, cisgender. Yeah, okay. By the way, divorce rates are at an all-time high. How's that working for you? How's your conception of monogamous, cisgender, straight love working for society right now? Seems like people are kind of not designed to be that way. Oh, if you look back throughout history, by the way, our current Christian conceptualization of love, monogamy, is fucking lunacy. Like, it's completely fucking lunatic horseshit. You can be monogamous if you want, but to pretend that there's some sort of biological root to our current conception of monogamous love is absolutely hysterical.
And I'm not saying that non-straight relationships don't have that. However, I will point out that the average length of a gay relationship is less than 2 years, that 50% of gay relationships are open or non-monogamous, and that
well, the latter doesn't matter because you failed to indicate that there's anything wrong with non-monogamous relationships. Also, yeah, gay people tend to have a pretty robust hookup culture. I don't know what the problem with that is.
Than 2 years, that 50% of gay relationships are open or non-monogamous, and that casual hookups are a staple of gay culture. What's a good example of gay culture? San Francisco in the 1980s, maybe? Half the gay men in San Francisco during the 1980s had over 500 sexual partners.
Damn.
Something important to...
Dude, imagine Chad shaming like this. Can you imagine being John Doyle crying as he wrote out this script? Like, and these gays, they got 500 sexual partners. That's not right. That's fucked up. It's not okay. How did you even get that many? Like, all right, dude, you know, just keep the jealousy packed in. This study is wrong, by the way. Listen, if John Doyle is citing it, it's probably incorrect, but I don't have time to go through like the methodology of the you know, spare me some life here, okay?
To note, the point being that we have no ill will towards gay people. We're not afraid of them. We don't hate them, but
normalizing their relationships has led to a slippery slope leading to pedophilia, you know. Pepe posting over here. You know, we don't hate them. I'll just go on a creed about how they can't experience real love, how their love isn't real, their culture is degenerate, and normalizing them has led to the abuse of children. Let's get, hey, yeah, but I don't hate them or anything. You know, it's just how it is sometimes.
But we do acknowledge that the love between a man and a woman is unique, and it is that relationship that creates life and families, the stability and preservation of which are literally the backbone of Western civilization.
No, actually. By the way, people who believe that monogamous families are the backbone of civilization prove instantly that they are at once dog whistling, and second of all, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. The backbone of Western civilization? The backbone of Western civilization is liberalism, my dude. Europe was a fucking shithole, not the envy of the world in the 1600s. The Enlightenment, which developed liberalism as the predominant economic and ideological philosophy of pretty much every country you would call Western, was what made us great. That's how that worked, buddy. Yeah, the beginning of this is like, liberalism is it. Dude, liberalism is the intellectual tradition of the West. What you're returning to is a kind of traditionalist anti-intellectualism that you could have found in any culture around the world at some point in their history. So you're my dude. I am listen. Look at me, Aryan warrior over here. I am venerating the intellectual tradition of my ancestors, people. Okay, when you look at my face, you see echoes of the founding fathers. Okay, of John Locke and shit. You know, and when you're looking at John Doyle over here, I don't know what I'm looking at right now. What is this? Where did he get this intellectual tradition from? From the shit-eating Norwegian peasants 1,800 years ago? Like, where did this come from? When people try to cite traditionalism and Western exceptionalism in the same sentence, it always makes me laugh. Oh, John Locke would vote Biden. Oh yeah, John Locke would vote Biden. Very true.
That's all. The next one is women's rights are human rights.
I notice he didn't debunk the love is love thing, by the way.
There's no such thing as women's rights. We have rights as human beings. You do not get exclusive rights simply because you are a woman. And to also campaign this while your coalition is trying to erase what it means to be a woman, like
we're good. We're in the bat quick. Okay, hold on. Let's start from the beginning. Okay, all right, champ.
Such thing as women's rights.
No such thing as women's rights. Well, if a group of people face unique challenges or are discriminated against, then there is such a thing as women's rights. There's a such thing as rights for every group of people. That is why I have no doubt you believe in the concept of white rights, by the way. Like no doubt whatsoever. But yeah, it seems pretty obvious. Usually when we talk about women's rights, we talk about discrimination specific to people's sex and gender. If you would prefer the term gender rights, that's also, you know, technically semantically correct. Would you prefer? Sorry, we'll use more PC language in your presence in the future, John.
We have rights as human beings. You do not get exclusive rights simply because you are a woman.
Nobody's asking for them.
And to also campaign this while your coalition is trying to erase what it means to be a woman.
Nobody's trying to erase what it means to be a woman. We're just trying to change the meaning. Like the meaning of words have changed many times over the past forever. Also, funny point, by the way, when people like John Doyle say that woman means your chromosomes, keep in mind that definition of woman could have only existed for as long as we knew about the existence of chromosomes. At that point, it must have been changed from something previously, because we had a conceptualization of what a woman was long before then, and it sure as fuck wasn't based in chromosomes because we didn't know what the fuck those were, so we must have had a different set of principles. So, in fact, it is you, my good friend, who is participating in the you might call it transition of the definition of womanhood. I am merely continuing in this trend by using a better definition.
Like both biologically and philosophically, it's a pretty audacious move. But what this really...
True. It's pretty, no, I'll take that. Trans people, you are audacious. Keep killing it, kings and queens and monarchs of non-gender specific designation.
Means is I have a right to an abortion. That's not true. Roe v. Wade was one of the most poorly adjudicated cases in the history of the Supreme Court.
Unfortunately, he is kind of correct on that one. the actual language of Roe v. Wade, which I looked into as part of a video that I ended up not making because of how bad it ended up being, the actual language of the ruling was pretty ambiguous and very tenuous. Roe v. Wade is based in the argument that preventing abortion would violate a woman's right to privacy, which there are a lot of ways to get around that. Yeah. The best argument you can make for legalizing abortion is the bodily autonomy argument, because it's morally neutral and you can extrapolate from an anti-abortion position a lot of insane shit, like a lot of crazy fucking shit nobody would agree to. For anybody who's interested in learning more about abortion, for anyone who's interested in listening to me talk more about abortion, I did a video on it right over here, why I'm pro-choice. God, that was 2 months ago. Crazy to think of. But I did this video. The Philosophy Tube video was good too, but I think my video was a little bit better in that it addresses counter arguments. But I would recommend you take a look at it if you have the time. Essentially, the pro-choice argument is the only undebunkable one, because if you say that you must prioritize the life of a fetus over the will of the expectant pregnant person, then that leads a lot of weird shit, like a really bad shit that you have to deal with, a really bad moral conundrum. The only solution is the pro-bodily autonomy one.
They decided that a woman has a right to an abortion because of an implied right to privacy, which is also not written in the Constitution. But I also find it interesting that the left makes it their greatest call to action, that these feminists have convinced generations of women that they are most empowered by...
Oh, here we go. He's going to do the liberals have actually destroyed women by saying that it's okay for them to have sex and get an abortion angle. I'm ready for it.
Liberating themselves from the defining characteristic of their womanhood, which is their ability to give birth.
Oh, yeah, dude. Wait, what? Okay, wait, hold on. That was so dumb I have to listen to it again. Hold on. God, this kid is stupid.
Call to action, that these feminists have convinced generations of women that they are most empowered by liberating themselves from the defining characteristic of their womanhood, which is their ability to give birth.
So keep in mind, we're talking about abortions here, not about hysterectomies. Feminists aren't convincing women to get rid of their ability to give birth. They're saying that they should have the choice. It's not liberating to be forced to deliver a baby if you don't want to. That's not... Nobody wants that. There's a reason why women are pretty solidly divided on this issue. It's not a group of nefarious feminists who are convincing women. Women don't like the fact that if they make one slip up, they're committed for their entire fucking life to manage a little fucking flesh dipshit. Little baby dipshit. Advosh, so sterile women aren't women? Well, he would believe that, yeah.
Truly very sad. Maybe that's why they're all taking antidepressants. Hey.
I mean, there could be other reasons for that. I like that, though. The reason white women... Wait, hold on. That's white women 45 plus. 45 plus women are generally infertile. Wait, you're so dumb! 45 plus women are with slight exceptions, past menopause. You're like, maybe that's where they're on, but they can't have abortions because they can't have kids. Why would you put that up there? Do you not think about the shit you put on the screen? Are you your own editor? Did you actually put that in there and not think that this was dumb as fuck? There are a lot of reasons why antidepressant use is going up. More complicated, I think, than I can get into in the scope of this, and also it's something I'd want to learn more about. But the idea that this is because of abortion, first of all, even if this was just white women, not 45 plus, this is a pretty tenuous fucking link to draw. Especially since the people who are getting most of the abortions are younger adults. And they're down here. Their antidepressant usage has gone down. I don't know. It's dumb as fuck.
Hey, stay at home. Play music, read books, write poetry, create art.
This is literally women have to stay barefoot and pregnant or they're not fully actualizing themselves. Women do not fall. I would love to see the fucking gender balance of this guy's YouTube analytics, by the way, because most women these days are not going to listen to a guy saying, oh yeah, you need to stay at home and just have kids a lot, and that'll be fulfilling for you. Dude, why not give them the fucking choice, bro? Why not? Dude, nobody would ever say this about men. Nobody would ever say to men, oh yeah, you have to go off to war or you can't be a man. You can't be an engineer. You can't be a doctor. You have to go off to war. I guess some people would do that. Nobody does this. Men get the choice. Why don't women get the choice? If women want to stay at home and raise kids, that's totally fine. If they don't, then they should do some other shit. It's pretty simple. We're trying to invite the potential for choice here, like as a concept. I think it's pretty defensible, you know? This reminds me of that Lauren Southern video where she was like advice for women, which I guarantee was watched 99.8% by men, which was like, yeah, maybe like don't sleep around so much and just like find a husband. And all the guys watching are jerking off to Lauren going like, yeah, why won't there? If only more trad wives were around, I wouldn't be a virgin at 26. To which I say, it's okay, dude. It's all right to be a virgin at 26. Just chill out.
Art, decorate, make food, do whatever you want, but would you please just be the mother of my children? I'll pay for everything. Just run the vacuum once a week. If you wouldn't mind making dinner too, that'd be epic. Is that okay? Would you mind letting me cherish you for the rest of your life?
Wow, wait, hold on. I just want to run this whole thing uninterrupted. Okay, hold on. I can't top this.
Play music, read books, write poetry, create art, decorate, make food, do whatever you want, but would you please just be the mother of my children? I'll pay for everything. Just run the vacuum once a week. If you wouldn't mind making dinner too, that'd be epic. Is that okay? Would you mind letting me cherish you for the rest of your life? Would that be too much to ask? Take a break from the spreadsheets, maybe, I don't know, raise the next generation? No, stop oppressing me.
What you hear right there is the sound of about 20% of the stream audience changing their panties violently. Sorry, it is funny as a reminder though. Underneath every principled conservative making a data-driven argument for why women should do X is an angry incel who's just mad he hasn't had any luck finding a trad wife that he can own like a possession, you know? John Doyle's just mad that he can't come home and beat his wife, who will stay quiet because she has no independent income and has no life outside of her adoration of him. Sorry, John. The people watching this video and yours are not your mom. They don't want to be your mom. Learn how to give a girl an orgasm. Attract them based on your own merits and let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. If they have interests that differ from yours, that's fucking life, buddy. Sorry. Find one whose interests align with yours. Don't try to fucking red pill a bunch of girls into being your maid.
Working for a corporation and going home to play with my cats is empowering. Working for my family is oppressive, and I know that because corporate media told me so. What a shame. That's the problem, boys. They're not mad at you. They're mad at their fathers. Strong men will cure feminism in less than 2 generations. If you want your son to be able—
Dude, he's hitting every talking point. If I could just fuck these feminists, then they would— He's doing every talking point. If I could just fuck these feminists, then I'd show them what they really need is a good, strong man. First of all, I know I shouldn't go for the easy shots here, but it is really funny hearing this from somebody who looks like a high schooler. I think he's in college now. I don't know, but he's really leaning into it. And additionally, like, this is every angry, like, this is an incel board. Like, strong men could fix this. Women just keep being fucking sluts, leave with their cats, fucking whores. But they need to be a proper trad wife. Yeah, this is some what zero pussy does to a motherfucker shit. This is good, though. I don't even need to satirize this. I don't know why I'm trying, frankly.
Able to play video games without getting bitched at for, well, how do they portray the women? You have to stop watching porn, gotta start lifting weights, and figure out a few epic goals, start working towards them, because if men become masculine again, women will become feminine again. Well, why can't they just become feminine first? See, that's the estrogen talking. Get it together, big guy. We need you. But anyways.
Damn, dude, I'm glad that we have the apex of masculinity here instructing his flock. Is he saying he's not masculine? Does he look masculine to you? Is he admitting it? Is he saying, like, is it true, John? Do you feel the reason why you're single is because of your crippling femininity? If you're single, I don't know. Because if you're not single, then that's pretty much a counter thesis to your argument that masculinity fixes this problem. Doesn't it? I mean... Also, what if we want men to be feminine? I personally like feminine men. You know, what about that? I'm here for the femboy uprising, and I'm assertive in my goals. Maybe we should maybe that can be our debate. You know, femboy versus trad wife. You know? No? I think that'd be a good debate. I'm here for it.
Yeah. But anyways, the next one is science is real. Science is real, man. I like NASA. Look at my NASA clothes. Shut up, nerd. Science is fake. Your interest in science is fake because you think it makes you look smart. You know how I know you're not smart? You spent at least $100 to let your neighbors know that you don't think lynching black people is a good idea. Like people were jogging by before with no clue as to the opinion of your household on lynching black people. But now, after you paid the $100...
Again, I just need to know how much his hat and his shirt and his stickers and his posters and his mug and his Jesus statue cost, because they're literally only here to virtue signal. What does this have to do with debunking the sign, by the way? This is literally just him being mad. Like, it's just him with his, like, pre-scripted comedy bit. Like, oh, you think science is real? Fuck you! Rick and Morty isn't real! Like, okay, I don't know what that has to do with the sign. I think the sign's about climate change, I'd guess.
$100 woke tax, they're like, good for them. Good for them. Science is fake and lobbied for. When you believe in science, you're not reading...
Oh man, he's like full on like Nick Fuentes, science isn't real tier. Do you think John Doyle thinks that dinosaurs lived with man? Like Nick Fuentes does? Or did he think dinosaurs weren't real? It was one of those two. He's actually like full on like all science is fake. But just so you guys know, for a person who's an unironic anti-intellectual to claim ownership of Western tradition is hysterical. Do you know what made Europe and America relatively exceptional for their time? It was the opposite of people like you. You would have been the person that everyone would have made fun of. You would have been like hanged for your fucking counter shit, or sorry, guillotined in France. Like you're like the opposite of what made all these things good. You would have been a loyalist. Like at every point in time, you would have been like on the wrong side of everything that you could argue made the West good.
Primary source material. You're not analyzing methodology. You're listening to the screen people tell you, well, science says this, and I have a study that says this, and you're like, okay, I guess it does. And it's funny because
this guy, remember, this guy doesn't cite sources in his bio, and he only just flashes headline articles cut out of context for his video. Yeah, dude, you're really beating back the tide of fake scientific consumption.
The left is very anti-religion, specifically anti-Christianity, but since man is fundamentally a religious creature, they're just
Can I get a source on that one, please?
replacing God with other ways of explaining the universe. In this case, science, aka screen people, right?
There we go.
Unfortunately, and I wish this weren't the case, but science is totally corrupted. I could build a baking soda volcano with stolen ingredients, and it would have more integrity than the information that we're being presented by the media.
What the fuck is he going on about right now? By the way, when he says screen people, I'm pretty sure he's talking about the Jews. Nick Fuentes says the same thing when he says lab coats. That's what Nick Fuentes' term is. It's lab coats. Oh, well, the lab coats will tell you that, you know, child puberty blockers are an okay thing to take. He says lab coats. He means Jewish science. So this guy uses screen people.
Media. And the reason for that is that these people have agendas. So they write a grant to a group of lab coats and they say, hey, see if you can vaguely prove this conclusion. And that's what happens. And it's always done so incompetently with regards to good data, but it doesn't matter. It still gets published and it still gets cited.
Can I get any like source on any of this? Like all data that disagrees with me is fake, but all the data I cite is totally legitimate. Even the out of context headlines from far right fucking tabloid magazines.
So anyways, next one is water is life, which is just a better way of branding the Green New Deal, which is epic because it's like, hey, people need water, right? Yeah. Now, what if we banned air travel and gave people money?
What the fuck are you talking? Water is life is about water. It's about water. I think it's mostly about Flint, Michigan, but yeah, it's about water. Like control of water. It's not much of an issue here in the States, but there are parts of the world that are have a very tenuous grasp on a sustainable source of drinkable water. It's about droughts. It's about water. It's about human life. Yeah, the Dakota Pipeline as well. Yeah, there are a lot of things that it relates to. It's not the Green New Deal, though. Not necessarily.
For just not being willing to work. No.
Wait. Did you get this from the screen people, John? Green New Deal, Ocasio-Cortez aims to make air travel obsolete, aid those unwilling to work. What is this? Wait, what is bad about this? Making air travel obsolete? Wouldn't that be amazing? What comes after air travel? Wait, making something obsolete means you make a better thing that other people use. This is a good thing. Aid those unwilling to work. How is this bad? Couldn't you have found a more negative article? Yeah, AOC is inventing fucking high-speed railways and teleportation barges. What do you want?
No one disagrees that water is important, but it's important to note that some of the greatest ecological disasters specifically pertaining to water came from socialist countries.
This has nothing to do with the sign. So he just uses like every like point on the sign as just like a jumping off point to go into a dialogue tree.
Not that this sign is in favor of socialism explicitly, but I think we all know the conclusion of these ideas. So
also, it's a complete complete farce, by the way. The worst water crises we have in the world are 100% the product of capitalism. Corporations come in and monopolize rights to water in an area and then sell it back to impoverished communities at exorbitantly marked up prices. If socialist countries have trouble with water, I would guarantee you it's almost always because of sanctions placed on them.
The last one is...
Oh, he didn't even have anything to support that. I thought he was going to talk about how the Soviet Union dried up that one big lake, which they did. He just said it. Okay.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I guess this is true, but the problem is that what they believe to be injustice isn't actually injustice, but rather...
So you agree with the sign, then? So you agree. So I guess it's true. So you agree. Okay. But the issue is they say black people are oppressed and black people aren't oppressed.
Either justice that is inconvenient to their narrative. The way that we understand justice is basically protection of our God-given rights, whereas their understanding of justice is basically enforced equality. And those two cannot coexist, which is why they play aggressively, they play militantly, and they play for keeps, which is why it's safe for them to put out a sign like this, but it's not safe for you to put out a sign that just supports President Trump. Which
it totally is, by the way. Dude, he's still bitching about this? He's like, the one news article of a guy losing his sign or something? That's why the liberals care. The militant liberals are safe to put up this sign, but Trump supporters cower in fear to publicly demonstrate their support of Trump. Have you met a Trump supporter, like, ever in your life? Have you ever met a Trump supporter? These people are the most obnoxiously loud. These fuckers paint their houses like the American flag. These people litter their lawns with Trump signs like it's like a fucking minefield. These people will slap bumper sticker after bumper sticker on their fucking 20-year-old pickup truck. These people are insanely, obnoxiously virtue signaling. It's funny because I live in a pretty liberal city. There are not many Biden-Harris signs around, okay? Like, at all. Because people have mostly, just sort of resigned themselves to Biden being preferable to Trump. What are you going to do? But if you go into a red state, a red city, Trump shit is everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. I drove into Idaho a little while ago, and not 5 minutes would go by before we passed some dipshit farmer who set up their own personal fucking altar to Trump Pence 2020 in front of a bunch of hay barrels or hay piles stacked up by the fucking freeway. These people, there are so many. These people are obsessive. The constant crying from Doyle here that Trump supporters cower in fear, to put up their shit.
Which is okay, because it means that when you do put out that sign, you're communicating more than just your voting intention, but also that you're courageous. Whereas when you put out one of these signs, you're sending a totally different message. Not, I'm a good person, but rather...
When we virtue signal, it's actually admirable because it's brave. But when they virtue signal, it means they're cucked by the screen people. What are we going on about here? This kid is fucking crazy. How is there still more to this video? Okay, the video is almost done, I see.
I don't have an internal monologue. I believe what the screen people tell me. I'm a sheep, and I'm a useful idiot. Hey guys, if you like this...
Nice. Anyway, to cap off this ridiculous segment, John Doyle, I want to talk to you. I want to know whether you know you're stupid or whether you actually think this was an okay video to put out and sort of demonstrate your general lack of intellectual competence. I'd love to talk with you about it. He'll never debate you. He seems very cowardly. Yeah, for sure. He's also trying to ride the dog whistle line. I'm like 98% sure that John Doyle's a neo-Nazi, like full on JQ. I'm very, very confident that he is, but he's trying to ride that line. And if he talks to me, like I push him on that wedge, you know? Has he ever made a reply video to you? Why would anyone make a reply video to me? Every single one of my videos is perfect. Yeah, the lab coats, the women shit, the whole, his whole, his whole thing. He's really, really gone down the drain. It's actually really, really sad. Isn't John Doyle literally a child? I think he's 18 to 19 or something like that. The main issue, the thing that actually upsets me is that I'm pretty sure he got groomed into it, you know? When you're that young, there's a decent chance that you're as much a victim of the pipeline as the people who you push down the pipeline as well. But like, you know, he seems really depressed, like really insecure. Well, you can't be an alt-righter and be confident. Didn't you hear classmates talking about how quiet he used to be or something? Well, yeah, because they all think like they're the Joker, you know? I'm the Joker, baby. That's the internal monologue of every alt-righter is just that quote, I'm the Joker, baby, over and over and over again in their head. And it motivates everything they do and believe in. How do we know to be mean to Nazis rather than sympathetic? Because it convinces more of their audience. Now, John Doyle's audience might not be Nazi. It might just be TradCon or whatever, which, you know, tomato, whatever. But being mean to Nazis is better at convincing their audience than being nice to them. You're never trying to convince the person you talk to if you're debating in a public setting. You try to convince the people listening. And because Nazis are all pathetic, virginal little fail sons who need ADHD medication, they're way more entertained and way more gripped by blood and aggression and anger than they are by like a calm assessment of these political positions. But for the TradCon stuff, it can be more 50-50, you know, whatever. Anyway, that was a fucking shit show. Don't make fun of people with ADHD. I have ADHD. I've been diagnosed. I can. I only make fun of people for shit I share too. I have sympathy, but let's be fucking real, okay? Alt-righters need meds, okay? Can we, like, it's not ableist. We know they need meds. We know these people fucking brain rabies, okay? Yeah, that's my dig right there. We're going to run through some more donations, and then we're going to get right back to the content, people, because the train never ends, you know? Give me one sec. Also, somebody said something about Kyle Kalinske on Twitter. Barrett has COVID. Oh no! Our 8'9" chat. Look at this king. How could COVID-19 fell this mighty redwood? How old is he? What the fuck? He is 4 years old. 14. He's like 6'4". He's huge. Why is he so tall? He's got the Chad Trump jeans. What are you gonna do? Big boy. Anyway, wait, hold on. Somebody said something about Kyle Kalinske being a conspiracist with these Biden emails. Let me see what's going on. Just want to focus on the conservatives for one day. Okay, what's happening here? Nothing. Nothing. Yeah. When brains swell with centrist takes. I don't see anything here that looks like far-right conspiracy stuff. It's this? Oh, on YouTube? Who uses YouTube? Breaking: Hunter Biden story censored by social media. Can somebody explain the Hunter Biden story to me? Listen, you can treat me like a fucking idiot. Just what's going on today? What's happening? It's like nothing. Oh, here we go. Here's a Twitter thread. This is where I get all my news. I'm going to go through a few issues with the New York Post article on Biden. Oh, it was a New York Post article? Okay. You'll probably see on Twitter today. Follow along if interested. First, the information comes from a laptop that was allegedly dropped off at a repair shop in Biden's home state of Delaware and never picked up. The shop owner, who is not a... Okay, so sus source. Okay. The shop owner thinks it was Hunter Biden because of a Beau Biden sticker on the laptop. That makes no sense. You drop off an expensive Mac laptop at a repair shop and don't leave your name or contact information. But then... Wait, what? Then things get weird. The shop owner says, but turning the computer over to the feds, they made a copy of the contents of the computer and gave them to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer. Wait, a random repair shop guy made a copy of the contents of an unidentified laptop and delivered them to the lawyer of Rudy Giuliani before giving them over to the feds? Both Giuliani and Bannon are regular sources of disinformation. Yeah, of course. Supposedly, one email recovered in the laptop proves Hunter once introduced a Burisma executive to his father. This is a scandal. There's no word on the length of the meeting. Wait, that's it? The only information in here is one email, which quote-unquote proves Hunter once introduced an executive to his father? That's it? Is that even like collusion? That's just networking. Like, is that... maybe that could maybe be bad. I don't think so, though. This means... what does this mean? Nothing. Get out there and vote. Nevertheless, this incredibly sketchy, totally unverified, ultimately irrelevant story was promoted by mainstream journalists who don't work for the New York Post. Don't be fooled by that. Oh, okay. So apparently Facebook and Twitter just aren't letting people tweet out links to the New York Post article. I wonder why they're taking such a hard stance on this. If I had to take a guess, I would probably say that the way in which this information was acquired may mean that them allowing it to be published would violate some guideline for the deliberate dissemination of false information. Yeah, it might also be like illegally acquired or something like that. I doubt that it's being prevented from being distributed just because it's like a dumb hoax that makes Biden look bad. Yeah. So there's probably like a legal element to it, you know. So that's a huge waste of time. There are the bad pictures on Hunter's laptop that conservatives post. Wait, I think I saw these. Dude, how are these bad? What the fuck? Dude, he's fucking Chad over here. Holy shit, Hunter. This is the only thing that I 100% agree with Chapo Trap House on, okay? It's that Hunter Biden's a fucking animal. Look at this guy. Yeah, look at this fucking dude. Holy shit. What she sees, you know? He looks like Jordan Peterson, but cool. Wait, he totally does! He looks like Jordan Peterson, but cool. Dude, he totally does. Cool ass lobster man. Is the meth pipe picture real? Oh, what is it? What meth pipe picture? It's just that's a cigarette, isn't it? Am I behind on the? It's in the replies. Ah, I see. I mean, is it real? I don't know. Maybe. I don't care personally. Didn't he used to have like a like you could fake this really easily. But I don't care. Yeah, if he was an addict, didn't he like kick that or something? That's a meth pipe, not weeds. Yeah, that's not a weed pipe. Joke thief? I don't go on Twitter. Hold on really quickly. I drank a fuck ton of coffee before stream started because I wanted to be high energy, and I still am, but I do need to pee. One sec. I'll be right back. We're going to do some more donations, and then after that, we continue the content train. Baby ain't never, ever, never, ever, ever, never going to stop. We're finally going to get around to that link that kept playing impromptu for us that I wanted to ramble about. This one. We'll get to that very shortly. Check Shoe's profile on Twitter. Oh no, what? Caution, this account is temporarily restricted. Oh no! Shoe, what'd you do? Shoe on head, search latest. I typed in shoe on head on Twitter and I searched for the latest tweet, and the very most recent tweet is from Sargon, Robin Hood Greenwood Outlaw. The only reason I haven't done a thing on the very first 22 seconds ago, the only reason I haven't done a segment on the fact that Sargon's been going full Nazi on Twitter, like unhinged, crazy shit, is I think he's doing it for attention. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, he's completely lost his mind. What's up? No? No? Nice. Anyway, yeah, let me pee real quick and I'll be right back. Pog. There we go. We're back. Hyena is so sweet. Hyena misinterpreted what I said and thought that I was going to go into the restroom to shit. So Hyena came here to like entertain you guys by shouting at the mic to entertain you while I was doing that, but I only needed to pee. But that's the tag team power couple energy that you need to succeed in this crazy, crazy world. Watch out. What is this? Defund the police unions. What is this? This video is from June. What? Shut up. Yes, I washed my hands. Hold on. I'm just tuning in, so I don't know if you already covered this, but did you see Nick Cannon platformed Spencer recently, and Ice Cube is now working with Trump? The Hoteps are starting to go mask off. Yeah, no shit, dude. This is what I wanted lefties to understand. Black separatists are aligned with Nazis and far-right people, obviously. You think Nick Cannon's going to go off on the Jews and then, like, be a pro-black, pro-left person? No. You think Ice Cube... Wait, is it Ice Cube or the other one? Wait, there are two with similar names, and one of them is Chill. Ice-T. Wait, which one? It's Ice Cube is the bad one. Ice-T is the good one. Ice Cube is the bad one. Yeah. When you got what you guys are mourning right now, you're thinking of Ice-T, not Ice Cube. Cube's the bad one, Vosh. Why? Because he's a fucking crazy far right dude. Gotcha, right around. Okay, here. Let's read some donos, huh? You people allegedly pay me for this, you know. Samantha Stretch, thanks to $5. Duly noted. SpongeBob Steve with a very kind $10. Thank you. I will keep it up. Just for you. Jack McLean, thanks to 5 Australian. High Progressive with the incredibly kind $20. Bernie or Busters don't get to cry voter shaming when they always call Biden voters pedo-supporting crypto-fascist neoliberal stooges all the time. Yeah, I wish fucking Bernie or Busters didn't voter shame. Jesus Christ. Do you have any idea how much flack I get for wanting to vote for Biden? Kron Stop with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. This guy's got to ramble on until you interrupt him, then just go off again on how some sad weird shit about how Democrats are demons that feed on gay children. Oh yeah, you can never convince crazies like that, but I think I made him mad, which is kind of like convincing him. A little. Miran Longi, thanks to $1. Evil Eye with tier 1 sub, thank you. Maury with the gifted tier 1 sub, very much appreciated. Big Lundy with the incredibly kind $20. Is there a full version of that song playing on TikTok because it's kind of a bop? Also have fun in the debate over the biggest threat to humanity? Yes, Big Lundy. It's called Vosh Rad. It is the newest, hippest, hottest beat that's filling the airwaves in coming to your radio station now. You should check it out. Hermaeus Mora, X Reaper, and Soul. Thank you all so much. The $5. Thank you very, 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 very much. What's the difference between fake and real libertarians? Real libertarians are leftists. Fake ones are conservatives. Unfortunately, it's pretty much that simple. Sorry, Hermaeus Mora. Cuban immigrant tend to be incredibly pro-Republican Party because they're terrified of the legacy of Castro. Shafi Sikalala with the 10,000 currency of unknown origin. The Chomsky slander on Tulsa Twitter is getting out of hand. Yeah, no shit. Because Chomsky has a brain. People who like Tulsi don't. That's how it be. Random Tran and Jack McLean. Thank you both very much for the $5. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. That dude was a fucking moron. Daniel Rathbun, thank you for the $5. Great Mage Steve with the $6. What's your stance on mandatory pansexual conversion therapy for all? Listen, if we run society well, if we do a good job with society, we won't have to convince people to be pan. They'll just want to be, okay? Elizabeth the Great with the tier 3 sub. You were one of the first leftists I found in my journey from liberalism to leftist ideals. Thanks, comrade. Yeah, absolutely, comrade. Thank you very, very much. My pleasure. I love doing this shit. Seriously. Cthulhu Beast, thanks the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Jordan Mines, Vinny Holiday, HGD Ridden, and Brandon Butterfield. Thank you all so fucking much for the incredibly kind $5. I really appreciate that. HGD Ridden anytime, comrade. Always happy to provide good arguments when people are willing to listen to them. Yes, Ice Cube ban. AT5D2D Derek, Vinny Holiday, and Pirandello Kruger with the incredibly kind $5. Thank you. Yeah, Kruger, it's easy for me to stay calm when I'm debating nutters like that because I know for a fact that there's no way to actually convince their mind, so it's kind of just an open invitation to fuck with them past a certain point, and I enjoy doing that. Oh, a quick reminder, by the way, that if you're enjoying the stream, you should definitely subscribe, because if you don't, you're essentially robbing me. It's legal robbery if you watch a stream and don't subscribe to the person doing it. You should. It's basically the only way forward, folks. Please, give it a shot. It'll be fun. Zig Swag Daddy Zigs with a very kind $10. Vosh, I love you. I love you too. James Mitchell with the $5. True Laundry Sauce. And Dumb Bunny, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Please check out Potholer54. I know Potholer54. I just haven't watched his videos in a while. But very, very good channel. And Arvid Pearson with the 118 Swedish kronar. Thank you very, very, very much. This isn't worthwhile. He has the same mannerisms of Sargon, trying to be a sad version of Stefan Molyneux by trying to gaslight and pivot. Yeah, well, when it comes to arguing with conspiracy theorists, having the data on hand is way less important than being rhetorically proficient. And since I'm pretty decent at rhetoric, I feel a lot more comfortable with those discussions, and that's pretty much all I care about, you know? Soul, Anacott Steel Associates, Justin Dalton, and Life Decoded, thank you very much for the $5, all except for Life Decoded, who gave £5, which is slightly better if you take into account the conversion rate. Trent Freiberg, yeah, true. It ended rather auspiciously at 1954. Carl Carrington and Insert Coins Begin, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Konami with the 100 kronar. I love your dominant rhetoric. Don't give them an inch. I'll give them 8, comrade. Really appreciate that. Don Mako, Umaneko, and Jordan Mines, thank you both very much for the $5. Ask if they're okay with biologists being kicked out of schools for teaching miasma theory when they complain about deniers. I don't know enough about the specifics for that to be a good gotcha. I wouldn't even know what the what the hot answer is, you know? Darwinian realism with the $10. Vosh, you're throwing this guy for a loop by targeting his illogic and dumbfuck conspiracism instead of debating and validating his lies and misrepresentations. Yeah, the last thing you want to do when debating a conspiracy theorist is to actually entertain the idea that their ideas are worth listening to. Intoxicant, Raquel, Seacart, and Professor Studs, thank you all so fucking much for the incredibly kind $5. Nothing to worry about, Professor Studs. We all understood. I understood, okay? I'm here for it. Manly Chem Guy with the tier 2 sub, thank you. Don't commit Sudoku, comrade. You'll miss out on all the fun future science debates I get to do with conspiracists. And Joey Jojo with the very kind tier 4 sub, getting my yellow name back now that I'm not broke. Also a physicist, and this has been a truly painful experience. Happy to hear it. Anytime, comrade. I think we're about to actually catch up on donations made today, incredibly enough. Ziltoid, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. Steve Verdugo and Phantom Archon, thank you both very much for the $5. The Tim Pool thing is currently in the works. Shafi, I discussed the sexual mutual aid discourse. Yes, the last time. How can we BDS companies who contribute most to climate change? I don't think boycotting is very effective. Policy from the top down is the best we can really go for. James Mitchell, thanks the $5. David Crowley with the 5 Australian. You should be using Australian solar energy. You guys got sun in spades. Lumi with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Natsoku Katori with the $5. This guy is probably a solipsist, given how skeptical he is about something as empirical about anthropogenetic climate change. Well, if you're anti-factual information, eventually it all rounds back to solipsism, doesn't it? Kamajak, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate that. And Maury, thank you for the $20. True, if you want to learn more about climate denial, Greenman3610 and Potholer54 are both great channels to take a look at it. Paddock and Johan, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Don't think Janique is ever going to be speaking to me at any point again in the future. I don't think he'd be willing to, but it's worth a shot, isn't it? Sake, thank you very much for the $2. I'm not, in fact, Sake Tanuki. I am Horace Me. You can pick any name, Lamau. Yes, that's true. Sake would never give a $2 donation. Churza and Dark Samus, thank you both for the tier 1 subs. Skittlecate with the 666, thank you very, very much. What's the best way to argue against third-party peeps? I'm failing it. Need tips. I did a discussion on third-party voting a little while with a guy whose name I literally cannot pronounce. But I think at this point, anyone who wants to vote third-party probably doesn't give a fuck about the actual outcome of their votes. My God, you people are incredibly generous. I'm going to run through these real good like. Bethaldu Table Knife and Rose Hemlock, thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 subs all. I really, really appreciate those. Stone Zebra, thank you for the tier 1 sub. A transitional state is a bad idea. Raid Malatesta? Maybe. The 25th Bomb and Aiden Benson, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate it. So far, my favorite arc is probably the Big Mom cake arc, and my favorite character is Jimbai. Am I into theory territory? You mean One Piece theory? Saki Tanuki with the 2 incredibly kind $10 donations. Pelosi totally fucked up that interview. She was asked, why won't you accept the president's offer? And all she had to say was, it's nowhere near good enough. Why don't you ask the GOP that question? Makes no sense and makes her seem like she wasn't listening, would rather play politics than help people. Oh yeah, we have to talk about the fucking Pelosi thing, dude. St. Krampus, the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Nathaniel was gay with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Kijil Doiji with the $5. My mom believes the COVID-19 vaccine has a tracking chip inside of it, and the government will force everyone to take it. What do I do? Probably emancipate yourself, I'd say. That'd probably be my recommendation. 21st Century Socialist with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Is Alden's number just another dog whistle for the JQ, or is it the real global conspiracy the world needs to know? Also, congrats to you and Hyena. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Alden's number is whatever you want it to be, comrade. I have no handle on the fucking meme discourse, okay? Comrade Dankula with the incredibly kind $30. Watch Lonerbox's new video? Sure, can't right now, but sure, thank you for the incredibly kind dono. Lazy Peasant, thanks to 15. We'll be looking at Pelosi's breakdown soon. Araxio with a tier 3 sub. Like every day in my life, I'm asking myself, why am I white? At least here I can fix this. True! The real deep existential questions people suffer from day in and day out. Fuzzy Dunlop and Tane, thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Untalented Filmmaker, not home from MySpace, Tane and Normus, thank you all so much for the $5. I really, really, really appreciate that. No, I'd agree, Tane. People aren't talking that much about our lack of experience. Untalented Filmmaker, I did a video on the Proud Boys a little while ago, but it's mostly about them being pro-violence than pro-white supremacy. I mean, you can take a look at what the Proud Boys typically does. if you want any sort of broad indication of their political motivations. It's pretty much all that you can really do. Francisco Rocott, thank you for the 5 CHF. Horrors me with the $2. Really appreciate that. True, the founding fathers would have been anarchists today. It's true. Can't argue with it. Felix Argyle and Big Gay Fish, thank you both very, very much for the $5. And Dumb Bunny with the $10. If ACB believes in women submitting to men, why does she want to impose her religious beliefs onto me? Shouldn't she want to do what I want her to do? Also, ACAB is better than ACB. Very true. It's not ACAB, it's AACBAB. All Amy Coney Barretts are bastards. Very true. Godspeed, Big Gay Fish. Keep those professors from being doomer. I think we've run through a good chunk of the nation. Do you think we've run through a good chunk? I feel like we've run through a good chunk. I feel like I'm satisfied with this for now. No, read mine. Yeah, that's always how it is. The people who have donated but haven't gotten to their donations yet, you people are the Mulders in chat. I see you. I see you. I see where you are. You know what? You've changed my mind. We'll do the Pelosi bit next. All right, listen up, people. Are you ready to appreciate the seething political complexity of the current landscape? Are you ready to maybe hear me play devil's advocate for Pelosi? I know. But Vosh, you say, isn't Pelosi fucking terrible? Yes. But Vosh, you say, isn't Pelosi a stonewaller in the Democratic Party who consistently opposes progressive agenda? Yes. But Vosh, isn't Pelosi a dumb bitch? Watch your mouth. That's misogynistic. Take a look.
Either. But let's not go into that.
Yeah,
you evidently do not respect the chairman of the committees who wrote these bills.
I respect
and
all of you.
I wish you would respect the knowledge that goes into getting meeting the needs of the American people. But again, you've been on a jag defending the administration all this time with no knowledge of the difference between our two bills. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that to you in person.
Right. Madam Speaker,
virtually.
these are incredibly difficult times right now, and we'll leave it on that note. Thank you so much for joining
we'll
us.
Leave it on the vote that you are not right on this, Wolf, and I hate to say that to you. But I feel confident about it, and I feel confident about my colleagues, and I feel confidence in my chairs.
It's not about me. It's about millions of Americans who can't put food on the table, who can't pay the rent.
And we represent them. And we represent them. And we represent them.
These long food lines that we're seeing. I know you are.
We know them.
I'm just saying.
We represent them, and we know them.
As we say,
we know them. We represent them.
Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, as they say here in Washington.
It is nowhere near perfect.
Madam Speaker.
Always the case, but we're not even close to the good.
All right, let's see what happens, because every day is critically, critically important. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for your sensitivity to our constituents' needs.
I am sensitive to them because I see them on the street begging for food, begging for money. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Have you fed them? We feed them. We feed them.
We'll continue this conversation down the road for sure. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Man, I had actually forgotten what an unbelievable fucking cunt she comes off as in this bit. Holy shit, she's so bad. Jesus Christ. I don't think it was too bad. I don't know how you can think that was anything other than terrible. That was abysmal to watch there. Holy shit. Now I need to reiterate, okay, it's very important that we know I really do despise Pelosi. However, there's an underlying problem here I was interested in getting your guys' opinions on. I mean that sincerely. I'm not trying to say that I have an answer and I'm sort of, hyperbolically or rhetorically asking. I actually want to know your opinion, okay? So, let's start out. Okay. Listen, all right? Are you ready for it? Okay, I'm going to count off two numbers, okay? 1, 2. In between those two numbers, 8 million American babies died because their families couldn't afford to buy food for them because there's been no stimulus bill out of Congress. It's still happening. Can you hear it? This country's aversion to supporting its population during a pandemic is fucking insane. It's sociopathic. It's fucking insane. This would have been so easy if we had a functioning government. I'm not saying everybody needs to be paid $5,000 a month, okay? But man, holy shit. Freeze evictions, $2,000 a month, people will get by. You get another couple supportive programs for some small businesses, you know, you maybe enhance some welfare programs. Did you misspeak when you said 8 million? No, because it was a bit. Just 2,000. 2,000's not enough. But even if it could just be 2,000, it would help people survive. And we haven't been able to do that. When was the last coronavirus stimulus bill that we put out? What was it? What was it? May? How long ago was it? Yeah, April. Yeah, April. A fucking million years ago. We got the 1,200. By we, I mean you guys, of course, because I never got it. Not that I really need it, I guess. And then we had the unemployment benefits extension. With the 600, and that was it. And that was woefully inadequate. But when that passed, people thought, okay, this is the beginning. We'll be getting this like once a month now. That's what people thought. I remember the discourse back then. It was like, okay, we got a little bit. Okay. And we'll get it some more as we better out. Nope. Fucking nope. Nope. Not a fucking dime. Oh, of course we got, you know, the PPP for small businesses, you know. Oh, and of course we got, you know, millions of dollars funneled into massive corporations that were able to abuse the conditions set for the PPP or requirements. You know, the small businesses, what have you. But actual real humans with their expenses, with their food, with their bills, with their evictions. Nothing. And as a person in chat just wisely provided us, we're not dealing with a population that was doing too hot to begin with. This article was published in 2019. 40% of Americans don't have $400 in the bank for emergency expenses. 40%. 40%! It's 150 million people, give or take. 150 million people. And by the way, not all of the 150 million people here have 399 in the bank. Many of them have fucking nothing. And millions more have 500 in the bank. The cutoff of $400 in the bank for emergency expenses leaves a lot of wiggle room above the 400 for also being dirt fucking poor. Oh, nothing and debt. My apologies. When I say many of these people have nothing, I mean nothing in addition to debt. Now, why have there not been stimulus bills passed? Well, mostly the Mitch McConnell, you know, mostly Mitch McConnell. You know how this works, right? That shit has to pass through the Senate. Mitch just doesn't let it run. Now, there are a lot of complexities that underlie the specifics of the relief bills that have been posed over the past half of a year. And is the Democratic Party completely blameless? I don't think so. But that's not what we're talking about right now. Even if the Democratic Party was run entirely by revolutionary socialists, even if we got the Bernie cloning machine up and functional, and it was just, 300 something Bernies in Congress and 47 Bernies in Senate or whatever, and they're all, shouting over each other, it's my turn to speak, even if they're all doing that, there's really not that much we can do. We don't control the Senate. Mitch McConnell just doesn't table shit he doesn't want to have voted on. Mitch McConnell, at Vosh, nobody died during the Great Depression from starving in any relevant numbers. I don't think people are starving now. So let me clarify. When I said people are starving, I'm more sort of indicating a general state of overwhelming poverty, from being evicted to being undernourished, which millions of Americans absolutely are, tens of millions actually, objectively undernourished. Now, do many people in America die of starvation? No. We are slightly more functioning than that. Slightly. But it was a way of hyperbolically indicating the broader problem. Now, with that being said, Bosch, this is a shit take that the Republican plan eliminates the earned income. Wait. I'm not done yet, PogChimp. Hold on. The issue is, Mitch has pretty much prevented us from being able to meaningfully table any solutions to this pandemic, any real stimulus. So what do? Well, the most we can really do as Democrats, again, this is all legislation. This is only electoral. There's nothing we can do as activists. This is entirely through the framework of electoral politics. The most we can do is constantly push for stimulus packages for coronavirus, for aid, let it get shut down by the Republicans, and then blame the Republicans. And that's what we've been doing for a while, and that's great. That's pretty much the limit of what we can do. Just hurt Trump, hurt the Republican Party. If Pelosi puts forward like, hey, here's a $4 trillion bill, that's not going to get tabled by fucking Mitch McConnell. But when he shuts it down, it makes them look bad. And the hardball here is, how well can you get Republicans to hurt their public image in a time while the country is in crisis without making it look like you're being overtly political with your intentions? So, for example, if Pelosi put forward a $10 trillion stimulus package, that's obviously not going to pass. That's obviously just a political bid to get McConnell to look like the bad guy when he doesn't table it. But if it's something like a $2.2 trillion, hey, that's a lot more reasonable. And balancing this weight, how do you hurt the Republicans without making yourself look like you're playing politics? Even though there's nothing wrong with playing politics, you have no power. Mitch McConnell won't table any of these bills. It's all you can do. So here's the issue. If you remember, just a week ago, the Senate Republicans stopped negotiating on any sort of stimulus. It's always been next month, and then they just cut negotiations, which makes the Republican Party look really, 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 really bad. But then Trump came out with a new offer saying he was willing to work with Pelosi. This offer is $1.8 trillion, which is significantly less than other ones offered, and additionally is really fucking cringe. I looked at it briefly. Going through the entirety of congressional legislation can take a little bit of time if you're fucking lazy like me. But if I remember correctly, there are other things included in the in the bill that are bad. Do you guys recall what I'm talking about here? $200 billion less. No, it's 1.8 billion. Sorry. Yeah, they're trying to get rid of corporate liability for coronavirus infections of employees, if I remember correctly. Essentially, that means if your boss is like, hey, you need to go and lick that doorknob for me. You need to go lick that doorknob to clean it for your job. And you're like, what the fuck? Okay. And you get coronavirus for it. That's no longer something, they're no longer liable, essentially. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that is a fucking horrible deal. So the Republicans finally now, 3 weeks before election, Trump, the White House, not Republicans in Congress, the White House comes out with a weak $1.8 trillion stimulus package, which includes alleviating liability for corporations. That's terrible. But now Pelosi is in a really tough position. And I know Pelosi looked like a fucking monster here talking with Wolf Blitzer, but listen to me now, because this, you keep saying trillion instead of billion. No, it's 1.8 trillion. 1.8 billion for a stimulus package is nothing. That's like 10 people, you know. It's trillion. So I'm asking you, okay? Follow through with me here on this. With Pelosi, what do you do? Right now, Trump is desperately trying to push a weak stimulus package through in a desperate effort to shore up his poll numbers right before the election. And he's trying to do it in a way that would alleviate corporate liability for coronavirus infections, which is terrible. Terrible. After playing hardball for 7 months, after the Republican Party playing hardball for 7 months, is it really right for Pelosi to just immediately accept the weak-ass, half-assed compromise deal they offer in an effort to try and shore up his electoral chances right before the election? That's the tough question. Negotiating is really, really hard. Like, really difficult. If Pelosi accepts, and then it goes through the House of Representatives and the Senate, that makes Trump look good because he gets stimulus out, and it makes it look like he was willing to cut through the division in the Senate to get out help to the people, and it's very little help. And also, he does the whole removal of liability for corporations thing, in addition to some other crap. But if Pelosi says, so that's minimal aid to Americans, supports corporations in a terrible, terrible way, makes Trump's chances higher. That's not good. And on the other hand, if Pelosi says no, we want something better, it makes her look like she's playing hardball when the Republicans have been stopgapping this process for 7 months. Personally, what the Republicans are playing right now is you don't get to pass stimulus aid unless we say you do. And you're only doing it right now to aid Trump in his election, and it will be a minimal amount, motherfucker. And that's a really, really, really tough, deal. She needs to counteroffer something they can't accept. She has, but they won't accept it. They're just focusing on this, the 1.8 trillion. Okay, Vosh, but what about all the people who need the help? What do you think will happen to those people if Trump's odds for victory are raised by this and then Trump wins the election? See, that's the thing. We're not just playing immediate relief, we're playing long-term relief. This is a utilitarian nightmare, and this is the difficulty associated with negotiation. Every time you negotiate, you potentially give up a small benefit to bid for a larger one. And with the politics added in, sometimes the consequences of accepting a concession can be greater than the consequences of getting nothing at all. People are starving now. People will be starving in the future, too. That's the thing. Do you really want Republicans to be singly dictating the metric by which relief is given to the American people? If this goes through, by the way, this will barely fix anything. This will barely fix anything. The same Trump, the same White House that is currently trying to rush through this 1.8 trillion package is advising landlords to start going ahead with evictions even when their local jurisdictions say that's illegal. The Trump administration is anti-life. And this is a lose-lose situation no matter which direction you take. Do you take a piddling half deal that gives corporate freedom from liability and also boost the chances of Trump winning in the election? Do you try to play hardball and make Republicans look like the bad guys for only accepting such a weak and concession-laden bill? Or do you flat out reject it and say, we're not accepting anything this bad, come back to us with a better deal, knowing you're biding down time until the election? If it weren't for the fact that the election was in 3 days, Pelosi would have pretty much no reason to not accept this unless she really wanted to try to negotiate for not getting that limitation of corporate liability. 3 days? Sorry, I mean 3 weeks. Biding the time, I'd offer a counterproposal, put it back to them. I believe that Pelosi has. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, because this is still developing. Has Pelosi not said we want a better deal to the White House for the 1.8 trillion? I'm pretty sure she has. Yeah, that's what they're doing. And that's what Pelosi is being criticized for at the moment, I believe. It's all about the last one to refuse. Yeah, she's proposing 2.4 trillion, which is a 33% increase to the 1.8. Wait, 33. Wait, 1.8. That's an 8 more. More than that. Yeah, it's like a 40% increase. The deal was they wanted to cut the child benefit in the EITC. Yeah. Who would that make them look bad, though? It really depends on who controls the narrative. Dude, if the media was completely controlled by left-leaning people, this would just do nothing but hurt Trump's chances. Oh, so now you want to provide stimulus 3 weeks out from election, and it's weak stimulus, and also you want to protect corporations. Phenomenal. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. I hate to say it, I think I support Pelosi hardballing because the utilitarian consequences of Trump winning via a boost he gets from a last-second stimulus bill could potentially end up causing infinitely greater harm down the line. It's also possible that since we only have 3 weeks, Trump will, in a desperate move, bid to actually accept the $2.4 trillion deal, which would make the Dems look comparatively stronger, make Trump look desperate, and make Pelosi look like a successful negotiator, which again, fuck Pelosi, but also Pelosi being a representative of the Democratic Party in this instance, that does make us look broadly better. But there's also the possibility that they just let this deal stall out and actually Trump's numbers go up because Pelosi is maligned as a horrible sociopath for denying this one bill after Mitch has denied like a dozen of them. It's really hard to know, and it's hard to tell, and it's hard to know who benefits most from this. And that's why I sound uncertain when I say this, because if I was in Pelosi's position, I would also have a really difficult time knowing what to do here. Though I admit I would probably not act to Wolf Blitzer the way she acted to Wolf Blitzer. I'll say that for you guys, though. That's true. Probably would have handled the optics in that interview a little bit better. I'm built different, you know? That's just how it is. What are you going to do? Yeah, replace Pelosi with Vosh. That's what I'm saying. No, yeah, she sounded like a lunatic. And for her to be playing this very difficult optical game with like negotiation and shit, but then to also come off like a fucking loony talking with Wolf Blitzer, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Now, there is one other possibility, and it's one that I talked about with Kyle Kulinski, or I guess I should say he introduced this possibility to me. I don't know if I believe it, but it is a possibility. And the possibility is this, that Pelosi should accept the $1.8 trillion because it won't make it through the Senate. There are some people who say that Mitch McConnell and other Republicans know that the Trump bridge is burning, know the sink is shipping, and they don't want to associate with him anymore. And for that reason, they'll continue to support their corporate donors by not adopting the $1.8 trillion ship is sinking. I can never make a point with you people. You're too cute. You distract me. The argument is that there are Republicans, including Mitch, who knows that Trump is fucked and is more beholden to his corporate donors than he is to Trump and to party loyalty, and therefore won't even table the $1.8 trillion. So Pelosi should accept it so it can make it through the House to the Senate where it will fail. And that way, all of the harm only lies on Mitch McConnell and the Republican Party. Frankly, I don't believe that's what's going to happen. The idea of the Republican Party splitting with Trump is like a theory that's been tested time and time again and has never come to pass. There has never been an instance in the entire Trump presidency of the Republican Party moving against Trump. The closest we got was McCain right before he died, and like Romney kind of like sort of performatively disavowing him in some ways. Yeah, I do not think that Mitch McConnell would risk that schism within the party. Can you imagine? Because this $1.8 trillion bill is being proposed by the White House. So the bill gets proposed by the White House, by Trump, and then gets shot down by Mitch? It doesn't make sense to me. They want the liability protection. I think that if it goes through the House, it'll go through the Senate. The Senate will 100% not vote in it until after ACB is voted in, so it actually does make some sense. Yeah, but do you really think ACB is going to take 3 weeks to be moved into the court? You know? I don't think so. I mean, it's not impossible, but I think that it's what's also very possible is that she gets moved in, and then they're like, oh, hello, look at this $1.8 trillion bill. Let's vote to pass. And then that's 2 days before the fucking election, and Trump gets to, on November 1st, say, hey, vote for the guy I gave you your stimulus, the Pelosi didn't want to give you, the Dems, I cut through the corruption in Congress, I gave it to you, it has my signature on it. And then he could get a lot of just last-second support. Which would be very unfortunate. Long story short, in spite of the behavior, I do think Pelosi's correct a hardball on this negotiation. Do you think one stimulus package could save the election from Trump? I don't think so. Well, there's always a chance Trump wins. That would increase the chance, without a doubt. Just, it's a matter of how much and what the actual odds are. Then just play for time. Don't give them enough time to pass it, like support it at November 1st or 2nd so they can't pass it in time. Well, yeah, sure, past a certain point. Is there anything I like about Trump? He got coronavirus. I thought that was pretty pog. What about the Lincoln Project? They're clearly breaking from Trump. Dude, the Lincoln Project is like 5 neocons who were from the Bush era being supported by millions of dollars donated from Democrats, okay? Republicans don't follow the fucking Lincoln Project. Democrats follow the Lincoln Project, okay? When Lincoln Project posts fucking USPS fan cam or makes fun of Trump for not being able to walk down a fucking ramp, they're grifters. They've taken a huge amount of money off the top for operational services. The only thing they actually fucking do is Twitter post, but they've taken tens of millions of dollars, and all that money is going straight to people who orchestrated the fucking Iraq war. They also give it to the GOP. Fuck the Lincoln Project, okay? They are not meaningfully anti-Trump in any way I care about. And they have a history of stealing posts from other people en masse. I'm sorry, if I were to condemn them for meme stealing, I too must be burnt on that cross. So, on that one, I am agnostic. More like the Stinkin' Project. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Ayy. What about the Gravel Institute? What does the based Gravel Institute have to do with the cringe Lincoln Project? Can you explain to me what the relationship is? I don't know. Yeah, what about Alden's project? That's a good question, folks. That's what I'm looking to answer. Man, one thing that I have noticed is that ever since I got verified on YouTube, my streams have stayed listed for way longer. Like, we are 4 hours into the stream, and my stream is still listed. We still have 11,000 people. That is insane, and I'm so happy to have you here. Hello. Wow. That's like 5 segments today. I feel like I should just do... Is there another segment I should do? I keep wanting to do the Antifa shooter thing. Fuck, I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Look, we'll do that now. We'll do the voter registration one next time we do stream. There's always something... Why do you stream so late for us comrades from Europe? I stream in the morning on Pacific time. What do you want from me? I stream in my morning. If I streamed at night, you wouldn't even be able to see the stream. You fucking ingrate, fucking Stein-chugging, child-fucking, snail-eating piece of shit Europeans, okay? Jesus Christ. All right, I'm sorry. Chill. We're all good. You stream in the morning? 11 a.m. My time. I got to do the 4 a.m. streams to really get in on the fucking European grift. Mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I love you guys. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy it, comrade. I love you. Thank you. I love you. All right, folks. Let me blow my nose, and then we'll get to a few more donations. And then after that, we'll do our final segment of the day, which is about the Antifa shooter who killed that patriot. Okay, there we go. Got it. Nailed it. Run it through. Took me long enough to talk about that. Conciliator, thank you for the tier 1 sub. John Hammond, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Yogo's Thought and Britmouse, thank you for the $5 and $6 respectively. Really appreciate that. Time to create the biggest contraception black market on earth. Who needs condoms? Well, what we all need to do is just stop having sex. I've already said that. If you can't follow that line, you don't deserve to not be forced to have children. J.K. Loppers, thank you for the $5. Glad you enjoy Slam Brew and Whichever Axis. Thank you both very much for the $5. Happy to counter red pill bullshit whenever the fuck you want. Very true. Iridian Knight with the incredibly kind $10. Happy you're a libertarian socialist now, or syndicist now, rather than a fucking alt-righter. Definitely an improvement. HDD Ridden with the very kind $5. Oh, ABC will be on sorry, ACB will be on PragerU eventually, comrade, for sure. It just fits too well. There are a couple of links I need to run through, but I'm not going to be able to have every link so broadcasted. Nigel Farage, the incredibly kind $20. Boris buys a Travi patty. What the fuck am I looking at? What is this on? Cover me, old chump. Sorting this coronavirus out has been hard work and I'm hungry. Fucking hell, boys. What is this? How do you make these? This is so... Sorry, Boris. This is the people's patty now. Yoink. I love these. These are like modern art. I'm here for it. Shimmerance, thank you so much for the incredibly kind tier 1 sub. Beautiful baby. Baby has a good taste in political commentators. That's what I'm like. What a lovely sync for a cat. Inverted J with the 666 Paul's Ego added again. You should really have him on. Yeah, Paul's Ego has been doing some crazy doomerism, anti-electoral shit lately, but yeah. Vote scolds drive more people to stay at home on election day than they drive to the polls. Not true, actually. I've convinced hundreds of people to vote for Biden. It really depends on how based and epic you are. And I'm very based and epic, so. Genghis Prager, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Nice. All right, well, it's a beautiful cat, so. Nice fucking meme. You're lucky I scrolled down. Pity Boy with the incredibly kind 666. I think you'll appreciate this response. This is what Chomsky says not to do. He says voting is a trivial act that takes a tiny portion of your life and is a very minor part of what doing politics consists of. Yeah, Nathan Robinson is pretty based and red-pilled, to be honest. I really like him. Divergence with the incredibly kind $40. My dude, holy shit. Thank you.
All right, Crystal, what's on your radar?
Well, allow me to bring you up to speed on the...
Ah, nice. Here's the Rising taking the opposite position that I just did on Pelosi. I can't do this. Pelosi has no need to make a deal because she knows the mainstream media is going to place all blame on Trump, and it's working. That's how politics works. To her, everything is a political calculation. That's how politics works. That means it's a good politician, no matter how destructive it is to Americans. Well, the argument is that it's less destructive to Americans to hold off for a couple of weeks on a milquetoast stimulus package than it is to risk Trump getting 4 more years. That's how it works. But of course, to people who believe Trump and Biden are the same, they would think this is only a bad thing, obviously. Darwinian Realism, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $10. Yes, Potholer54 is a good YouTuber to watch for sure. Kiroshi with the $2 POV, you are Oliver. He's a loud boy. Hey, Jax, the $5. I know you talked privately with Paul's ego, but I still think we deserve to see some of his dumb takes. Oh yeah, I saw this one. As an anarcho-communist, I recommend you vote for the bourgeois candidate instead of the bourgeois candidate so we can replace bourgeois democracy with bourgeois democracy. It's so fucking simple. This is almost my argument, except instead it's, as an anarcho-communist, I recommend you vote for the bourgeois candidate instead of the fascist white supremacist so we can replace fascist white supremacy with bourgeois democracy. It's so fucking simple. And then we fix the argument there. Just had to nail it out a little bit there. Syllabic Abjad with the $5 new loaner box
On
video.
April 5th, 1968.
Nice. I'll give it a look for sure. Loaner box makes good content. Mud Slug with the $5 you incur here. Baby. Happy the uni stuff's happening. Baby. Enjoy the sociology, comrade. I'm Sleeps, the 10 bucks. Thanks for all you do. You and your community are helping me keep sane in the year of our Ultimate Boss Fight 2020. Also,
Salve, grata, Ramones TikTok. Exquo.
Heko pelados al alien.
What?
Krakia. Strabo. Strabo!
Okay, mimmen filosofos.
Kongrakia.
Itake.
Athens.
Dio toi itake sos eipon.
Roma Mathare.
Epimaiti Romaion meriagolium.
Moneti.
O periomai tukeion en regis skeletos.
Salve, grata, Ramones.
who are you? I am from ancient Greece. Rags to Radical with the $5. Hey, Vosh, you mad? You mad, Vosh? Vosh, mad? Oh, no. Hold on. If it's a full fucking song, I love all the songs, but we actually are skipped on time. I'm going to save this for the debunk later category, so it shows up in future streams. This is just a very packed stream. Stay mad. Fine, chat. You can get it ahead of me, okay? We'll debunk the song later, okay? There. I'm Sleeps with the incredibly kind 10 bucks. Oh, I just got that one, okay. Sir Lazio the Great, thank you very much for the $2. Shit on this video.
We win the election, but we...
Abolition is retardation, the Electoral College rant. From the Rageaholic? Wait, I have to go over this guy's video? Dude, this guy is like... This guy's IQ is like a liquor bottle. Like this guy is
we don't get to be...
What's the term for isn't he a Nazi? Yeah, probably. What's the term? It's fetal alcohol syndrome. But it's not when it's fetal. It's when you're like a washed up 40-year-old who still wears leather jackets. What's like the washed up 40-year-old who still wears leather jackets version of fetal alcohol syndrome? Cirrhosis? Man baby alcohol syndrome? It might be that. Yeah. And Felix Argyle with the $5. Please go support this to help restore our democracy, trans rights.
Today I'm speaking to you as a former Prime Minister of Australia, passionate about our country's future. And today I'm officially...
Well, that looks like a lot of words. Here you go, chat. I'm giving it to you. We read through some donos that aren't links. Pretty soon I'm going to have no choice but to stop doing the whole every dono read thing. Oh god, I'm going to try. I try so hard for you people, I hope you know. More with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you. The Basic Brick and Katya, thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. Good luck with your wisdom tooth recovery, comrade. Didn't you already do that? Yeah, well, I'm kind of already doing it. Colby, Brennan, Felix Argyle, and Bassie 1199. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind $2. Take your trash out. No, fuck you. Salton C, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $20. I know you're saying election fraud is illegal, but can we really address this kind of hypothetical? What does illegal really mean anyway? Andrew, who really knows? Honestly, if you think about it, illegal is a social construct. Christina, Dry Tillian, Sneaky Wikiki, Greg Farr, and Chevaler. Thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. Yes, Sneaky Wikiki, a better education system would mean less Republicans. That's why they keep defunding the education system. That's how it be. Felix Argyle, Inverted J, and Bat Canary, thank you so much for the $5. What do you think of Paul Ego's vid about you? I like Paul, but I think he's being silly and it'd be beneficial to have him on to discuss this. Wait, hold on. Wait. He made a video?
I want to know what...
Still there?
You mean this live stream? People linked to this live stream before. Yeah, people in here. I don't know. I clicked around it, but I didn't find him talking about me. Is that what we're talking about? Okay. I don't know. Waldemar 3000 $10. Hey Vosh, would love to see you dominate that little cuck Steven Crowder again. Oh, but his videos are so painful to consume. Oh! Chill! Close the tab. Stop. Okay. Chill. Go team. Mikri Petra with very kind $10. I would die for your cats. Got a dog named Bruce Springsteen, equally as cute. Hell yeah, comrade. I'd die for them too. Maybe. The Bart Lucy with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Yes, the Jocko stream is still very much a classic. Emery81 with 31 sub. Thank you. Dango Bango with $2. Thank you. Bento Bun with the incredibly kind $20. I'm back and thoroughly enjoying the streams. Thanks for making politics easily understandable for me and others. Much love. Anytime. And Taylor Nile with the 10 euros. Have you heard the reactionary Jeremy... Oh, 10 pounds, sorry. Jeremy Hambley stuff with Baldur's Gate 3 and them apparently hating white people. Research it, it's mad. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about, but I could look into it. Maybe, possibly, you know, perhaps. Slamber with $3. Unironically, Cumtown is better than Chapo politically. That's a hard take. Studio SJS, I do want to do a video on Soel soon. He is a fucking dumbass. Eric Prantare with the 50 kronar. Thank you. Would you consider uploading to LBRY? I'm trying to stop using all proprietary software. You can automatically sync your videos from YouTube. F Google. If you're not even using Google, you're on like a level beyond me, but I can look into it, I guess. Unintelligible characters, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Nubakin with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Jackson Walsh, not much. Thanks to the 5 Canadian. Daniel Rathbone with the $5. Jin is the best League of Legends character. My favorite ADC. Thank you. Somnio Static with a very kind $25. This was donated at 10/14/2020 at 3:59 p.m. Tankies out. Thank you, Somnio Static. So that means in my time, it was donated at 1 or 2 hours and 19 minutes ago. We'll see how quickly we can catch up, huh? Gussie with the $5. What's the purpose of theory if all it produces is people who refuse to engage in meaningful action? Masturbatory, fuel. HGTV Lovecraft at $10. Outer Wilds at 250k. Bangs Table snorts some coke. Outer Wilds at 250k. Tell you what, give me to 300k before the end of the year and we'll consider Outer Wilds, all right? Vinny Holiday just talked about Pelosi. There you go, Comrade Lucas Exemplar with the $5. Yeah, probably. Blue Rabbit King with the incredibly kind $12. Do you think the globalization of Korean culture has changed the way society sees Asian men? Probably. I don't know about Koreans specifically. The globalization of Asian culture has definitely affected that, but I don't know. I wouldn't know how much of the like globalization of Asian culture is specifically Korean and how much of it is or would be Chinese or Japanese or Indian or that stuff, you know? But yeah, almost certainly. Here's the Paul's Ego video. That's a purple link, so it's probably a rickroll. Nice try. That darn skag with the 10 Canadian. Doyle's MAGA hats collapsing onto his small brain. True, and it is hard to watch, but we are here for him if he ever needs help. Earthling with the 15 Australian. Vosh, check out the TNO mod for Hearts of Iron 4. It's like one of the best pieces of anti-fascist literature I'll ever see. No, you'll never get me to play your nerd games, but I appreciate your 15 Monopoly dollars. Nick Videos openly being a white supremacist. Oh, Nick Videos is a neo-Nazi now. So this shouldn't be too surprising. But sure, what is it?
A clown.
Neocons are clowns. Base Department, Tucker Carlson, Trump. He realized Nick Fuentes, there you go. He realizes that Trump is like cuck to Israel though, right? I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, no, he's a Nazi, yeah. Oh, he's also... Oh, I can say this since we're here publicly. By the way, massive fucking pussy. He was so okay to debate early on when he was so ready to debate when he was just LARPing as like a MAGA hat. But now that he's going full Groiper, he's suddenly very, very uncomfortable debating, you know? He's real scared. Finds plenty of time to debate other people on TikTok. Hasn't really found the time to talk with me. Very strange. But yeah, I want it known so the TikTok people stop bothering me. Go bug Nick in the comment section of every video that he's ever done, telling him to debate me and that he's a pussy. Okay? Simple. It's simple as that. Public pressure, okay? How do you debate on TikTok? Well, they do, they have like Zoom calls. There's like a thing to it. I don't know. It's fucking TikTok. I don't know. Here's the clip from Paul's Ego stream. All right. All right, ear. We've been lenient today, but... We've been lenient today, but no more. Nathan Jasper, 85D2D Derek, Masai Lapsy, thank you all so much for the incredibly $5 and euros. I need to support you because I've seen so many tankies hating you. They hate me because they ain't me. That's how it be, baby. Really, though. Chalupa Lupa with the incredibly kind 20 euros. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. The incredibly $5. You say this as many times as I have to, and you keep saying it correctly, okay? Weirlog, Nathan Nelson, and Bretta Hassar, thank you very much for the $5. I appreciate that. When are we having the John Doyle Heckoff Commie Cookout? I don't know, comrade. That climate denier guy said you need 30 cases for statistics. This is dumb, but could you go over why? It doesn't. He just completely made it up. When he said you need 30 cases for statistics to work, he was literally just making shit up off the top of his head. Like, I think what he was probably trying to get at is that depending on the subject, sometimes you want a sample size of around 30 individual units to be able to determine like data trends in an experiment. But we have tens of thousands of data points. He was saying you need 30 different experiments. Like he had no idea what he was talking about. Amy Walden with the 20 Canadian, adoration and respect from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. Nova Scotia is the coolest sounding part of the entire planet. It's true. Hensley with 22 kroner. Thank you. Ezekiel with the $1. Thank you. Drunken E-Dubs with the $2. My pleasure any fucking time. You know, I love debating people. Ritos Gale, 747, and Baritone OW, thank you all so goddamn much for the incredibly kind tier 1 sub. Very true. Thanks for showing me hot autistic people exist. Thank you. I appreciate the double compliment. I with the $3, Mr. Egg Sauce with the 2 Canadian. Thank you very much. Rip Baron, Eoman Code 84 with the $5. Found you through the Dusty Smith show. Like your work. Thank you. I like my work too. Warframer Gaming with a very kind $10. I thought John Doyle was free market. Why is he trying to tank the stonk price of my shares in Femboy Hooters? Well, because he's not. Conservatives are never actually free market. What they are is pro-power. When corporate power aligns with them, they're very free market. And when they want state power to overwhelm corporate power, they're anti-free market. The only principle conservatives have are power. That's it. That's all. That's it. Did you see that the hit against Michael Reinl shockingly looked like it was a hit? What's this? Our investigation found officers made a shot without warning or with seeing a gun. Yeah, I mean, I'll look into it. Here's a Benjamin Politics video for you. I'm too nice to you people. What is this? From 5 days ago. Why is my face in here? Hold on. I love you. Thank you very much for coming on. I really do appreciate it.
Sir.
And I hope you have a wonderful day.
Yes, you too. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
You know, I'd love to come in your stream at any time, Flush. Like, literally, I know that you're afraid to tell everybody about all the neat pictures that we send each other, but I know.
Okay. All right, that was just funny. Okay. I was expecting some really dumb shit, but okay. Okay, I'm here for it. It's all good. Yeah, based cringe. It's all good. TD has the 250 DOPS. What do you think about corporate social programs? I'm in charge of one. I'm trying to make a 90% community impact and 10% PR stunt. I mean, it can be good or bad. As long as corporations are going to be around, there are good and bad ways for them to handle that sort of thing. Mountain of Madness, thanks to Tier 1 sub. Mr. Egg Sauce, the 5 Canadian, thank you very much. John Doyle, Ben Shapiro, and Tim Pool, all of this breathless way of talking why is an accent. Also, happy anniversary. I don't know. It's I think it's like them trying to contain barely supplanted rage, personally. Creekart, Nathan Davis, Roger Hess, and Chilipi Lupa, thank you very much for the $5. I have read Vinland Saga, thought it was phenomenal. Him saying the MAGA hat's not coming off was a cry for help. Please. The super glue set it in, get it off. Sake with the incredibly kind $10. The only valid boys are bears. Force verify all femboys. Also, both Baki and Kaiichi have over 200 more chapters than One Piece. That's crazy to think of, man. I didn't know Kaiichi was that long. I didn't know it went past the scope of the anime. Kinky Astronaut with a very kind tier 4 sub. I just want to flex that I have $40 available. That's the fucking ticket, comrade. That's the kind of dono shit I want to see. No fucking message, no thank you. Just, hey people, I have $40. Look at me. That's what I like to see. Maximilian, I don't think that there's going to be a silent Trump vote. Trump voters are loud as fuck. Emmett Shahan with the $5. Mom just passed unexpectedly. Glad I could watch some of your streams before I go back to dealing with all that shit. Keep up the good work, good sir. I will, comrade. I'm really sorry to hear about your mom. Seriously. Joe Martin with the $2. Thank you. What are your thoughts on ABA? Don't know what you're referring to. Polity, not policy with the $5. Sent you my legitimate court packing proposal via email because I think you're a swell lad. Thought I'd spend in a few bucks too. Thank you. I wish everyone who sent me an email had to pay me for the privilege. Really appreciate that. Madfordite with the incredibly kind $10. What do you think of the PSL? Same as Green Party and the like? Yep. Also, Vermont Progressive Party is how you build a third party. More seats in state government than libertarians. Probably. I don't know much about the Vermont Progressive Party, though I know about Bernie Sanders, of course, and, you know, his run. Yeah, TJ Gamer. Ice-T is the good one. Atomic Crow with the $2. Thank you very much. Less than the power of evangelicals? Yeah, gotta vote Biden in November. And Mr. Swallow Salmon, thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Oh, man, we are really running through, aren't we? How close are we? Let me see. We'll go through a few more. Then we'll do the last segment. Fukumoto has drawn out a single game of Mahjong and Akagi for 20 years worth of manga chapters, while the game itself only lasts a couple hours. Despite this, he still keeps it interesting. Dude, Akagi, are you ready for my hot take? Akagi was way more interesting than Kaiji. Even though it fucking sucked because at the end it was just like, and then the game continued forever. Akagi was way the fuck better than Akaiji. Or Kaiji, sorry. Look at this excellent art style, okay? Akagi was sick as shit. I felt like I could really follow what was happening. A lot of Kaiji's shit just felt rando as fuck to me. It was like, now you have to walk across a bridge. Oh, my psych game, my mental is being destroyed by this bridge, you know? But, that's a fun style. Yeah, it is. Whatever. Okay, back to business. Fine, no fun. Sorry. I'm functionally reading 2 days worth of donos. Shoe Head is getting temp restricted on Twitter. Yeah, I just want to know why. Can anyone reach out to Shu and tell her to show up in my fucking stream chat? To tell me why? What'd she do? Okay. Saki with the incredibly kind $10. Hardballing is probably the right answer, but in that interview, she wasn't hardballing and calling out Trump's proposal for specifics of failure. Oh, she bombed the interview, yeah. But I do agree with the hardballing. Dumb Bunny with the $10. Pelosi's Wolf Blitzer interview is best of both worlds for the left. She takes the right position, but defending it poorly may also embolden progressive dissent. Ha, that's true. For us, it's good, because we get all the YouTube videos we want to make, you know? Puff with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Noah with the $5. Hello, I run about 120 Republican campaign Facebook accounts from all over the country. Let's talk lol. Noah, I don't know if you're still there, but if you want to talk, you should email me and maybe we can set something up. Alex CJJJ and Deck Jackson, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. When you're debating Tim Pool, what's the deal? What is the response to the argument that in order to have co-ops, you must have the government seize the means of production? You mean the government must pass laws? I am in favor of the government passing laws that help people. Yeah, that's like in order for welfare to exist, the government must seize the means of redistributing tax wealth. Like, okay, yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of circular there. The base DMT, Miles Hill, Travis Alex, and 123987 with the incredibly kind $5. Thomas Sowell video will be coming up. And yes, of course, the Pelosi's optics there do look fucking incredibly abysmal. If you and Ben Shapiro threw hands, who would win? Listen, I'm not trying to posture here, but I'm reasonably sure I could beat Ben Shapiro in a fist fight. Thank you. Cat's Pajamas, thanks to the incredibly kind tier 2 sub. Happy to hear you're eating the ANCAPs and fascists for breakfast now. Really appreciate that. Sake Tanuki with the $10. The Catholic Church really fucked up on a golden opportunity for Jesus brand condoms, the Immaculate Conception, and Mary Magnums. If the Catholic Church ever put out condoms, they'd be one with one single hole in the center, right where the urethra would be. I'm pretty sure they want as many babies as they can get. Roach Boy, I might. Thank you, and Ardatan with the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate both of those. You're both so pog and handsome. Wow. Zeloff, AT5D2, Derek, and Akison, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $5. You should just disable donos after the first hour in your stream. No, I don't think I'm going to do that, actually. That's such a great suggestion on your part, but no, I don't think so. How would you feel if people essentially were able to form political theory from watching only your streams and publish books about you? I think that watching my streams generally provides enough information for a person to be politically effective as a leftist, but it would be incredibly dumb for me to believe that I'm capable of holistically, like, replacing other people's perspectives. My goal is that a person should be able to watch only me and do well, but it'll never be as good as watching me and also consuming other sources of media. Of course. Thank you, Amy Crummy. I'll keep doing my best. And likewise, Marcus Will. What are your thoughts on Brianna versus Chomsky? I think that Brianna and Virgil Texas are clowns. Chris B, thank you very much for the $5. I have not looked into that story. No. McHorn Holio with the $2. Check out what the Chinese are doing in Inner Mongolia. Maybe I will, comrade. Ben Sheffer with a very kind $10. Are you worried 4 years of Biden will bring a worse version of Trump in 2024? Maybe POTUS Tom Cotton? No, I don't think so. I don't buy the idea that, like, having a Dem president makes it more likely for a more Republican president, and having a Republican president makes it more likely for a progressive Dem. I don't think that's the true. I just don't think that's the case at all. The red and blue bases in this country are pretty much set. The outcomes of elections from this point forward will be determined pretty much entirely by how well Democrats can appeal to the moderates. That's pretty much it. The people who are Trump hardliners today aren't going to be moved from their fucking positions, okay? It'll waver within a couple of percentage points of the popular vote. What it's really about is how much can Dems energize that remaining like half the fucking country who doesn't vote. And that's going to be every election from now on. If we get rid of the Electoral College, the Republicans will never win an election again. If we get rid of the Electoral College and also gerrymandering, the Republicans will stop winning local elections as well. This game is ours to win with the right legislation. And dog, true. If you're watching the stream, you got to hit that like button. Very true. Very, very true. Nil on Discord with the $5. Please keep reading donos. Just don't click links. That's what takes so much time. Yeah, I think I have to cut down on that for the most part. Yay! Fresh Cantaloupe, Baby Crummy, thank you both very, very much for the $5. What do I think of Kropotkin? I think Kropotkin was pretty cool and bass. Fresh Cantaloupe, really happy to hear you're more comfortable with your identity now. Azizi Di Khalifa with an incredibly kind $10. Happy birthday yesterday, comrade. That's Pog. What's your main critique of ML ideology? What do you recommend to read on political ideologies? I'm not a theory hog. If you want theory recommendations, watch Radical Reviewer. As for MLs, it just seems like most of them are dumb fucks. That seems to be the biggest problem, that most of them are dumb fucks. And that's my biggest problem with them, mostly. It's that they're kind of dumb, just dumb fucks, you know? Oe Rum with the incredibly kind 50 pounds, my dude. Cheers for shifting me further left. Lots of love. Message a bit cringe, but oh well. No, it's not cringe, love. Anytime, love. No, seriously, I really appreciate it. I don't hate all British people, just most of them. You're the one good one. Thank you. Seriously, I really do appreciate the incredible kindness. Okay, I'll stop. We're almost caught up with donos, believe it or not. Campbell Smith with the $10. I heard you mention Nova Scotia. We're actually struggling with racial injustice and terrorist attacks against Native Americans here the last month or so. That makes sense to me. Canadians fucking hate Indigenous people. It's crazy. It is a cool sounding name, though. Nova Scotia sounds like a fucking space station, you know? It really does. Like, holy shit. Can you imagine a space station called Kentucky? Nah, it sounds dumb. Nova Scotia, though? I can see the fucking rays of Saturn eclipsed in starlight as I round the orbital bend and dock at the fucking, you know, at the fucking gate. Beautiful. Yeah. Beep, beep. Here, Alabama Station. Reminds me of fucking My Hero Academia, dude. All Might's like, Kentucky? North Dakota? Vermont? Chicago smash! Yeah, it's like, I bet that sounds a lot better in Japanese. Trenton Weiberg and Ahsoka Bunzero, thank you very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Where can I get content from Hyena? Hyena plans on starting streaming soon. Because I moved my studio from one room to another, we kind of fucked up everything in the house, and honestly, we handled it poorly. We didn't schedule stuff right, but what we were planning on doing is setting up a separate studio for Hyena so they could stream on their own without being in the bedroom, because before when they streamed, they were in the bedroom, and because I'm banned on Twitch, I can't go in the bedroom when they're streaming because I'll be in the bedroom and they'll see me on the bedroom, and then they'll get banned from Twitch because I'm banned from Twitch. 4/13. What's the date? Thanks, Trenton. 4/16. There we go. Sakos, thank you very much for the 5 Canadian. I'm afraid I can't entertain any political discussions outside the US at the moment with the coming election, but I'm not opposed to speaking about it in the future. Thank you, Lexia's Dumb. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 666 and the kind words. And oh my God, we're on the last page of donos for now. Oh, Hiram with the 20 pounds. I'm Scottish, comrade. Love you anyway. Oh, God. Oh, I called a Scot an English person. I'm sorry. Listen, you all use the pound. I'm really sorry. You don't deserve that. You're so much better than the shit heap you're attached to. You're so much... Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a slur to them. Kayla Cat with the $10. I've always loved that you've taken the time to read all these. Your fans really love you, even though you can't continue reading all of them. Stay based. I try my best. It's also, I mean, as a matter of, of pragmatism, of course, I get more in donos when I read the donos, of course, because then people want me to read it. My argument has always been, when you donate, I want you to donate just to give me money. If you want to get a message in there, I read everything, but I can't guarantee that I'll read everything out loud. And if you want to give the money, do it to support the stream, which is, of course, a necessary feature of the stream. But don't do it for attention, because I can never promise that. Greek Anarchist, thanks. The $2. Wanted to let you know your streams have been on Facebook lately. Also, will you cover the Golden Dawn trial? Yeah, I have a expert historian who I want to talk to about the Golden Dawn trial for sure. Billie Sussy 15 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Glad you're getting away from your turf dad. Fuck him. But don't, actually. That's not good. What do you mean by it's been on Facebook lately? Facebook Relay? Is that what re means? I don't know what that means. Reza Sutra, the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you. Bosh, you always say you don't need the money, though. Oh, no, I don't. Of course not. I'm very well accommodated when it comes to my income. When people donate, it's very much a matter of generosity. I'll never lead you guys to believe that I need it or I'll starve or whatever. That being said, White Nervosa gets a cut of website income, so if you don't donate, you're taking it out of her fucking paycheck, okay? There you go. Now I'm holding other people hostage. So the yeah, I need my weed money, okay? Seacoast, thank you for the 5 Canadian. And Christian Gonzalez, the incredibly kind $5. Did you see Kanye tweeting out fake Kentucky poll numbers from a site that was testing its election tracking, and his followers believed him? No, I didn't, but that does make sense to me. Yeah, of course. White Nervosa is like the only reason I'm able to stream, really. So White Nervosa is amazing. She does have white in her name, though. Then how do you get money? Well, she doesn't get 100% of the site income. Hold on. Shu said, somebody is trying to hack into my shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Somebody's trying to hack Shu's fucking account. Oh, shit. Monka S. It's Sargon. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's trying to get into my DMs with her so that he can publish them. Oh, fuck. Wait a second. Is that literally what might actually be happening? Shu gets a lot of heat for being associated with me. Do you think they're going to try and get into the DMs to try to see if it's like compromising? Well, good thing everything I've ever said to Shu is totally defensible and funny, and it doesn't matter. Oh no, I've shit-talked people in there? Uh-oh. Well, I live my life assuming all of you will betray me eventually, so there's nothing incriminating there. Sake with the $5 per hour, not per month. Yeah, true. SpongeJaw Steve with the $10. Thanks for the fun comedy show with the climate debate. That denier guy was unintentionally hilarious. Big liar. Oh yeah, for sure. Deism Accountant with the incredibly kind $20. Now that you're caught up, it's time for philosophy and politics. What the fuck, you two links?
One of the most
the philosophy of One Piece. The philosophy of One Piece would be like freedom, wouldn't it? All the big antagonists. One Piece doesn't like say the government is worse than everything is bad in the world of One Piece.
So
Everyone
let me
gets
start
wrong
by
about One Piece's politics. Yeah, I'll look into it. Like everything is terrible, you know? Because Luffy wanted to be a pirate for freedom, but all the other pirates mostly just wanted to be a pirate so they can like murder and rape people. And the world government is like a hyper autocratic deific organization that mega centrally controls everything and you know, has a aristocracy of literal gods above everybody else. Yeah, Luffy's the Ancom. Luffy's the good one. Outer Netic with the incredibly kind $10 did a drawing. It ain't that good in my opinion, but I thought I'd send it anyway. Nonsense, comrade. This is better than the shit I draw. Hey, it fucking me. Check me the fuck out. I'm a what do they call him? A screen man. What's the term? What was the term? A screen person? Thank you. Screen people, yeah. Mr. Swallow Salmon with a tier 1 sub. No tears, monkey baby. I had a senpai with $3. Baby, we found Monday night to brighten everyone's day in these trying times. Oh, you found a baby? Found baby. Where is it? Oh, found baby. Wait, you found a guinea pig? Wait, how do you find a guinea pig? They're native to Latin America. Unless it got lost from another house? It just spawned there, I guess? Yeah, found. Like they yoinked it. Unless they're Latin American. Yeah, and they went out into the fucking rainforest to find one. Dude, guinea pigs are so fucking cute. I love them. Felix Argyle with $5, an important set of picks? Maybe. Licky. Bah, Artemy looking motherfucking ass, baby. Beautiful, stretchy sun, baby. Beautiful. Cats are so good. Bores me with the $2 Sui theory. This is where it all comes from. Anti-voting. Oh yeah, this is all the theory that's about anti-voting. Well, I'm smarter than all these theorists, so what are you gonna do? Sneaky with Kiki with the $5. John Doyle has a worse take on LGBTQ marriage than this. Ah yes, this is a good one. Very true. This is literally the John Doyle video that we just watched. Mr. Swallow Seaman with the tier 1 sub. Ah, the monkey video again. Nice try, comrade. You only get that once, but thank you. Evil Eye with $3. Nick Cannon is Mary Carey's ex-husband. Okay. This would be fun content for us to look over. A black nationalist talking with a white nationalist. Bitch-ass cunt 69 with the $5. His name is Waffles. Baby. So fluffy. You know, these long hair cats are gorgeous, but you have to remember that because of how long their hair is and how much they lick themselves, these motherfuckers cough up hairballs like crazy. Hyena, plan for 410 done. Jay defends the $5 for the person who said no more links. Here's a link. Fuck is this?
Close polling places because they don't want you to vote. They shut down ways to make them safer because they don't want you to vote. They called on gangs to make you nervous, tried to cut the postal service because Republicans don't want you to vote. They rant on rampant voter fraud they're claiming to prevent, but the fact is that the fraud rate's 0.0003%. They block reforms with lawsuits, $20 million spent, because if voting was easy,
you'd never have a Republican elected in this country again.
If you're young or a minority, they don't want you to vote. They oppose a fair democracy, so they don't want you to vote. The best way to explain will be a Biden tidal wave to prove their right to be afraid of your vote.
True. That was actually a really good... That was actually a really good, yeah, Cringe? No, not cringe. There was nothing cringed about that at all, even slightly. There you go. There's the link. Linky. Outernetic with a 1312. Thank you. Don't know if my stuff went through because of the Wi-Fi stuff, but here's fan art. It did, comrade, but we can look at it again. And with that, we're actually caught up on donos, which is delightful. It also means we have the opportunity to do our final segment. Thank you very much. Okay, let me clear all this stupid bullshit. Clear, 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 clear. It's going to be a short one, okay? But it's going to be short. It's going to be sweet, all right? I disagree with the idea that voting's going to solve all the shit, though. He didn't say voting's going to solve all the shit. He said the best way to respond to this is with a Biden tidal wave. Biden's going to surrender power to fascists the moment any pressure on him is there. I don't think that's true at all. Keep in mind the majority of the Obama administration was with Republicans controlling at least one of the branches of government. If there's a massive, overwhelmingly blue tidal wave, then yeah, that's it. I think what a lot of people fail... It's weird. So many lefties get obsessed with theory, but they forget about very basic real politic. Like, they'll be super cynical, like, oh yeah, everyone just serves the corporate interest. But they'll forget, like, the basic way our government works. Like, the basic underlying principles that allow a democracy to function. Oh, voting doesn't matter? Yes, of course voting fucking matters, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? It absolutely matters. And there are meaningful differences between different political candidates because corporations don't have a literal one-to-one fucking brain hijack control over political candidates because there's ambiguity because votes do have power. Do they have enough power? No. Do corporations put their thumb on the scale? All the time. Is the system fair? No. Is our democracy a sham? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean the whole process is a fucking matrix veil put over your face. There are real consequences to what goes on here. I love how hopeful your stream is today. Well, it's only hopeful if we win, people. Here, it's has the polling updated at all in the past however long? 5 minutes? What are we looking at here? Updated 2 minutes ago. Oh shit. Okay, we're still 13 to 87. Any alterations in the chances for the Senate? Oh shit! Dude, there was a 3-point swing for Blue Senate. What changed? Wait, what new poll came out? That is a huge jump. Is there a recent polling data we can look at? Or I could look for it, but if we lose, the ensuing misery will be an excellent opportunity to radicalize people. Yeah, sure, we win no matter what. It's because of an Obama endorsement? Well, sure, fuck it. Thank you, Obama. Thank you, sir, for saving our country. Oh, hey! Wait. Big shout out here. Excited to announce Janae Marie Kroc, the trans athlete Blair White lied about, will be appearing on my channel this Friday at 8 p.m. EST. We'll be talking about trans issues, the effect of Blair lies, and more. Tune in. I might actually host this. This is one of the most transparently bad things that Blair White has done over the course of her channel. And if you look at the Social Blade numbers, Blair White has lost thousands of subscribers since the controversy. See, Blair White may be a horrible piece of shit, but a lot of the people who follow Blair White actually are like center-leaning anti-SJW pro-trans people who like the yes bitch aesthetic, you know? So when they realize that Blair White's actually a horrible fucking person who will just openly lie about other trans people just to get video clickbait in, it actually does, it actually will move some people. 1G, 1E, 1A, it's not a matter of whether or not Biden is a good bulwark against fascism. It's a matter of whether or not having him is preferable to having Trump. Doesn't this mean Contra is number one then? This means that, to my knowledge, Contra is the largest trans YouTuber. Yeah. Does anyone know of any trans... Wait, no. Wait, hold on. No, there are larger trans YouTubers. Wasn't there a massive makeup queen who ended up being trans? I did a video on that like a year ago. That makeup artist. Yeah, that one. Nikki Tutorials. Yeah, she's way larger. But in terms of politics, yes, that would be Contra. Yeah. Sam Collins. Is Sam Collins larger? I think Sam Collins watches me. Priceless Prince, I can only get to so many questions. The swing in the Senate is due to a swing in Georgia? Oh, shit, boy! Oh, shit! Give me that Georgia poll. Georgia. Here we go. Is it this one? Warnock +4? And these three right here, Warnock +8, 19, Ossoff +6. Is that it? I feel like these aren't it. A representative of what changed the... I'll look more into it. I'm sure there are a lot of potentially, you know, things that could be attributed to. Doesn't polling doesn't take voter suppression into account? No, polling does not take voter suppression into account. It does not. That is phenomenal. Oh man, this has gone from it being a 2 and 3 chance of winning the Senate to basically a 3 and 4 chance of winning the Senate. And if things continue to swing like that hard in the future, holy fuck. That would be incredible. What about the House? Still, the House is still the same, I assume? Yeah, 5 to 95. Yeah, okay, we're probably fine there. Okay. Let's get to our last segment, folks, and then we will, and then we'll see. Okay, folks. Now, follow through with me on this one, because I'm going to have to catch you up with some stuff that you've probably already heard a little bit about. I kind of got late to the party on this one, and it turns out it was a giant waste of time anyway. You've probably heard about the Denver shooting, one in which crazy Antifa militant shot dead a conservative at a Patriot rally in Denver. And then, of course, later it turned out that the Antifa militant was actually a security guard for a journalist. And then somebody saw on his wrist a Space Invaders tattoo. Yeah, Pinkerton, thank you. A Space Invaders tattoo. And somewhere in like Europe, there's one tiny like left organization that uses that same Space Invader icon as like a lefty symbol. So they're like, there's even a Ben Garrison comic. Hold on, Ben Garrison Denver shooting. Come on, Ben, you never disappointed me before. Give me the Ben Garrison take. There we go. See, there you go. See, it's the gun. He used the Antifa gun on this proud patriot, and he has the Space Invader thing. And again, it's like they're saying this is a dog whistle for Antifa because somewhere in the world, some tiny org uses the, yeah. Anyway, Biden coming out looking strong here, telling the truth over a corpse. Antifa is an idea, not an organization. That's true. I like it when conservatives try to argue that Antifa can't be an idea and must be an organization because Antifa can hurt people, as though ideas can't lead people to hurt people. Like the idea that any violence has to be a product of an organization, you know? The implication being that it has to be an idea or an organization exclusively, and it can't be an idea that people adhere to, as opposed to an organization people subscribe to. Whatever. It's irrelevant, okay? So, obviously, the discourse is dumb as shit, but I'm not interested in the discourse with regards to the actual legal issue there. It seems like the security guard fired in response to him being pepper sprayed for no reason. I don't really know, but let's talk about conservative disinfo, and let's talk about why you are going to die. You are going to be shot by a conservative patriot, and your head, bleeding out, will be rolled over by a Trump truck, and it will explode like a cantaloupe. I know some of you are excited, but I encourage you, friends, do not covet this end. It's not a good way to go, folks, though you will get some attention on the news. See, let's begin. Ian Miles Chong, known truth teller. Breaking. Alleged Antifa militant shoots and kills conservative at Patriot rally in Denver. Now, of course, this was immediately signal boosted by everyone. Paul Joseph Watson, Tim Pool, The Likelihood. And it's completely fake. As always, everything Ian Miles Chong does is objectively incorrect. This guy gets roasted for telling factually incorrect information all the time. As noted here, this is literally his response one time to telling false information. This is a guy who got angry one time during BLM protest coverage and was asked if he had any evidence to support a claim he made, and he said no. And then he later deleted it. This guy doesn't give a fuck. This guy's like a Westaboo, you know? He's lived in Malaysia his whole life, and he just like dreams of being like a little American policeman who can step on black people, you know? He can like march around. He's a cool dude. Also fucking crazy, by the way. I also remember, there's so much good content with this guy. He's such a fucking lolcow. He one time got in a call with Destiny. He's 4'6", right? I think he's 2 feet tall. He got in a call with Destiny, made fun of Destiny for his height before revealing his own, and realized he's actually shorter than Destiny. So again, whatever the case is, that's not actually the main issue here, you know? Although, you know, something could be said about the fact that even when conservative dipshits like Tim Pool pretend to correct their stories, they do it in the worst possible way. Look at this. 8,000 likes, 3.6 thousand retweets on the post-millennial article written by Ian Miles Chong. Then in a response, update, 50 retweets. Update, it was all false. Everything was fake. See, this is why I don't call these people journalists. Journalists face consequences when they tell lies. But for these people, they can just, oh, no, it's not real. Not even deleting the original tweet. A real journalist here would have tweeted this out as its own tweet and deleted this tweet. But of course he didn't. And he still hasn't, of course. But that's still not what I want to talk to you about. What I want to talk to you about is the discourse that emerged after people realized this guy wasn't an Antifa militant. He was just a fucking bodyguard, okay? Denver police say shooter is not Antifa. I call bullshit on the Denver PD leadership. Sure, because Denver can totally be trusted. If they kill one of us, they're Antifa as far as I'm concerned. I like that, the last one, by the way. If they kill us, they must be anti-fascists. I like that. That's I'm true. Fucking true. That's pretty true, yeah. Sort of by definition, you know? But I want to be really clear about the precedent that this sets. If you ever step to the conservative mob and you're killed, you will, by definition, be deserving of that death. I need to make this very clear, okay? Because there are a lot of people in this country who thinks that Antifa and the far right are like two clashing sides and it's all crazy and you just want to grill, okay? You don't get to. You don't get to sit on the sidelines to this. Let me make it clear. Remember when the old man at the BLM protest was shoved backwards by a cop and split his head open in the pavement, and the president of the United States speculated he might be Antifa? We know Antifa's an idea because they'll ascribe it to anyone they don't like. If they kill you, you're Antifa. If you die to them, you're Antifa. If you disagree with them, you're Antifa. Not just in reality, I guess, but also in their narrative. They'll run articles about how you're far left, how you deserve to die. It's exactly like what they do with black people anytime black people interact with the police. Oh, sorry, you stole a muffin from the middle school cafeteria when you were 11 years old. So I think the tactical nuclear strike they deployed on your apartment was, I mean, it's not like you were like a real person or anything. But they'll do that to anyone. It's not just black people. This isn't just a black versus white thing. This is an us versus them thing. And us being the people who respect human dignity, and them being the people who do not. There isn't a middle ground in this issue. You can be the most grill-happy, centrist, moderate, this apolitical guy in the world. And if you don't like the fact that your neighborhood is being fucking trashed by militant gangs of far-right gun-toting dipshits who are waving them and brandishing them at people illegally, if you go outside and you talk to them sternly and you get shot, you are Antifa. You will be lambasted in their media. They will repost docs of your family. They will talk to themselves on their forums and their boards and their Twitter circles about how you deserved worse. There isn't a sideline on this issue. And the difference between these people and the worst elements of the left, because I'm not totally partisan, I will recognize there are parts of the left who are very punitive towards anyone who is contrary to their narrative and will denote these labels to any group. And I recognize that. The difference is they are an extreme fringe. The right is completely behind this. Trump speculated the old man who was shoved backwards was working with Antifa. The police are complicit in leaking photos and information on black people they've killed in order to discredit them. Like the police who leaked those pictures of Breonna Taylor holding guns 6 months after she was killed, an innocent woman. Because apparently the Second Amendment is a white person thing. Apparently that's criminal to legally own a firearm and to have a picture of you holding it. In the United States of America, the police, the presidency, far-right media, they're all 100% behind the idea that if you ever step to them, if you are ever inconvenient, if you are killed by them, even as an accident, that you are Antifa. That no matter what you do, by way of you being in their way, you are by definition to them a bad person, and the consequences of your impropriety will not stop with you. They will besmirch you on social media. Your corpse will be photoshopped into memes. You will see groypers dancing on top of the grainy JPEG of your blood-soaked body dumped near the gutter. They will dox your family. They will dig into your history. You will be denigrated and disgraced before your family. And there are people monkusing in chat. Have they not done this to every single person who dies to far-right militia groups? Does this not happen every time? This is a recurring pattern. This isn't far left versus far right. This is anybody who's inconvenient to them must by definition be a far left militant, Soros-paid, child molesting a nutter who was put down justly by the conservative mob. It really is the far right versus everybody else, and they're trying to trick you into thinking they're protecting you from the left. It is the far right versus everyone, versus life on earth, not far right versus far left. The battle here isn't between Antifa and Nazis. The battle here should be between people who want to preserve law and dignity and justice as a concept, and people who genuinely want to see you gunned down in the street and then dragged on social media for it. That's it. These people are not a political opposition. No, I'll say it, yeah, law and order. Absolutely. Some of the laws we have are there for good fucking reason. Like, for example, laws on self-defense, which is why Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was able to open fire into cops and got off for it because the cops didn't fucking announce themselves beforehand and therefore were indistinguishable from his perspective from just a bunch of random intruders. Like the laws that we have about brandishing firearms against people, which is illegal, which is why it's so interesting that that little Mansion couple of conservatives who brandished firearms at those BLM protesters unlawfully might get a pardon from their fucking governor. Law and order, like the order that I hope every young black child in this country can enjoy as they go to sleep knowing there's not a chance of them being fucking killed in a no-knock raid. Law, like the laws we have protecting voter rights, preventing voter intimidation at the booth. Yeah, sure, I'm for law and order. I don't know how we lost this optical battle, frankly. They have nothing but contempt for law and order. They have nothing but veneration for legal loopholes and exercises of power which allow them to fuck you. It's that simple. This isn't law versus anarchy. This isn't far left versus far right. This is what happens if you find yourself at the wrong end of one of their mobs. And it will happen every time. And it won't just be random commenters. It'll be their multi-million follower social media extraordinaire accounts. It'll be their politicians. It'll be their judges. It'll be their lawyers. It'll be their lawmakers. It really is America versus fascism. The idea that these people give a fuck about America is laughable. Any of the ideas that America was nominally founded upon? Liberalism is what America was founded upon. An imperfect promise it may have been, but preferable certainly to these people who claim themselves to be champions of America while advocating for Christian fundamentalism and ethno-supremacy. Go team. There we go. I'm a true patriot. Let it be known. Oh, I have a short hair on the front of my hair. Trump is more moderate than Biden, though. Curious George, you've been saying some dumbass shit. Do you want to talk about it sometime? Unfortunately, we're at the end of this stream, but we should talk about it sometime. Trump is more moderate than Biden. Biden is the most moderate fucking guy. How do you arrive at this conclusion? On Discord? Yeah, but not now. Like I said, stream's ending. Amy Walden with 10 Canadian. He's right. Indigenous people are not respected like they should be. Loved your space station comment, though. Okay, well, I don't think it's indigophobic to say Nova Scotia sounds like a space station, but you know. Jacked Jew, Esteban M, thank you both very much for the $5. Do you think free healthcare is inevitable in America? No, not at all. What are your thoughts on Republican voters against Trump? They're statistically very, 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 what's the term? Rare? Apologetic Funaripo with the 2 New Zealand. When are you making a video on Unruh? Unruh is literally fucking irrelevant compared to me, and I have absolutely no interest whatsoever in giving that guy attention. Frosty TO, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Maybe. Tuxo Not with the $5. You seem to have a lot of knowledge on space stuff. Are you into astronomy or space travel? No, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about on space stuff. What gives you the impression that I do? TJ Gamer with the $5. True, none of this matter. Goes out there and vote. Burn the Pigs, the $5. Have you seen that JREG's latest video is taking money from and advertising for YAL, who support Rand Paul and Dave Rubin? I post deets in... I don't see what the rest of this is, but I'll take a look at it. That sounds pretty dumb. Alpha Demon with the tier 2 sub. Switching from Patreon, love you. Hope to do more direct political activism post-pandemic. Yeah, hopefully. It's rough at the moment. Rudo Foe with a very kind $10. I remember seeing an actual fistfight break out between an Irish and a Scottishman. The whole reason for the fight was the Irishman was telling the Scottishman, we hate the British more than you do. Well, hopefully you were able to get your Skegsit soon. Sergio Ribeiro with the $2. Remember when Jeff Dunham backed Trump in 2016? No, but I guess that makes sense. All right, folks. Today has been a jam action-packed stream. I really appreciate you guys tuning in for it. Seriously, thank you all so much. Remember that if you enjoy the stream, please do subscribe. And if you don't enjoy the stream, also subscribe, obviously. Idiot. Of course. You still have to subscribe, even if you don't like it. So go ahead and do that, dummy. Love you all very much. We'll probably be playing Bloodborne tomorrow. Take care and be well.